Introduction to The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 1, by George Sand. Translation by George Burnham Ives. Introduction. I wrote The Sin of Monsieur Antoine in the country during a season of tranquillity, outward and inward, such as seldom occurs in one's life. It was in 1845, a period when criticism of society as it was, and dreams of an ideal society attained in the press a degree of freedom of development comparable to that of the 18th century. Some day, perhaps, people will find it difficult to believe the trivial but exceedingly characteristic fact I am about to mention. At that period, if one wished to be independent, to maintain directly or indirectly the boldest ideas opposed to the vices of the existing social organization, and to give expression to the liveliest hopes of the philosophical sentiment, it was hardly possible to apply to the opposition newspapers. The most advanced of them, unfortunately, had not readers enough to give satisfactory publicity to the ideas one desired to put forth. The more moderate nourished a profound aversion for socialism, and in the course of the last 10 years of Louis Philippe's reign, one of these organs of the reformist opposition, the most important by reason of its age and the number of its subscribers, did me the honor several times to ask me for a serial novel, always on the condition that it should contain nothing of a socialistic tendency. That condition was very difficult, perhaps impossible of fulfillment, to a mind absorbed by the sufferings and the needs of its generation. There are very few serious-minded artists who do not allow themselves to be influenced in their work by the threats of the present or the promises of the future, with more or less adroit circumlocution, with more or less effusion and enthusiasm. Moreover, it was the time to say all that one thought, all that one believed. It was one's duty to do it, because it was possible. As the social war did not seem imminent, the monarchy, making no concessions to the needs of the people, seemed powerful enough to defy longer than it did the current of ideas. These ideas, at which only a small number of conservative minds had as yet taken fright, had really taken firm root only in a small number of observant and laborious minds. So long as they seemed to have no application to political actualities, the ruling power worried very little about theories, and allowed every man to make one for himself, to publish his dream, to construct the future city innocently in his chimney corner, in the garden of his imagination. The conservative journals became therefore the refuge of the socialist novel. Eugène Sue published his in the Débat and the Constitutionnel. I published mine in the Constitutionnel and the Époque. At about the same time the National was attacking the socialistic writers in its feuilleton, and overwhelming them with very bitter insults or very clever satire. The Époque, a journal which had a very brief life, but which began by surpassing in ardor all the conservative and absolutist organs of the moment, was the frame wherein I was given absolute liberty to publish a socialistic novel. On all the blank walls of Paris was placarded in huge letters, "Read the Époque, read The Sin of Monsieur Antoine." The following year, as we were wandering through the moors of Crozant and among the ruins of Châteaubrun, a rustic field in which my pen had always taken delight, a Parisian friend of mine called out facetiously to the half-civilized shepherds of those solitudes, "Have you read the Époque? Have you read The Sin of Monsieur Antoine?" And as they fled, terrified by those incomprehensible words, he said to me with a laugh, "How evident it is that these socialistic novels go to the heads of the country people." An old woman, an excellent talker, came to Châteaubrun to reprove me because I had written a book full of lies about her and her master. She thought that I had intended to introduce the proprietor of the chateau and herself on my stage. She had heard of the book. People had told her that there was not a word of truth in it. It was impossible to make her understand what a novel is, and yet she invented one herself, for she told us of the assassination of Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette, who were stabbed in their carriage by the populace of Paris. They who accuse socialistic writers of inflaming people's minds should remember that they have forgotten to teach the peasants to read. Shall I deny, now that the masses are stirring, the communism of Monsieur de Bois-Guilbon, a very eccentric and yet not altogether imaginary character in my novel? God forbid, especially after the socialists have been accused, in every key, of preaching the division of property. The diametrically opposite idea, that of common ownership by association, should be the least dangerous of all in the eyes of the conservatives, since it is, unfortunately, the least understood and the least popular among the masses. It is especially antipathetic in the country districts, and can be realized only by the initiative of a strong government, or by a philosophic, religious, and Christian renovation, the work of centuries it may be. Attempts to form workingmen's associations have been made, however, among the best informed, the most moral, the most patient portion of the industrial population of the large cities. Enlightened governments, whatever their motto, will always protect these associations, because they offer a refuge to the genuinely social and religious thought of the future. Probably imperfect at their birth, they will perfect themselves in time, and when it is clearly proved that they do not destroy, but on the contrary, preserve respect for family and property, they will insensibly lead to reciprocity among all classes, and to a union of interests and attachments, the only path of safety open to the society of the future. George Sand. End of Introduction. Chapter 1 of The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 1, by George Sand. Translation by George Burnham Ives. Chapter 1. EGUZON. There are few localities in France as unattractive as the town of EGUZON, on the confines of La Marche and Berry, in the southwest part of the latter province. 80 to 100 houses, all of more or less wretched appearance, with the exception of 2 or 3, whose opulent proprietors we will not name, for fear of offending their modesty, line the 2 or 3 streets and surround the public square of that municipality, famous for leagues around by reason of the litigious nature of its population, and the difficulty of reaching it. Despite this last drawback, which will soon disappear, thanks to the laying out of a new road, EGUZON sees many travelers boldly traverse the solitudes by which it is surrounded, and risk the springs of their carriole on its terrible pavement. The only inn is situated on the only square, which seems the more vast, because it has one side open to the fields, as if awaiting the new buildings of future citizens. And this inn is sometimes compelled, in the summer, to invite its too numerous guests to accept accommodation in the neighboring houses, which are thrown open to them, we are bound to say, with much hospitality. EGUZON, you see, is the central point of a picturesque neighborhood, dotted with imposing ruins, and whether one desires to visit Châteaubrun, Crozant, Pont, or the still habitable and inhabited Château of Saint Germain, he must necessarily sleep at EGUZON in order to start betimes on these different excursions on the following morning. Several years ago, one lowering, stormy evening in June, the good people of EGUZON opened their eyes to their fullest extent to see a young man of attractive exterior crossing the square to leave the town just after sunset. The weather was threatening. It was growing dark more quickly than usual, and yet the young traveler, after taking a light repast at the inn, where he halted just long enough to rest his horse, rode boldly away toward the north, heedless of the representations of the innkeeper, and apparently caring naught for the dangers of the road. None knew him. He had answered all questions with an impatient gesture only, and all remonstrances with a smile. When the sound of his horse's hoofs had died away in the distance, the loafers about the inn said to one another, "That fellow knows the road well, or doesn't know it at all. Either he has been over it 100 times and knows every stone by name, or he doesn't suspect what sort of a place it is, and will find himself in a deal of trouble." "He's a stranger and not of these parts," said a knowing individual with a judicial air. "He wouldn't listen to anything but his own head. But half an hour hence, when the storm breaks, you'll see him coming back again." "If he doesn't break his neck first, going down the Pont des Piles," observed a third. "Faith," said the bystanders in chorus, "that's his business. Let's go and close our shutters, so that the hail won't break our window panes." And throughout the village there was a great noise of doors and windows being hastily barred, while the wind, which was beginning to moan over the moors, outstripped the breathless maid-servants, and sent back into their faces the folding leaves of the heavy shutters, wherein the mechanics of the province, in conformity with the traditions of their ancestors, spared neither oak nor iron bolts. From time to time a voice could be heard from one end of the street to the other, and such remarks as these were shouted from doorway to doorway: "Is all yours in?" "Ah, wah! I've got 2 loads still on the ground." "And I've got 6 standing." "Well, I don't care. Mine are all in the barn." They were talking about hay. The traveler, riding an excellent Bren hackney, left the clouds behind him, and, quickening his pace, flattered himself that he could outstrip the storm. But at a sudden turn in the road he realized that he must inevitably be taken in flank. He unfolded his cloak, which was strapped to his valise, tied his cap under his chin, and, digging his spurs into his horse, galloped on once more, hoping at least to reach and cross, by daylight, the dangerous spot that had been described to him. But his hope was disappointed. The road became so difficult that he had to go at a foot pace, and watch his horse to keep him from falling over the rocks with which the ground was strewn. When he reached the top of the ravine of La Cruz, the storm cloud had enveloped the whole sky. It was quite dark, and he could judge the depth of the abyss he was skirting only by the dull, muffled roar of the torrent. With the rashness of his 20 years, the young man disregarded his horse's prudent hesitation, and forced him to take the chances of a descent, which the docile beast found more uneven and steeper at every step. But suddenly he stopped and threw himself back on his haunches, and his rider, who was slightly startled by the shock, saw by the light of a brilliant flash that he was on the extreme edge of a perpendicular precipice, and that another step would infallibly have hurled him to the bottom of La Cruz. The rain was beginning to fall, and a furious squall twisted the tops of the old chestnut trees on the level of the road. The west wind forced man and horse alike toward the stream, and the danger became so real that the traveler was obliged to dismount, in order to present less surface to the wind, and to guide his horse more surely in the darkness. What the lightning flash had enabled him to see of the landscape had seemed wonderfully beautiful to him. Moreover, his situation whetted the task for adventure, which is characteristic of youth. A second flash enabled him to distinguish his surroundings, and he profited by a third to familiarize himself with the objects nearest at hand. The road was not narrow, but its very width made it hard to follow. There were some half a dozen vaguely defined tracks, marked only by hoof prints and wheel ruts, forming diverse paths, interlaced as if by chance on the slope of a hill. And as there was neither hedge nor ditch, nor any sign of cultivation, those who passed that way had climbed the hill wherever they happened to choose. Thus with each season a new road was opened, or some old one reopened, which time and non-use had closed. Between each two of these capricious tracks were little mounds of rock or tufts of firs, which looked just alike in the darkness, and as no two of them were on the same level, it was difficult to pass from one to the other without risking a fall, which might well end in the abyss. For they all sloped sideways as well as forward, so that one must lean backward and to the left. Thus no one of these winding paths was safe, for since the spring all had been trodden equally hard, the natives taking any one of them at random in broad daylight. But on a dark night it was of the greatest importance not to lose one's footing, and the young man, who was more careful of the knees of the horse he loved than of his own life, concluded to halt behind a rock that was high enough to shelter them both from the violence of the wind, and to wait there until the sky should brighten up a bit. He leaned against Corbeau, and raising a corner of his waterproof cloak in such wise as to protect his companion's quarters and the saddle, he fell into a romantic reverie, as well pleased to hear the howling of the tempest as the good people of EGUZON, assuming them to be thinking of him at all at that moment, supposed him to be anxious and disappointed. The successive flashes soon afforded him a sufficient acquaintance with the surrounding country. Directly in front of him the road climbed the opposite slope of the ravine, equally steep and presenting difficulties of the same nature. The Creuse, a clear swift stream, flowed not very noisily at the foot of the precipice, and drew its banks together to pass with a dull, never-ending roar under the arches of an old bridge that seemed in a very dilapidated condition. The view opposite was limited by the steep incline, but at the left he could catch glimpses of sloping, well-cultivated meadows, through the middle of which the stream wound. And opposite our traveler, on the crest of a hill bristling with huge boulders interspersed with rich vegetation, rose the dilapidated towers of a vast ruined manor. But even if it had occurred to the young man to seek shelter there from the storm, it would have been difficult to find a way of reaching it, for there was no apparent communication between the road and the ruin, and another ravine, traversed by a stream that emptied into the Creuse, separated the two hills. The sight was most picturesque, and the pallid gleam of the lightning imparted a touch of the terrible, which one would have sought in vain by daylight. Gigantic chimneys, exposed by the falling of the roofs, towered up toward the heavy clouds that hovered over the chateau, and seemed to rend it asunder. When the sky was lighted by the swift flashes, the ruins were outlined in white against the dark background of the atmosphere, and, on the contrary, when the eyes had accustomed themselves to the succeeding darkness, they formed a dark mass against a lighter horizon. A large star, which the clouds seemed not to dare to cover, shone a long while over the haughty donjon, like a carbuncle on a giant's head. At last it disappeared, and the torrents of rain, falling with redoubled force, made it impossible for the traveler to distinguish anything except through a thick veil. The water, falling on the rocks near by, and on the ground, hardened by the recent extreme heat, rebounded like white foam, and at times resembled clouds of dust raised by the wind. As he moved forward to shelter his horse more effectually behind the rock, the young man discovered that he was not alone. Another man had come to that spot in search of shelter, or perhaps had taken possession of it first. It was impossible to tell in those alternations of dazzling light and intense darkness. The horseman had not time to obtain a good view of the pedestrian. He seemed to be wretchedly dressed, and not of very attractive appearance. Indeed, he seemed inclined to keep out of sight by crouching as far under the rock as possible. But as soon as he concluded, from an exclamation of the traveler, that he was discovered, he unhesitatingly addressed him in a loud, clear voice. "This is bad weather for riding, monsieur, and if you are wise you will go back to EGUZON to sleep." "Much obliged, my friend," replied the young man, making his stout, lead-handled hunting crop whistle through the air, in order to give his problematical companion to understand that he was armed. The latter understood the warning, and answered it by tapping the rock, as if absent-mindedly, with an enormous holly staff, which broke off several splinters of stone. The weapon was stout, and so was the wrist that wielded it. "You won't go far tonight in such weather," continued the pedestrian. "I shall go as far as I choose," replied the horseman, "and I should not advise anybody to take it into his head to delay me on the way." "Are you afraid of robbers, that you meet friendly overtures with threats? I don't know what province you come from, my young man, but you hardly seem to know what province you are in. Thank God there are neither highwaymen nor assassins among us." The stranger's proud but frank tone inspired confidence. The young man rejoined more mildly, "You're of this province, are you, comrade?" "Yes, monsieur, I am, and always shall be." "You are right to propose to remain here. It's a beautiful country." "Not always, though. At this moment, for instance, it's none too pleasant. The weather is venting its spite, and it will be bad all night." "Do you think so?" "I am sure of it. If you follow the valley of the Creuse, you'll have the storm for company till tomorrow noon. But I fancy that you didn't start out so late without expecting to find shelter near at hand. To tell you the truth, I am inclined to think that the place I am going to is farther away than I supposed at first. I fancied that they tried to keep me at EGUZON by exaggerating the distance and the bad condition of the roads. But I see, from the little progress I have made in an hour, that they hardly overstated it." "Not to be inquisitive, where might you be going?" "To Gargalesse. How far do you call it?" "Not far, monsieur, if you could see where you are going. But if you don't know the country, it will take you all night. For what you see from here is nothing in comparison with the breakneck places you have to descend to go from the ravine of La Creuse to that of Gargalesse, and you risk your life to boot." "Well, my friend, will you undertake to guide me for a good round sum?" "No, monsieur, thank you." "Is the road very dangerous that you are so disobliging?" "The road is not dangerous to me, for I know it as well as you probably know the streets of Paris. But what reason have I for passing the night in getting drenched, just to please you?" "I am not particular about it, and I can do without your help. But I didn't ask you to favor me for nothing. I offered you—" "Enough, enough! You are rich and I am poor. But I am not a beggar yet, and I have reasons for not making myself the servant of the first comer. However, if I knew who you were—" "Are you suspicious of me?" said the young man, whose curiosity was aroused by his companion's proud and fearless character. "To prove that distrust is an unworthy feeling, I will pay you in advance." How much do you want?" "I beg your pardon, excuse me, monsieur. I want nothing. I have neither wife nor children. I need nothing for the moment. Besides, I have a friend, a good fellow, whose house is not far away, and I shall take advantage of the first flash to go there, and have supper and sleep on a good bed. Why should I deprive myself of that for you? Let us see, is it because you have a good horse and new clothes? I like your pride, so far as that goes, but it seems to me not well done of you to refuse an exchange of favors. I have done you all the service in my power by telling you not to take any risks at night in such vile weather, on roads that will be impassable in half an hour. What more do you want?" "Nothing. When I asked for your assistance, I wanted to ascertain the character of the people of this neighborhood. That's all. I see now that their goodwill towards strangers is limited to words." "Towards strangers!" cried the native, in a melancholy and reproachful tone, which impressed the traveler. "In heaven's name, isn't that too much for those who have never done us aught but harm? I tell you, monsieur, men are unjust. But God's sight is clear, and he knows well that the poor peasant allows himself to be shorn, without revenging himself, by the shrewd people who come from the great cities. Have the people from the cities done so much harm in your country districts, pray? That is a fact that I know nothing of, and am not responsible for, as this is my first visit." "You are going to Gargalesse. I suppose, of course, you are going to see Monsieur Cardonnet? You are either a relation or friend of his, I am sure." "Who is this Monsieur Cardonnet, whom you seem to hold in ill will?" asked the young man, after a moment's hesitation. "Enough, monsieur," the peasant replied. "If you don't know him, anything that I could say would hardly interest you. And if you are rich, you have nothing to fear from him. The poor people are the only ones he has a grudge against." "But after all," rejoined the traveler, with a sort of restrained emotion, "it may be that I have reasons for wanting to know what people in this country think of this Monsieur Cardonnet. If you refuse to give any reason for your bad opinion of him, it must be because you have some personal spite against him, not at all creditable to yourself." "I am accountable to nobody," retorted the peasant, "and my opinion is my own. Good night, monsieur. See, the rain is a little less violent. I am sorry to be unable to offer you a shelter, but I have only the chateau you see yonder, which is not mine. However," he added, after taking a few steps, and as if regretting that he had not shown more respect for the duties of hospitality, "if your heart should prompt you to come and ask a bed for the night, I can answer for it you would be welcome." "Is yonder ruin occupied?" asked the traveler, who had to descend the ravine to cross the Creuse, and had walked along beside the peasant, supporting his horse by the rein. "It is a ruin, in truth," his companion replied, repressing a sigh. "But although I am not so very old, I have seen that chateau in perfect repair, and so magnificent, outside as well as inside, that a king would have been well lodged there. The owner didn't spend a great deal, but it didn't require much repairing. It was so solid and well built, and the walls were so well laid, the stone mantels and window frames so beautifully carved, that it would have been impossible to make it any finer than the architects and masons did when they built it. But everything goes, riches like all the rest, and the last lord of Châteaubrun has just repurchased the chateau of his ancestors for 4,000 francs. Is it possible that such a mass of stone, even in its present condition, is worth so little? What is left would still be worth a good deal, if one could take it down and carry it away. But where in this vicinity can he find workmen and machines capable of pulling down those old walls? I don't know what they built with in old times, but that cement is so hard that you would say the towers and high walls are made of a single stone. And then you see how it was planted on the very top of a mountain, with precipices on all sides. What carts and what horses could carry down such materials? Unless the hill crumbles, they will stay there as long as the rock that holds them, and there are still ceilings enough left to cover one poor gentleman and one poor girl." "So this last of the Châteaubruns has a daughter, has he?" asked the young man, pausing to look at the manor with more interest than he had yet shown. "And she lives there?" "Yes, yes, she lives there among the gerfalcons and screech owls, and yet she is young and pretty all the same. There's no lack of air and water here, and in spite of the new laws against free hunting, we still see hares and partridges now and then on the Lord of Châteaubrun's table. Look you, if you have no business that compels you to risk your life to arrive before daybreak, come with me. I will undertake to procure you a warm welcome at the chateau. Even if you should arrive there alone, without recommendation, it's enough that the weather is bad, and that you have the face of a Christian, to ensure your being well received and well treated at Monsieur Antoine de Châteaubrun. But this gentleman is poor, it seems, and I am reluctant to impose on his goodness of heart." "On the contrary, you will gratify him. Come, the storm, you see, is going to begin again with more violence than before, and my conscience would trouble me if I should leave you thus all alone on the mountain. You mustn't bear me ill will because I refused my services. I have my reasons, which you could not judge fairly, and which there is no need of my telling you. But I shall sleep better if you follow my advice. Besides, I know Monsieur Antoine. He would be angry with me for not holding fast to you and taking you to his house. He would be quite capable of running after you, which would be a bad thing for him after supper." "And you don't think that his daughter would be displeased to have a stranger arrive thus unexpectedly?" "His daughter is his daughter. That is to say, she is as good as he is, if not better, although that seems hardly possible." The young man hesitated some time longer, but drawn on by a romantic attraction, and already drawing in his imagination the portrait of the pearl of beauty he was about to find behind those frowning walls, he said to himself that he was not expected at Gargalesse until the following day, that by arriving at midnight he should disturb his parents in their sleep, and lastly, that it would be downright imprudence to persist in his plan, and that his mother would certainly dissuade him from it, if she could see him at that moment. Moved by all the excellent reasons which a man gives himself when the demon of youth and curiosity takes a hand, he followed his guide in the direction of the old chateau. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 1, by George Sand. Chapter 2. The Manor of Châteaubrun. After climbing with difficulty a very steep road, or rather a stairway cut in the rock, our travelers reached the entrance of Châteaubrun in about 20 minutes. The wind and the rain redoubled in violence, and the young man hardly had leisure to observe the huge portal, which offered to his sight at that moment nothing more than an ill-defined mass of formidable proportions. He noticed simply that the seigneurial portcullis was replaced by a wooden fence, like those which enclose all the fields in the province. "Wait a moment, monsieur," said his guide. "I will climb over and get the key, for latterly old Janille has minded to have a padlock here, as if there were anything to steal in her master's house. However, her intentions are good, and I don't blame her." The peasant scaled the fence very cleverly, and while awaiting for him to return and admit him, the young man tried in vain to make out the arrangement of the ruined masses of architecture which he could see confusedly inside the courtyard. It was like a glimpse of chaos. After a few moments he saw several persons approaching. The gate was speedily opened. One took his horse, another his hand, and a third went ahead carrying a lantern, which was very essential for their guidance among the rubbish and brushwood that obstructed their passage. At last, after passing across part of the courtyard, and through several enormous dark rooms, open to all the winds of heaven, they reached a small oblong room with an arched ceiling, which might formerly have been used as a pantry, or as a storeroom between the kitchen and the stables. This room had been cleaned and whitewashed, and was used by the lord of Châteaubrun as salon and dining room. A small fireplace had recently been built there, with mantel and uprights of polished, glistening wood. The huge cast-iron plate, which had been taken from one of the great fireplaces, and which filled the whole back, together with the great fire-dogs of polished iron, sent out the heat and light beautifully into the bare white room, which, with the aid of a small tin lamp, was perfectly lighted. A chestnut table, which could be made to hold as many as 6 covers on great occasions, a few straw-seated chairs, and a German cuckoo clock, purchased from a peddler for 6 francs, composed the whole furniture of this modest salon. But everything was scrupulously clean. The table and chairs, roughly carved by some local cabinet maker, shone in a way that bore witness to the assiduous use of the brush and duster. The hearth was carefully swept, the floor sanded in the English fashion, contrary to the customs of the province, and in an earthenware pot on the mantel was a huge bunch of roses mingled with wild flowers plucked on the hillside round about. At first glance there was nothing cherché in the poetic or picturesque sense in that modest interior, and yet, on examining it more closely, one would see that, in that abode, as in all those of all mankind, the natural taste and temperament of its presiding genius had governed in the choice as in the arrangement of the furniture. The young man who then entered the room for the first time, and who was left alone there for a moment while his hosts busied themselves in preparations to make him as comfortable as possible, soon formed an idea of the mental condition of the inhabitants of that retreat. It was evident that they had refined habits, and that they still felt a craving for the comforts of life; that, being in a very precarious financial condition, they had had the good sense to proscribe every species of mere external vanity, and had chosen for their place of assemblage, among the few still intact apartments in that great building, the one that could most easily be kept clean, heated, furnished, and lighted, and that nevertheless they had instinctively given the preference to a well-proportioned, attractive room. This little nook was in fact the first floor of a square pavilion added, toward the close of the Renaissance, to the venerable buildings which looked upon the principal courtyard. The artist who had planned this sharp-angled turret had done his best to soften the transition from one to the other of 2 such different styles. For the shape of the windows he had gone back to the defensive system of loopholes and small apertures through which to watch the enemy. But it was easy to see that the small round windows had never been intended to fire cannon through, and that they were simply for purposes of ornament. Being tastefully framed with red brick and white stone in alternation, they formed an attractive setting for the interior of the room, and diverse recesses between the windows, decorated in the same way, avoided the necessity for papers, hangings, or even articles of furniture, with which the wall might have been covered without adding to their simple and pleasant aspect. In one of these recesses, the base of which, about 3 feet from the floor, was formed by a flagstone, white as snow and glistening like marble, stood a pretty little rustic spinning-wheel, with its distaff filled with brown flax; and as he contemplated that slight and primitive instrument of toil, the traveler lost himself in reflections from which he was roused by the rustling of a woman's dress behind him. He turned hastily, but the sudden rapid beating of his youthful heart was checked by a severe disappointment. It was an old servant who had entered the room noiselessly, thanks to the fine sand with which the floor was covered, and was leaning over to throw an armful of wild grapevine roots on the fire. "Come near the fire, monsieur," she said, lisping with a sort of affectation, "and give me your cap and cloak, so that I can have them dried in the kitchen. That's a fine cloak for the rain. I don't know what they call this material, but I've seen it in Paris. It would be a good thing to see such a cloak on Monsieur le Comte's shoulders. But it must cost a lot, and besides, he hasn't said that he would wear it. He thinks he's still 25 years old, and he declares that the water from the sky never yet gave an honest man a cold. However, he began to have a touch of sciatica last winter. But a man isn't afraid of those things at your age. Never mind, warm your bones all the same. Here, turn your chair like this, and you'll be more comfortable. You're from Paris, I am sure. I can tell by your complexion, which is too fresh for our country. A fine country, monsieur, but very hot in summer and very cold in winter. You will say that it's as cold tonight as a night in November. That's true enough, but what can you expect? It's on account of the storm. But this little room is very comfortable, very easy to heat. In a moment you'll see if I'm not right. We are lucky to have plenty of dead wood. There are so many old trees about here, and we can keep the oven going all winter, just with the brambles that grow in the courtyard. To be sure, we don't do much cooking. Monsieur le Comte is a small eater, and his daughters like him. The little servant is the heartiest eater in the house. Why, he has to have 3 pounds of bread a day. But I bake for him separate, and I don't spare the rye. That's good enough for him, and with a little bran it goes farther, and isn't bad for the health. That makes you laugh, does it? And me too. You see, I have always liked to laugh and talk. The work goes off just as fast, for I like to be quick in everything. Monsieur Antoine is like me. When he has once spoken, off you must go like the wind. So we have always agreed on that point. You'll excuse us, monsieur, if we keep you waiting a little while. Monsieur has gone down the cellar with the man who brought you here, and the stairs are so broken down that they can't go very fast. But it's a fine cellar, monsieur. The walls are more than 10 feet thick, and it's so far underground that when you're down there you feel as if you were buried alive. Really, it's a funny feeling. They say that there was a time when they used to put prisoners of war there. Now we don't put anybody there, and our wine keeps very well. What delays us is that our child has already gone to bed. She had a sick headache today because she went out in the sun without a hat. She says that she means to get used to it, and that she can get along without hat or umbrella just as well as I can. But she's mistaken. She's been brought up like a young lady, as she should have been, poor child. For when I say our child, I don't mean that I am Mademoiselle Gilberte's mother. She's no more like me than a goldfinch is like a sparrow. But as I brought her up, I have always kept the habit of calling her my girl. She would never let me stop calling her thou. She's such a sweet child. I am sorry she's in bed, but you will see her tomorrow, for you won't go away without breakfast. You won't be let go, and she'll help me to serve you a little better than I can do alone. It's not courage that I lack, however, monsieur, for I have a good pair of legs. I have always been thin, as you see me, with my short body, and you would never think me as old as I am. Come, how old would you call me?" The young man thought that, thanks to this question, he would be able to put in a word at last, to thank her and to guide her, for he was very desirous of fuller details concerning Mademoiselle Gilberte. But the good woman did not await his reply, but continued volubly: "I am 64 years old, monsieur. That is to say, I shall be on St. Jean's Day, and I do more work alone than 3 young hussies could ever do. My blood runs quick, you see, monsieur. I am not from Berry. I was born in Marsh, more than half a league from here, so you can understand it. Ah, you are looking at our child's work. Do you know that it is spun as even and fine as the best spinner in the province can do it? She wanted me to teach her to spin. 'Look you, mother,' she said, for she always calls me that. She never knew her own mother, and always loved me as if I was, although we were about as much alike as a rose and a nettle. 'Look you, mother,' she said, 'all that embroidery and drawing and nonsense they taught me at the convent will never do me any good here. Teach me to spin and knit and sew, so that I can help you make father's clothes.'" Just as the good woman's indefatigable monologue was beginning to be interesting to her weary auditor, she left the room, as she had already done several times, for she did not remain quiet a moment, and, while talking, had covered the table with a coarse white cloth, laid plate, glasses, and knives, had swept the hearth, wiped the chairs, and rekindled the fire 10 times, always resuming her soliloquy at the point where she had let it drop. But this time her voice, which began to lisp in the passageway outside the door, was drowned by other stronger voices, and the Comte de Châteaubrun and the peasant who had guided our traveller at last appeared before him, each carrying 2 large earthenware jugs, which they placed on the table. Not until then had the young man had an opportunity to see their faces distinctly. Monsieur de Châteaubrun was a man of some 50 years, of medium height, with a noble and commanding figure, broad-shouldered, with a neck like a bull, the limbs of an athlete, a skin quite as tanned as his companion's, and large hands, calloused and roughened by hunting, and by the sunlight and the cold air. A genuine poacher's hands, if such things can be, for the worthy nobleman had too little land not to hunt on that of other people. He had a frank, ruddy, smiling face, a firm walk, and the voice of a stentor. His hunting costume, neat and clean, although patched at the elbow, his coarse shirt, his leather gaiters, his grizzly beard, which was patiently waiting for Sunday, everything about him indicated that his life was rough and wild, whereas his pleasant face, his hearty, affectionate manners, and an ease of bearing, not unmixed with dignity, recalled the courteous gentleman and the man who was accustomed to protect and assist, rather than to be protected and assisted. His companion the peasant was not nearly as presentable. The storm and the muddy roads had wrought havoc with his jacket and his shoes, while the nobleman's beard may have been 6 or 7 days old, the villager's was fully 14 or 15. He was thin, bony, and wiry, several inches taller than the other, and although his face also expressed good nature and cordiality, it had, if we may so describe it, flashes of malevolence, of melancholy, and haughty aloofness. It was evident that he had more intelligence, or was more unfortunate than the lord of Châteaubrun. "Well, monsieur," said the nobleman, "are you a little drier than you were? You are welcome here, and my supper is at your service." I am grateful for your generous welcome, replied the traveler, but I am afraid you will deem me lacking in courtesy if I do not tell you first of all who I am. No matter, no matter, rejoined the Count, whom hereafter we shall call Monsieur Antoine, as he was generally called in the neighborhood. You can tell me that later, if you choose. So far as I am concerned, I have no questions to ask you, and I consider that I can satisfy the demands of hospitality without making you give your names and titles. You are traveling, you are a stranger in the province, caught by an infernal night at the very gate of my house. Those are your titles and your claims. In addition, you have an attractive face and a manner that pleases me. I believe, therefore, that I shall be rewarded for my confidences by the pleasure of having accommodated a good fellow. Come, sit you down, and eat and drink. You are too kind, and I am touched by your frank and amiable manner of welcoming strangers. But I do not need any refreshment, monsieur, and it is quite enough that you should allow me to wait here until the end of the storm. I had supper at EGUZON hardly an hour ago, so do not serve anything for me, I beg you. You have supped already? Why, that's no reason. Is your stomach one of those that can digest only one meal at a time? At your age, I would have supped every hour in the night if I had had the chance. A ride in the saddle and the mountain air are quite enough to renew the appetite. To be sure, one's stomach is less obliging at 50, so that I consider myself well treated if I have half a glass of good wine, with a crust of stale bread. But do not stand on ceremony here. You have come in the nick of time, for I was just about to sit down, and as my poor little one has a sick headache today, Janil and I were very depressed at the idea of eating alone. So your arrival is a comfort to us, and this good fellow's too, my old playmate, whom I am always glad to see. Come, sit you down here beside me, he said to the peasant, and you, Mère Janil, opposite me. Do the honors, for you know I have a heavy hand, and when I undertake to carve, I cut the joint and platter and cloth, and sometimes the table, and you don't like that. The supper which Dame Janil had spread on the table, with an air of condescension, consisted of a goat's milk cheese, a sheep's milk cheese, a plate of nuts, a plateful of prunes, a large round loaf of rye bread, and 4 jugs of wine brought by the master in person. The table companions set about discussing this frugal meal with evident satisfaction, with the exception of the traveler, who had no appetite, and who was well content to observe the good grace with which the worthy host invited him, without embarrassment or false shame, to partake of his splendid banquet. There was in that cordial and ingenuous ease something at once fatherly and childlike, which won the young man's heart. True to the law of generosity which he had imposed upon himself, Monsieur Antoine asked his guest no questions, and even avoided remarks which might suggest curiosity in disguise. The peasant seemed a little more uneasy, and was more reserved. But soon, being insensibly drawn into the general conversation which Monsieur Antoine and Dame Janil had begun, he laid aside his reserve, and allowed his glass to be filled so often that the traveler began to stare in amazement at a man capable of drinking so much, not only without losing his wits, but without departing from his usual self-possession and gravity. But with the master of the house it was very different. He had not drunk half of the contents of the jug beside him when his eyes began to kindle, his nose to turn red, and his hand to tremble. However, he did not lose his wits, even after all the jugs had been emptied by himself and his friend the peasant. For Janil, whether from economy or from natural sobriety, merely poured a few drops of wine into her water, and the traveler, having made a heroic effort to swallow the first bumper, abstained from further indulgence in that sour, cloudy, and execrable beverage. The two countrymen, however, seemed to enjoy it hugely. After a quarter of an hour, Jeanille, who could not live without moving about, left the table, took up her knitting, and began to work in the chimney corner, constantly scratching her head with her needle, but never disturbing the thin bands of hair, still black as a crow's wing, which protruded from under her cap. That spruce little old woman might once have been pretty. Her delicate profile did not lack distinction, and if she had been less affected, less intent upon appearing fashionable and knowing, our traveler would have been attracted to her as well. The other persons who, in the absence of the young lady, formed Monsieur Antoine's household, were a young peasant of some 15 years, wide awake and light-footed, who performed the functions of factotum, and an old hunting dog with a lifeless eye, thin flanks, and a melancholy, dreamy air. He lay beside his master and dropped asleep philosophically between every 2 mouthfuls that he gave him, calling him Monsieur with a gravely jocose air. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 1, by George Sand. Chapter 3. Monsieur Cardonnet. They had been at table more than an hour, and Monsieur Antoine seemed in no wise weary of sitting there. He and his friend the peasant lingered over their little cheeses and their great tankards with the majestic indifference which is almost an art in the native Berrichon, putting their knives alternately to that appetizing morsel, the odor of which was devoid of any agreeable quality. They cut it into small pieces, which they placed carefully on their earthenware plates, and ate crumb by crumb on their rye bread. Between every 2 mouthfuls they took a swallow of the native wine, after touching their glasses and exchanging such compliments as, "Here's to you, comrade," "Here's to you, Monsieur Antoine," or "Here's your good health, old fellow," "The same to you, master." At that rate the feast might well last all night, and the traveler, who had exhausted himself in efforts to appear to eat and drink, although he avoided doing it as far as possible, was beginning to find it difficult to contend against his drowsiness, when the conversation, which had thus far been concerned with the weather, the hay crop, the price of cattle, and the new growth of the vines, gradually took a turn which interested him deeply. "If this weather continues," said the peasant, listening to the rain which was falling in torrents, "the streams will fill up this month as they did in March. The Gargalesse is not in good humor, and Monsieur Cardonnet may suffer some damage." "So much the worse," rejoined Monsieur Antoine. "It would be a pity, for he has made some extensive and valuable improvements on that little stream." "True, but the little stream snaps its fingers at them," replied the peasant, "and for my part I don't think it would be such a great pity." "Yes, it would, yes, it would! That man has already spent more than 200,000 francs at Gargalesse, and it needs only a fit of temper on the part of the river, as we say, to ruin it all." "Well, would that be such a great misfortune, Monsieur Antoine?" "I don't say that it would be an irreparable misfortune for a man who is said to be worth 1,000,000, rejoined the châtelaine, who, in his sincerity, persisted in misunderstanding his guest's hostile feelings towards Monsieur Cardonnet. "But it would be a pity none the less." "And that is just why I should laugh in my sleeve if a little hard luck should make that hole in his purse." "That's a wicked feeling to have, old fellow. Why should you have a grudge against this stranger? He has never benefited or injured you or me. He has injured you, Monsieur Antoine, and me, and the whole province. Yes, I tell you that he has done it on purpose, and that he will keep on doing it to everybody. Let the buzzard's beak grow, and you'll see how he'll come down on your poultry yard." "Still your wrong-headed ideas, old fellow, for you have wrong-headed ideas, as I've told you 100 times. You are down on the man because he's rich. Is that his fault?" "Yes, monsieur, it is his fault. A man who started perhaps as low as I did, and who has gone ahead so fast, isn't an honest man." "Nonsense! What are you talking about? Do you imagine that a man can't make a fortune without stealing?" "I don't know anything about it, but I believe it. I know that you were born rich, and that you are not rich now. I know that I was born poor, and always shall be poor. And it's my opinion that if you'd gone off to some other country without paying your father's debts, and if I had made it my business to cheat and shave and scrape, we might both be riding in our carriages today. I beg your pardon if I offend you," added the peasant in a proud, uncompromising tone, addressing the young man, who gave very decided indications of painful excitement. "Monsieur," said the Chatelaine, "it may be that you know Monsieur Cardonnet, that you are in his employ, or are under some obligation to him. I beg you to pay no heed to what this worthy villager may say. He has exaggerated ideas on many subjects which he doesn't fully understand. You may be sure that he is neither malignant nor jealous at bottom, nor capable of inflicting the slightest injury on Monsieur Cardonnet." "I attach little importance to his words," replied the young stranger. "I am simply astonished, Monsieur le Comte, that a man whom you honor with your esteem should take pleasure in blackening another man's reputation, without having the slightest fact to allege against him, and without knowing anything of his antecedents. I have already asked your guest for some information concerning this Monsieur Cardonnet, whom he seems to hate personally, and he refused to give me any explanation of his sentiments. I leave it to you. Is it possible for one to base a just opinion on gratuitous imputations? And if you or I should form an opinion unfavorable to Monsieur Cardonnet, would not your guest have been guilty of an unworthy act?" "You speak according to my heart and my mind, young man," replied Monsieur Antoine. "You," he added, turning to his rustic guest, and striking the table angrily with his fist, while he looked at him with an expression in which affection and kindliness triumphed over displeasure, "you are wrong, and you will be good enough to tell us at once what grievance you have against the said Cardonnet, so that we can judge whether it has any force. If not, we shall consider that you have a soured mind and an evil tongue." "I have nothing to say more than everybody knows," replied the peasant calmly, and with no sign of being intimidated by the sermon. "We see things and judge them as we see them. But as this young man doesn't know Monsieur Cardonnet," he added, with a penetrating glance at the traveller, "and since he is so anxious to know what sort of man he is, do you tell him yourself, Monsieur Antoine. And when you have given the main facts, I will fill in the details. I will tell Monsieur the cause and the effect, and he can judge for himself, unless he has some better reason than mine for not saying what he thinks." "All right, I agree," said Monsieur Antoine, who paid less attention than his companion to the young man's increasing agitation. "I will tell things as they are, and if I go astray, I authorize Mère Genil, who has the memory and accuracy of an almanac, to interrupt and contradict me. As for you, you little rascal," he said, turning to the page in short jacket and wooden shoes, "try not to stare into the whites of my eyes so when I speak to you. Your fixed stare gives me the vertigo, and your wide-open mouth looks like a well that I may fall into. Well, what is it? What are you laughing at? Understand that a ne'er-do-well of your age should never presume to laugh in his master's presence. Stand behind me and behave as respectfully as monsieur." As he spoke he pointed to his dog, and his manner was so serious, and his voice so loud as he made the jest, that the traveller wondered if he were not subject to spasms of seigneurial domination, altogether out of keeping with his usual good nature. But a glance at the boy's face was enough to convince him that it was simply a game to which he was well used, for he cheerfully took his place beside the dog, and began to play with him, without a trace of sulkiness or shame. However, as Monsieur Antoine's manners were marked by an originality which could hardly be understood at the first meeting, the young man believed that he was beginning to grow light-headed by dint of much drinking, and he determined not to attach the least importance to what he was about to say. But it very rarely happened that the Count lost his head, even after he had lost his legs, and he had resorted to his favourite pastime of bantering his neighbours, only to divert the painful impression to which this discussion had given rise as between his guests. "Monsieur," he began, but he was at once interrupted by his dog, who, being also accustomed to his habit of jesting, concluded that he was the person addressed, and walked up to his master and touched his arm, capering as friskily as his age would permit. "Well, monsieur," he continued, looking down at him with a playful stare, "what does this mean? Since when have you been as ill-bred as a human being? Go to sleep at once, and don't you ever make me spill wine on the tablecloth again, or you'll have Dame Janille about your ears. It was on a fine spring day last year, young man," continued Monsieur Antoine. "Excuse me, monsieur," interposed Janille. "It was only the 19th of March, so it was still winter. Is it worth while haggling over a difference of 2 days? What is certain is that it was magnificent weather, as warm as it is in June, and quite dry too." "That's true enough," exclaimed the little groom, "for I couldn't water monsieur's horse at the little fountain." "That has nothing to do with it," said Monsieur Antoine, tapping the floor with his foot. "Hold your tongue, boy. You may speak when you're spoken to. Just open your ears in order to improve your mind and your heart, if there's room for improvement. I was saying then that I was returning from a country fair one beautiful day, and walking quietly along on foot, when I met a tall man, very handsome although he was little if any younger than I, and his black eyes and pale, almost yellow complexion gave him a somewhat harsh and forbidding look. He was in a cabriolet, driving down a steep hill, strewn with loose stones, as our fathers used to build roads, and was urging his horse forward, apparently unconscious of the danger. I could not help warning him. "Monsieur," said I, "no four-wheeled, three-wheeled, or two-wheeled carriage has ever gone down this hill in the memory of man. In my opinion it is likely to result in breaking your neck, even if it is not impossible, and if you prefer a road that is a little longer but much safer, I'll show you the way." "Much obliged," he replied, with just a suspicion of surliness. "This road seems to me practicable enough, and I promise you that my horse will come out all right." "That's your business," said I, and what I said was said from purely human motives. "I thank you, monsieur, and as you are so courteous, I shall be glad to reciprocate. You are on foot, going in the same direction that I am. If you will get in with me, you will reach the valley sooner, and I shall have the pleasure of your company." "All that is true," said Janille. "You told it just like that the same evening, except that you said that the gentleman had on a long blue overcoat." "Excuse me, Mademoiselle Janille," said the child. "Monsieur said black." Blue, I tell you, master upstart. No, Mère Genille, black. Blue, I am sure of it. I could swear it was black. Come, come, stop your quarreling. It was green, cried Monsieur Antoine. Don't interrupt again, Mère Genille, and you naughty varlet, go to the kitchen and see if I am there, or put your tongue in your pocket, take your choice. I would rather listen, monsieur. I won't speak again. Now then, continued the chatelaine, I hesitated a moment between the fear of breaking my bones if I accepted, and of being considered a coward if I refused. After all, I said to myself, this fellow doesn't look like a lunatic, and seems to have no reason for risking his life. I have no doubt he has a wonderful horse and an excellent wagon. I took my place beside him, and we began to descend the precipice at a fast trot, without a single false step on the part of the horse, or a moment's loss of resolution and self-possession on the part of the master. He talked to me about this thing and that, and asked me many questions about the province, and I confess that I answered a little crookedly, for I was not altogether easy in my mind. So far so good, I said to him, when we reached the bank of the Gargalesse without accident. We have come safely down the breakneck, but we can't cross the water here. It's as low as possible, but even so, it is not fordable at this point. We must go up a little way to the left. Do you call this water? Said he, shrugging his shoulders. For my part, I see nothing but stones and rushes. Nonsense! The idea of turning aside for a dry stream! As you choose, I rejoined, a little mortified. His scornful audacity stung me. I knew that he was going straight into a veritable gulf, and yet, as I am not naturally a coward, and as I did not like the idea of being called one, I declined his offer to allow me to get down. I would have liked him to be punished by having reason to be well frightened, even at the expense of having a dip in the river myself, although I don't like water. But I had neither the satisfaction nor the mortification. The cabriolet did not founder. In the center of the stream, which has dug out a channel, with beveled edges, so to speak, in that spot, the horse was in up to his nostrils. The carriage was lifted up by the current. The gentleman in the green overcoat, for it was green, Genille, lashed the horse. She lost her footing, floundered, swam, and by a miracle landed us on the bank, with no other injury than a rather cool foot bath. I did not lose my wits. I can swim as well as any man, but my companion admitted that he knew no more about it than a stick of wood, and yet he had neither faltered, nor swore, nor changed color. He's a plucky fellow, I thought, and his self-possession did not displease me, although there was something scornful in his perfect tranquillity, as there is in the devil's laugh. If you are going to Gargalesse, we can go on together, for I am going there too, I said. Very good, he replied. Where is Gargalesse? Oh, then you are not going there? I am not going anywhere today, said he, and I am ready to go anywhere. I am not superstitious, monsieur, and yet my old nurse's stories came into my mind, I don't know why, and I had a moment of idiotic distrust, as if I were sitting beside Satan in a cabriolet. I glanced furtively at this individual, who traveled thus across mountains and rivers, with no end in view, apparently just for the pleasure of exposing himself or me with him to danger. And I, like a booby, had let him persuade me to get into his infernal gig. Seeing that I did not speak, he thought it advisable to reassure me. My way of traveling about the country surprises you, I see, he said. The fact is that I propose to set up a manufacturing establishment in whatever place seems to me the most suitable. I have some money to invest. Whether for myself or for other people is of little consequence to you, I suppose, but you can help me with a few hints to attain my object. Very good, I said, my confidence being fully restored when I found that he talked sensibly. But before advising you, I must know what sort of an establishment you propose to set up. If you will answer all the questions I ask you, that will be enough, he said, evading my question. For example, what is the maximum force of this little stream we have just crossed, between this spot and the point where it empties into the Creuse? It is very irregular. You have just seen it at its minimum. But freshets are frequent and tremendous. And if you choose to inspect the principal mill, formerly the property of the religious community of Gargalesse, you will be convinced of the havoc wrought by the torrent, of the constant damage suffered by that poor old building, and of the utter folly of laying out much money on it. But by laying out money, monsieur, the unruly forces of nature can be confined. Where the poor rustic mill goes under, the powerful, solidly built factory will triumph. True, I replied, in every river the big fish eat the little ones. He did not take up that suggestion, but continued to question me as we drove along. I, being obliging as a matter of duty, and something of an idler by nature, took him everywhere. We went into several mills. He talked with the millers, examined everything with great care, and returned to Gargalesse, where he talked with the mayor and the principal men of the town, requesting me to introduce him to them at once. He accepted the cure's invitation to dinner, allowed himself to be made much of without ceremony, and hinted that he was in a position to render greater services than he received. He talked little, but listened eagerly and asked questions about all manner of things, including some that seemed to have little connection with business. For instance, whether the people in this neighborhood were sincerely pious or only superstitious, whether the bourgeois were fond of luxuries or sacrificed them to economy, whether the prevailing opinion was liberal or democratic, of what sort of men the general council of the department was made up, and heaven knows what else. At night he hired a guide, and went to Le Pin to sleep, and I did not see him again for 3 days. Then he drove by Châteaubrun, and stopped at my door to thank me, he said, for the courtesy I had shown him, but in reality, I think, to ask me some more questions. I shall return in a month, he said, as he took leave of me, and I think that I shall decide on Gargalesse. It is central, and I like the place, and I have an idea that your little stream, to which you give such a bad name, will not be very difficult to subdue. It will cost me less to control it than the Creuse, and, moreover, the little risk that we ran in crossing it, and that we overcame, makes me think that it is my destiny to conquer in this spot. And with that he left me. That man was Monsieur Cardonnet. Less than 3 weeks after, he returned with an English mill engineer, and several mechanics of the same nation, and since then he has kept earth and stone and iron constantly in commotion at Gargalesse. Being entirely absorbed by his work, he rises before daybreak, and is the last to go to bed. No matter what the weather may be, he is in the mud up to his knees. Not a movement on the part of his workmen escapes him. He knows the why and how of everything, and is pushing forward the construction of an enormous mill, a dwelling house, with garden and buildings, sheds, dams, roads, and bridges, in a word, a magnificent establishment. During his absence, his agents had managed the purchase of the property without allowing his name to appear. He paid a high price, but people thought at first that he didn't understand business and that he had come here to take it easy. They laughed at him still more when he increased the wages of his workmen, and when, to induce the municipal council to allow him to divert the course of the stream as he chose, he agreed to build a road, which cost him an enormous sum. They said, "He's a fool. The extravagance of his plans will ruin him." But after all is said, I believe he's as shrewd as most men, and I will wager that he will prove to be successful in his choice of a location, and in the investment of his money. The stream troubled him a good deal last autumn, but luckily it has been very quiet this spring, and he will have time to finish his buildings before the rains come again, if we have no unusual storms during the summer. He does things on a large scale, and puts in more money than is necessary. That's the truth. But if he has a passion for finishing quickly what he has begun, and has the means and the inclination to pay a high price for the sweat of the poor laboring man's brow, where is the harm? It seems to me that it's an extremely good thing, on the contrary, and that instead of calling the man a harebrained fool, as some do, or a crafty speculator, as others do, we ought to thank him for bestowing on our province the advantage of industrial activity, I have said. Now let the other side take its turn. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 1, by George Sand. Translation by George Burnham Ives. Chapter 4. The Vision. Before the peasant, who had continued to nibble at his bread with a thoughtful expression, was prepared to begin, the young man thanked Monsieur Antoine warmly for his narrative and for his generous interpretation of Monsieur Cardonnet's course. Without admitting that he was in any way connected with that gentleman, he seemed to be deeply touched by the judgment of his character, which the Comte de Châteaubrun expressed, and he added, "Yes, monsieur, I believe that by seeking the best side of things one goes astray less often than by doing the opposite. A determined speculator would be parsimonious in the details of his undertaking, and then one would be justified in suspecting his rectitude. But when we see an intelligent and active man pay handsomely for labor—" "One moment, if you please," interposed the peasant. "You are upright men and noble hearts. I am glad to believe it of this young gentleman, as I am sure of it in your case, Monsieur Antoine. But, meaning no offense, I will venture to tell you that you see no farther than the end of your nose. Look you, I will suppose that I have a large sum of money to invest, and that my purpose is not to obtain simply a fair and legitimate return from it, as it is right for everybody to do, but to double or treble my capital in a few years. I am not foolish enough to announce my purpose to the people I am forced to ruin. I begin by wheedling them, by making a show of generosity, and, to remove all distrust, by making myself appear, if need be, a brainless prodigal. That done, I have my dupes where I want them. I have sacrificed 100,000 francs, I will say, on those little wiles. 100,000 francs is a deal of money for the province. But, so far as I am concerned, if I have several millions, it's simply the bonus that I pay. Everybody likes me, although some laugh at my simplicity. The greater number pity me and esteem me. No one takes any precautions. Time flies fast, and my brain still faster. I have cast the net, and all the fish are nibbling. First, the little ones, the small fry that you swallow without anyone noticing it. Then the big ones, until they have all disappeared." "What do you mean by all your metaphors?" said Monsieur Antoine, shrugging his shoulders. "If you go on talking figuratively, I'm going to sleep. Come, hurry, it's getting late." "What I mean is plain enough," continued the peasant. "When I have once ruined all the small concerns that competed with me, I become a more powerful lord than your ancestors were before the Revolution, Monsieur Antoine. I govern over the head of the laws, and while I have a poor devil locked up for the slightest peccadillo, I take the liberty to do whatever pleases me, or suits my convenience. I take everybody's property, with their daughters and wives thrown in, if they take my fancy. I control the business and supplies of a whole department. By my skill, I have forced down the price of crops. But when everything is in my hands, I raise prices to suit myself, and as soon as I can safely do it, I obtain a monopoly and starve the people. And then it's a small matter to kill off competition. I soon get control of the money, which is the key to everything. I do a banking business on the sly, wholesale and retail. I oblige so many people that I am everybody's creditor, and everybody belongs to me. People find out that they no longer like me, but they see that I am to be feared, and the most powerful handle me carefully, while the small fry tremble and sigh all about me. However, as I have some intelligence and cunning, I play the great man from time to time. I rescue a few families, I contribute to some charitable organization. It is a method of greasing the wheel of my fortune, which rolls on the more rapidly for it. For people begin again to have a little esteem for me. I am no longer considered kind-hearted and foolish, but just and great. From the prefect of the department to the village curé, and from the curé to the beggar, everyone is in the hollow of my hand. But the whole province suffers, and no one detects the cause. No other fortune than mine will increase, and every modest competence will shrink, because I shall have dried up all the springs of wealth, raised the price of the necessaries of life, and lowered that of the superfluities, just the reverse of what should be. The dealer will find himself in trouble, and the consumer too. But I shall prosper because I shall be, by virtue of my wealth, the only resource of dealer and consumer alike. And at last people will say, "What in heaven's name is happening? The small tradesmen are stripped, and the small buyers are stripped. We have more pretty houses and more fine clothes staring us in the face than we used to have, and all those things cost less, so they say, but we haven't a sou in our pockets. We have all been frantic to make a show, and now we are consumed by debts. But Monsieur Cardonnet isn't responsible for it all, for he does good, and if it weren't for him we should all be ruined. Let us make haste and do something for Monsieur Cardonnet. Let him be mayor, prefect, deputy, minister, king, if possible, and the province is saved." That, monsieur, is the way I would make other people carry me on their backs, if I were Monsieur Cardonnet, and it is what I am very sure Monsieur Cardonnet intends to do. Now tell me that I am wrong to look askance at him, that I am a prophet of evil, and that nothing of what I predict will happen. God grant that you may be right. But for my part, I can feel the hail coming in the distance, and there is only one hope that sustains me. It is that the stream will be less foolish than men, that it will not allow itself to be bridled by the fine machines they put between its teeth, and that some fine morning it will give Monsieur Cardonnet's mills a body blow that will sicken him of playing with it, and will induce him to take his capital and its consequences and carry it somewhere else. Now I have said my say. If I have formed a hasty judgment, may God who has heard me forgive me." The peasant had spoken with great animation. The fire of keen insight darted from his blue eyes, and a smile of sorrowful indignation played about his mobile lips. The traveler examined that strongly marked face, shaded by a heavy, grizzly beard, wrinkled by fatigue, by exposure to the air, perhaps by disappointment as well. And despite the pain that his language caused, he could not help thinking him handsome, and admiring, in the facility with which he bluntly expressed his thoughts, a sort of natural eloquence instinct with sincerity and love of justice. For although his words, of which we have failed to express all the rustic homeliness, were simple and sometimes vulgar, His gestures were emphatic, and the tone of his voice commanded attention. A feeling of profound depression had taken possession of his hearers, while he drew without any artifice, and unsparingly, the portrait of the pitiless and persevering rich man. The wine had had no effect upon him, and every time that he raised his eyes to the young man's face, he seemed to look into his very soul, and sternly question him. Monsieur Antoine, although slightly affected by the weight of the wine he was carrying, had lost nothing of his harangue, and submitting as usual to the ascendancy of that mind, of stouter temper than his own, he heaved a deep sigh from time to time. When the peasant had finished, "May God forgive you indeed, my friend, if your judgment is at fault," he said, raising his glass as an offering to the Deity. "And if you are right, may Providence avert such a scourge from the heads of the poor and weak." "Listen to me, Monsieur de Châteaubrun, and you too, my friend," cried the young man, taking a hand of each of his companions in his own. "God, who hears all the words of man, and who reads their real sentiments in the depths of their hearts, knows that these evils are not to be dreaded, and that your apprehensions are only chimeras. I know the man of whom you speak, I know him well, and although his face is cold, his character obstinate, his intellect active and strong, I will answer to you for the loyalty of his purposes, and the noble use he will make of his fortune. There is something alarming, I agree, in the firmness of his will, and I am not surprised that his inflexible manner has caused a sort of vertigo here, as if a supernatural being had appeared in the midst of your peaceful fields. But that strength of purpose is based upon moral and religious principles, which make him, if not the mildest and most affable of men, the most rigidly just and the most royally generous." "So much the better, deuce take it," rejoined the Chatelaine, clinking his glass against the peasant's. "I drink to your health, and I am happy to have reason to esteem a man when I am on the point of cursing him. Come, don't be obstinate, old fellow, but believe this young man, who talks like a book, and knows more about the subject than you and I do. Why, he says that he knows Cardonnet, that he knows him well. What more do you want? He will answer for him, so we need not worry any more. And now, friends, let us go to bed," continued the Chatelaine, delighted to accept the guarantee of a man of whom he knew nothing at all, not even his name. For a man of whom he knew little, the clock is striking 11, and that's an undue hour. "I am going to take my leave of you," said the traveller, "and continue my journey, asking your permission to come soon to thank you for your kindness." "You shall not go away tonight," cried Monsieur Antoine. "It is impossible. It rains bucketfuls. The roads are drowned, and you couldn't see your own feet. If you persist in going, I never want to see you again." He was so urgent, and the storm was in fact so fierce, that the young man was fain to accept the proffered hospitality. Sylvain Charasson, that was the name of the page, brought a lantern, and Monsieur Antoine, taking the traveller's arm, guided him among the ruins of the manor house in search of a bedroom. All the floors of the square pavilion were occupied by the Châteaubrun family, but in addition to that small wing, which was intact and recently restored, there was an enormous tower on the other side of the courtyard, the oldest part, the highest, the thickest, the most impervious of the whole pile, the rooms which it contained, one above another, being arched with stone, and even more solidly constructed than the square pavilion. The band of speculators who had purchased the chateau several years before for purposes of demolition, and had carried away all the wood and iron to the last door hinge, had found nothing to demolish on the lower floors, and Monsieur Antoine had had one floor cleaned and closed for use on the rare occasions when he had an opportunity to entertain a guest. It had been a great display of magnificence on the poor fellow's part to replace the doors and windows, and put a bed and a few chairs in that apartment, which was not necessary for the accommodation of his family. He had made the effort cheerfully, saying to Genil, "It isn't everything to be comfortable yourself. You must think about being able to give your neighbor shelter." And yet, when the young man entered that dismal feudal donjon, and found himself, as it were, confined in a jail, his heart sank, and he would gladly have followed the peasant, who went, as his custom was, to lie on the fresh straw with Sylvain Charasson. But Monsieur Antoine was so pleased and so proud to be able to do the honors of a guest chamber, despite his poverty, that his young guest felt bound to accept for his lodgings one of the frowning prisons of the Middle Ages. However, there was a good fire in the huge fireplace, and the bed, which consisted of a mattress of oat chaff, with a thick quilt spread upon it, was not to be despised. Everything was cheap and clean. The young man soon drove away the melancholy thoughts that assail every traveler quartered in such a place, and despite the rumbling of the thunder, the cries of the night birds, and the roar of the wind and rain, which shook his windows, while the rats made furious assaults upon his door, he was soon sound asleep. His sleep, however, was disturbed by strange dreams, and he had a sort of nightmare just before dawn, as if it were impossible to pass the night in a place stained with the mysterious crimes of feudal days, without being made the victim of painful visions. He dreamed that Monsieur Cardonnet entered the room, and as he struggled to get out of bed and run to meet him, he made an imperative sign to him not to stir. Then, coming to him with an impassive air, he climbed on his chest, paying no heed to his groans, and giving no indication upon his stony face that he was aware of the agony he caused him. Crushed beneath that terrible weight, the sleeper struggled in vain for a space that seemed to him more than a century, and he had the death rattle in his throat when he succeeded in rousing himself. But although the day was beginning to break, and he could see everything in the tower distinctly, he remained so completely under the influence of his dream that he fancied that he still saw that inflexible face before his eyes, and felt the weight of a body as heavy as a mountain of brass on his crushed and sunken chest. He arose and walked around the room several times before returning to bed, for although he was anxious to make an early start, he was overcome by an unconquerable feeling of prostration. But his eyes were no sooner closed than the spectre recurred to his determination to stifle him, until, feeling that he was at the point of death, the young man cried out in a broken voice, "Father, father, what have I done to you, and why have you determined to murder your own son?" The sound of his own voice woke him, and finding that he was still pursued by the apparition, he ran to the window and opened it. As soon as the cool outer air entered that low room, in the atmosphere of which there was something lethargic, the hallucination vanished, and he dressed in haste, in order to leave the place where he had been the plaything of such a cruel fancy. But notwithstanding all his efforts to think of something else, he could not shake off a feeling of painful disquietude, and the guest chamber of Châteaubrun seemed to him even more dismal than on the night before. The dull gray light enabled him at last to see the whole of the chateau from his window. It was literally nothing but a heap of ruins, the still magnificent ruins of a seigneurial abode built at different periods. The courtyard overgrown with weeds, through which the infrequent going and coming of a family reduced to the strict necessaries of life had worn only 2 or 3 narrow paths, from the large tower to the small one, and from the well to the main entrance, was surrounded opposite his window by crumbling walls, which could be recognized as the foundations and lower courses of several buildings, among others a dainty chapel, of which the pediment, with a pretty rose window, surrounded by festoons of ivy, was still standing. At the end of the courtyard, in the center of which was a large well, rose the dismantled skeleton of what had once been the principal abiding place of the lords of Châteaubrun, from the time of François I to the Revolution. This once sumptuous edifice was now naught but a shapeless skeleton, open on all sides, a strange mass of ruins, to which the crumbling away of the interior partitions imparted an appearance of enormous height. Neither the towers in which the graceful spiral staircases were enclosed, nor the great frescoed rooms, nor the beautiful mantels of carved stone had been respected by the hammer of the demolisher, and some few vestiges of this splendor which they had been unable to reach, some fragments of richly decorated friezes, some garlands of leaves carved by the skilful craftsmen of the Renaissance, and an escutcheon bearing the arms of France crossed by the baton of bastardy, all of fine white stone, which time had not yet been able to darken, presented the melancholy spectacle of a work of art remorselessly sacrificed to the brutal law of necessity. When young Cardonnet turned his eyes toward the small pavilion occupied by the last scion of a once wealthy and illustrious family, he felt a thrill of compassion as he reflected that there was in that pavilion a young woman whose ancestresses had had pages, vassals, fine horses, and packs of hounds, whereas this inheritress of a ghastly ruin was destined perhaps, like the Princess Nausicaa, to wash her own linen at the fountain. As he made this reflection, he saw a little round window on the upper floor of the square pavilion open gently, and a woman's head, supported by the loveliest neck imaginable, lean forward as if to speak to someone in the courtyard. Emile Cardonnet, although he belonged to a generation of myopes, had excellent sight, and the distance was not so great that he could not distinguish the features belonging to that graceful blonde head, whose hair the wind tossed about in some confusion. It seemed to him what in fact it was, an angel's head, arrayed in all the bloom of youth, sweet and noble at the same time. The tone of the voice was fascinating, and the pronunciation was remarkably elegant. "So it rained all night, did it, Jean?" she said. "See how full of water the courtyard is. All the fields I can see from my window are like ponds." "It's a regular deluge, my dear child," the peasant, who seemed to be an intimate friend of the family, replied from below. "A genuine waterspout. I don't know whether the worst of the storm broke here or somewhere else, but I never saw the fountains so full." "The roads must be all washed out, Jean, and you had better stay here. Is father awake?" "Not yet, Gilberte, but Mère Janille is up and about." "Will you ask her to come up to my room, my old Jean? I have something to ask her." "I will go at once." The girl closed the window, without apparently noticing that the traveller's window was open, and that he was standing there looking at her. A moment later he was in the courtyard, where the rain had transformed the paths into little torrents, and he found Sylvain Charasson in the stable, cleaning his horse and Monsieur Antoine's, and discussing the effects of such a terrible night with the peasant, whose Christian name Emile Cardonnet had learned at last. The night before, this man had caused him a sort of indefinable uneasiness, as if there were something mysterious and fateful about him. He had noticed that Monsieur Antoine had not once called him by name, and that on several occasions, when Janille had been on the point of doing so, he had warned her with a glance to be careful. They called him only friend, comrade, or old fellow, and it seemed that his name was a secret which they did not choose to divulge. Who could this man be, who had the outward aspect and the language of a peasant, and who nevertheless carried his gloomy anticipations so far, and his severe criticism to such a point? Emile strove to enter into conversation with him, but to no purpose. He was even more reserved than on the preceding day, and when he was questioned concerning the damage done by the storm, he replied simply, I advise you to lose no time in starting for Gargalesse if you want to find any bridges across the stream, for in less than 2 hours there'll be a most infernal DRIBE there." "What do you mean by that? I don't understand that word." "You don't know what a DRIBE is? Well, you will see one today, and you'll never forget it. Good day, monsieur. Be off at once, for your friend Cardonnet will be in trouble before long." And he turned away without another word. Impelled by a vague feeling of alarm, Emile hastily saddled his horse himself, and said to Chârason, tossing him a piece of money, "Tell your master, my boy, that I have gone without taking leave of him, but that I shall come again soon to thank him for his kindness to me." He was riding through the gateway when Janille came running up to detain him. She insisted on waking Monsieur Antoine. Mademoiselle was dressing. Breakfast would be ready in a moment. The roads were too wet. It was going to rain again. The young man, with many thanks, succeeded in escaping from her hospitable attentions, and made her also a present, which she seemed very glad to accept. But he had not reached the foot of the hill when he heard a horse trotting behind him, his great heavy feet just raising the ground. It was Sylvain Chârason, mounted on Monsieur Antoine's mare, with no other bridle than a rope halter passed between the animal's teeth, riding hastily after him. "I am going to guide you, monsieur," he cried, as he passed him. "Mademoiselle Janille says you'll kill yourself, as you don't know the roads, and that's the truth, too." "All right, but take the shortest road," replied the young man. "Never fear," rejoined the rustic page, and plying his clogs, he urged the hollow-backed mare into a fast trot, her huge stomach stuffed with hay unmixed with oats, presenting a striking contrast to her thin flanks and bony chest. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 1, by George Sand. Translation by George Burnham Ives. Chapter 5. The Dribe. The slopes, crowned by Châteaubrun, were so steep that the young man and his new guide were delayed by no torrent of any size, and soon reached the valley. But as they rode rapidly by a small pond full to the brim, the boy exclaimed, with a glance of amazement, "The Font Margot full! That means a lot of damage in the lowlands. We shall have trouble crossing the river. Let's hurry, monsieur." He urged the mare to a gallop, and despite her ungainly build and her broad flat feet, embellished with a fringe of long hair that trailed on the ground, she picked her way over the uneven ground with remarkable skill and sureness of foot. The extensive plains of this region form great plateaus broken by ravines, which, with their abrupt and deep declivities, make veritable mountains to ascend and descend. After riding about an hour, our travelers found themselves opposite the valley of Gargalesse, and a fascinating landscape was spread out before them. The village of Gargalesse, built like a sugar loaf on a steep knoll, and overlooked by its pretty church and its ancient monastery, seemed to rise from the depths of the precipices, and the boy pointed out to Emile a number of enormous buildings, entirely new and of fine appearance, at the bottom of the steepest of those precipices, saying, "Look, monsieur, there are Monsieur Cardonnet's buildings." It was the first time that Emile, who was a law student at Poitiers, and passed his vacations at Paris, had visited the region where his father had been engaged for a year past in an important undertaking. The natural aspect of the spot seemed to him beautiful, and he was grateful to his parents for having happened upon a location where industry could flourish without banishing the influences of poesy. They had still some distance to ride across the plateau before reaching the slope, where all the details of the landscape could be embraced in a single glance. As Emile approached the edge, he discovered new beauties, and the convent chateau of Gargalesse, planted proudly on the rock over the Cardonnet factories, seemed a decoration placed there designedly to crown the whole picture. The sides of the ravine, into which the little stream flowed swiftly, were covered with hardy vegetation, and the young man, who involuntarily allowed his attention to be absorbed by the external aspect of his new inheritance, observed with satisfaction that, amid the clearing away that had to be done to install the establishment in such a thickly wooded spot, they had spared some magnificent old trees, which were the noblest ornament of the dwelling house. This house, situated a little behind the factory, was convenient, tasteful, simple in its richness, and the fact that there were curtains at almost all the windows indicated that it was already occupied. It was surrounded by a fine garden, terraced along the stream, and from afar he could distinguish the bright colors of the blooming plants, which had been substituted as if by enchantment for the willow stumps and pools of stagnant water with which the banks were formerly bordered. The young man's heart beat fast when he saw a woman descend the steps of this modern chateau and walk slowly among her favorite flowers, for it was his mother. He threw up his arms and waved his cap to attract her attention, but without success. Madame Cardonnet was intent upon examining her horticultural pets. She did not expect her son until evening. On a more open space, Emile saw the complicated, scientifically constructed buildings of the factory, and 50 or more busy workmen moving amid the medley of materials of all sorts, some cutting stone, others preparing the mortar, others trimming rafters, others loading carts drawn by enormous horses. As it was absolutely necessary to descend the steep road at a foot-pace, little Charasson found opportunity to speak. "This is a bad place, isn't it, monsieur? Keep a tight rein on your horse. It would be a good thing if Monsieur Cardonnet would build a road to take people from our house to his factory. See what fine roads he's built in other directions, and the pretty bridges, all of stone, you see. Before he came, you had to wet your feet crossing the river in summer, and in winter you didn't cross at all. He's the kind of man that everybody ought to kiss the ground he walks on." "So you don't agree with your friend Jean, who says so much ill of him?" "Oh, Jean, Jean! You needn't pay much attention to his croaking. He's a man who has ennui, and he sees everything crooked lately, although he isn't an unkind man, not at all. But he's the only man hereabout who talks like that. Everybody else is all in favor of Monsieur Cardonnet. He isn't stingy, I tell you. He talks a little hard, he pushes his workmen a little, but bless me, he pays. You ought to see the wages he pays. And if you do break your back working, if you're well paid, you ought to be satisfied, eh, monsieur?" The young man stifled a sigh. He did not absolutely agree with Monsieur Sylvain Charasson's theory of economic compensations, and however much he might desire to approve his father's course, he could not see very clearly how wages could replace the loss of health and life. "I'm surprised not to see him on his workmen's backs," added the page of Châteaubrun ingenuously and with no malicious intent, "for he isn't in the habit of giving them much time to breathe. Ah, indeed, he's a man to push work ahead. He isn't like Mère Genille at our house, who's always making a noise and never lets other people do anything. He doesn't seem to move about, but anyone would say he did the work with his eyes. When a workman speaks or puts down his pick to light his pipe, or just takes a little bit of a nap at noon in the heat of the day, he'll say, without losing his temper, 'Look here, you can't smoke or sleep comfortably here. Go home, you'll be more comfortable.' And that's all. He won't employ him again for a week, and the second time it's a month, and the third he's done for good." Emile sighed again. He recognized his father's inflexible severity in these details, and he had to turn his thoughts toward the presumed object of his efforts in order to be reconciled to his methods. "Ah, Pardine, there he is!" cried the boy, pointing to Monsieur Cardonnet, whose tall figure and dark clothes were discernible on the other bank. "He's looking at the water. Perhaps he's afraid of the Dribe, although he usually says it's all nonsense." "So the Dribe is a freshet, is it?" queried Emile, beginning to understand the word, a corruption of dérive. "Yes, monsieur, it's like a waterspout that comes with great storms. But the storm has passed, and the Dribe hasn't come. And I believe Jean was all wrong in his prophesying. And yet, monsieur, look at the water, how low it is. It's almost dried up since yesterday, and that's a bad sign. Let's hurry across. It may come any minute." They quickened their pace and easily forded the first arm of the stream. But in the effort that Emile's horse made to climb the somewhat steep bank of the little island, he broke his girths, and his rider had to dismount and try to fix his saddle. It was not an easy task, and in his haste to join his parents, Emile bungled over it. The knot that he had made slipped when he put his foot in the stirrup, and Charasson was obliged to cut off a piece of the rope he was using for a bridle in order to make the necessary repairs. All this took some time, during which their attention was wholly diverted from the disaster Sylvain dreaded. The island was covered with a dense growth of willows, which made it impossible for them to look 10 yards in any direction. Suddenly a noise like the prolonged rumble of thunder reached their ears. Emile, mistaking the cause of the noise, looked up at the sky, which was perfectly clear overhead. But the child turned pale as death. "The Dribe!" he cried. "The Dribe! We must run for it, monsieur!" They crossed the island at a gallop, but before they were clear of the willow scrub, they were met by waves of yellowish water covered with foam. It was already up to their horses' breasts when they found themselves face to face with the swollen torrent, which was spreading furiously over the surrounding country. Emile would have attempted to cross, but his guide clung to him. "No, monsieur, no!" he cried. "It's too late. See the force of the stream and the logs it's bringing down. No man or beast could go through that. Let us leave the horses, monsieur. Let us leave the horses. Perhaps they will have sense enough to save themselves, but it's too much of a risk for Christians. Look, there's the footbridge gone. Do as I do, monsieur. Do as I do, or you're a dead man." And Charasson, who already had the water up to his shoulders, began to run nimbly up a tree. Emile, judging from the fury of the torrent, which increased a foot in depth every second, that courage would be sheer folly, and thinking of his mother, decided to follow the little peasant's example. "Not that one, monsieur, not that one!" cried the boy, seeing him start to climb an aspen. "That's too weak, it will be carried away like a straw. Come up here by me. For the love of God, climb my tree." Emile, recognizing the wisdom of Sylvain's suggestion, for the child, in the midst of his terror, lost neither his presence of mind nor the commendable desire to save his neighbor, ran to the old oak to which he was clinging, and soon succeeded in reaching a position not far from him, on a stout branch several feet above the water. But they had soon to abandon that post to the angry element, which continued to rise, and ascending in their turn from branch to branch, they succeeded in saving their lives. When the inundation had reached its highest point, Emile was far enough from the ground to see what was taking place in the valley. He concealed himself as well as he could in the foliage to avoid being seen from the house, and imposed silence on Sylvain, who wished to call for help, for he was afraid that his parents, especially his mother, would be terribly frightened if they should discover his presence and his perilous situation. He could see his father, who was watching the effects of the DRIBE, and retreating slowly as the water rose in his garden and invaded the whole factory. He seemed to give ground regretfully below that scourge of the valley which he had contemned, and which he pretended to contemn still. At last he saw him distinctly, standing at one of the windows of his house with Madame Cardonnet, while the workmen scattered and fled to the highland, leaving their jackets and implements in the mud. Some, taken by surprise by the deluge in the lower floors of the factory, had gone up hastily to the roof, and although the more far-sighted may have rejoiced secretly because that disaster promised a prolongation of their lucrative employment, the majority yielded to a natural feeling of consternation when they found the result of their labors lost or endangered. The stones, the newly rough-cast walls, the freshly hewn timbers, everything that did not offer much resistance, was floating about at random amid eddying masses of foam. The bridges, barely finished, were swept away, being torn from the newly built piers, which were unequal to the task of supporting them. The garden was half under water, and the sashes of the greenhouse, the boxes of flowers, and the gardeners' wheelbarrows could be seen sailing swiftly away among the trees. Suddenly loud cries were heard in the factory. A huge piece of timber had been driven violently against the underpinning of the principal machine, and the building seemed on the point of falling in under the violent shock. There were at least 12 persons, men, women, and children, on the roof. They all shrieked and wept. Emile felt a cold perspiration start out all over him. Heedless of the perils to which he himself was exposed, if the oak should be uprooted, he was horrified at the impending fate of those families whom he saw running wildly about in their distress. He was on the point of jumping into the water to fly to their assistance, but he heard his father's powerful voice shouting to them from the stoop, with the aid of a speaking trumpet, "Don't stir! The raft is nearly finished. There is no danger where you are." Such was the master's ascendancy that they became calm, and Emile himself instinctively yielded to it. On the other side of the island there was a far more desolating spectacle. The villagers were running after their cattle, the women after their children. Piercing shrieks directed Emile's attention more particularly toward a point which the vegetation concealed from his eyes. But he soon saw a powerful man near the opposite bank, swimming and carrying a child. The current was less strong on that side than it was at the factory, and yet the swimmer seemed to be making his way through the water with extraordinary difficulty, and several times the water covered him completely. "I will go and help him," cried Emile, moved even to tears, and preparing once more to jump from the tree. "No, monsieur, no!" cried Chérasson, holding him back. "See, he's out of the current now. He's safe. He isn't swimming now. He's walking in the mud. Poor man! What a hard time he had! But the child isn't dead. He's crying and yelling like a little devil. Poor little fellow! Don't cry any more. You're safe. But look, will you? May the devil fly away with me if it wasn't old Jean who pulled him out of the water! Yes, monsieur, yes, it's Jean. He's a brave fellow, I tell you. Ah, see how the father thanks him, how the mother hugs his legs, and yet they're not very clean, those poor legs of his. Ah, monsieur, Jean has a big heart, and there's not his like in the world. If he knew we were here, he'd come and help us out of the scrape. I have a mind to call him." "Do nothing of the kind. We are safe, and he would risk his life again. Yes, I see that he's a fine fellow. Is he any relative to the child and to those people?" "No, monsieur, no. They are the Michauds, and they're nothing to him, or to me either. But when anything goes wrong anywhere, Jean is sure to turn up, and where no one else would dare to take the risk, he'll go ahead. even when there's nothing at all, not even a glass of wine to be made by it. But the good Lord knows that this country isn't healthy for Jean, and that this is hardly the place for him." "Why, is he exposed to any other danger at Gargales than that of being drowned, like everybody else?" Sylvain did not reply, and seemed to blame himself for having said too much. "The water is falling a little," he said, to divert Emile's attention. "In a couple of hours, perhaps, we can go back the way we came. But it will be 6 hours at least before we can cross over to Monsieur Cardonnet's." This prospect was not very attractive. However, Emile, who was determined not to alarm his parents at any price, resigned himself to it as best he could. But a fresh incident caused him to change his mind before half an hour had passed. The water receded rapidly from the highest points it had flooded, and on the other side of the lake it had formed, between him and his father's abode, he saw some workmen leading 2 horses toward the house, one entirely bare, the other saddled and bridled. "Our beasts, monsieur," said Sylvain Charasson. "God bless me, both our beasts have come out safe. I supposed my poor mare was in the Creuse before this. Ah, Monsieur Antoine will be glad enough when I bring back his lanterne. She'll have earned her oats, and perhaps Janil won't refuse to give her a peck. And your black, monsieur, you're not sorry to see him on his feet, are you? He must know how to swim a little." Emile rapidly considered what would happen. Monsieur Cardonnet did not know his horse, to be sure, for he had bought him en route, but they would open the valise, they would soon discover that it belonged to him, and their first thought would be that he was dead. He speedily decided to show himself, and after many attempts to make his voice heard above that of the torrent, whose fury was only slightly abated, he succeeded in making the people on the roof of the factory understand that he was there, and that Monsieur and Madame Cardonnet must be so informed at once. The news passed from mouth to mouth, through the various places of refuge, as quickly as he could wish, and he soon espied his mother at the window, waving her handkerchief, and his father in person on a raft, propelled by 2 strong men, who were pushing out into the current with dogged determination. Emile succeeded in turning them back by shouting to them, not without many words lost, and repeated again and again that he was safe, that they must wait a while longer before coming to him, and that the most important thing was to set free the persons who were imprisoned in the factory. Everything was done as he desired, and when there was no longer any danger for anyone, he climbed down from the tree, stepped in the water up to his middle, and walked to meet the raft, holding little Charasson under the arms and helping him to keep his footing. 3 hours after the passage of the Dribe, Emile and his guide were in front of a good fire. Madame Cardonnet was covering her child with kisses and tears, and the page of Châteaubrun, no less petted than he, was describing eloquently the perils they had overcome. Emile adored his mother. His love for her was still the most fervent passion of his life. He had not seen her since the vacation which they had passed together in Paris, free from the constant and frequent reproofs of their common master, Monsieur Cardonnet. They both suffered from the yoke they were compelled to wear, and they understood each other on that point, although they had never mentioned it. Madame Cardonnet, a gentle, affectionate, weak creature, felt that her son had a good share of her husband's mental energy and firmness, combined with a generous and sensitive heart, which would expose him to great sorrow when those 2 masterful characters should come in collision on those points as to which their ideas differed. So she had swallowed all the disappointments of her life, taking care not to reveal them to her son, who was her only joy and her most dearly cherished consolation. Although she was not fully convinced of her husband's right to wound her and oppress her without remission, she had always seemed to accept her position as if in obedience to a law of nature and a religious precept. Passive obedience, thus taught by example, had become an instinctive habit in young Emile, but had it been otherwise, sound reasoning would long since have led him to adopt a different course. But when he saw that everybody bowed at the slightest indication of the paternal will, his mother first of all, it had not occurred to him that things might and should be different. Meanwhile, the weight of the despotic atmosphere in which he lived had induced in him, from childhood, a sort of melancholy, of nameless unhappiness, of which he rarely sought the cause. It is a law of nature that children shall reverse the lessons that they do not like. And so Emile, early in life, had received from external facts an impulsion directly contrary to that which his father would fain have given him. The consequences of this natural and inevitable antagonism will be sufficiently developed by the progress of this narrative, so that it is unnecessary to describe them here. After giving his mother time to recover in some measure from the emotion she had experienced, Emile followed his father, who called him to come and investigate the effects of the disaster. Monsieur Cardonet displayed a tranquillity superior to all reverses of fortune, and whatever annoyance he may have felt, he showed nothing of it. He walked silently through a double line of peasants who had flocked together to gratify their curiosity and to witness the spectacle of his misfortune, some with indifference, a few with sincere interest, the majority with that unavowed but irresistible satisfaction which the poor man prudently keeps out of sight, but which he infallibly feels when he sees the wrath of the elements visited on the rich man and himself alike. All these villagers had lost something by the inundation, one a small crop of hay, another a bit of kitchen garden, a third a lamb, a hen or two, or a pile of firewood. Very trivial losses in reality, but comparatively as severe as the wealthy manufacturers. But when they saw the wreck of that fine property, but yesterday so prosperous, they could not forbear a thrill of consternation, as if wealth had something worthy of respect in itself, despite the jealousy it arouses. Monsieur Cardonet did not wait until the water had entirely receded before resuming work. He sent men to scour the surrounding fields for the materials carried away by the current. He armed the others with spades and pickaxes to clear away the mud and debris which obstructed the approaches to the factory, and when it was possible to enter, he entered first of all, in order to avoid any waste of emotion because of the exaggerations that the first feeling of amazement might extort from others. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 1, by George Sand. Translation by George Burnham Ives. Chapter 6. Jean the Carpenter. "Take a pencil, Emile," said the manufacturer to his son, who followed him, fearing that he might meet with some accident. "Make no mistake in the figures I am going to call off to you. 1, 2, 3 wheels broken here. The staircase carried away. The large engine damaged. 3,000, 5, 7 or 8. Let us take the highest figure. That's the safest way in business. Put down 8,000 francs. What? The dam broken? That's strange. Put down 15,000. We must rebuild it all in Roman cement. There's a corner that has given way. Write, Emile. Emile, have you written that?" For an hour Monsieur Cardonet continued thus to estimate his losses and the necessary outlay, and when he called upon his son to foot up the figures, he shrugged his shoulders impatiently, because the young man, whether from distraction or because he was out of practice, did not perform that task as rapidly as he wished. "Have you done it?" he asked, after 2 or 3 moments of restrained impatience. "Yes, father, it amounts to about 80,000 francs." "About?" repeated Monsieur Cardonet with a frown. "What sort of a word is that? Well, well?" he added, glancing at him with a penetrating, mocking expression. "I see that you are a little confused from being perched up in a tree. I have made the calculation in my head, and I regret that I am obliged to tell you that it was done before you had sharpened your pencil. There'll be 81,500 francs to be laid out all over again." "That's a good deal," said Emile, striving to conceal his impatience beneath a serious air. "I wouldn't have believed that this little watercourse could have so much force," observed Monsieur Cardonet, as calmly as if he were making an expert estimate of a loss in which he was not interested. "But it won't take long to repair. Hola, you fellows! There's a beam caught between 2 of the large wheels, and there's just enough water left to keep it banging. Take it out of there at once, or my wheels will be broken." They made haste to obey, but the task was more difficult than it seemed. All the weight of the machinery seemed to rest on that obstacle, which bade fair not to be the first to give way. Several men rubbed the skin off their hands to no purpose. "Look out and not hurt yourselves!" cried Emile instinctively, taking a hand himself to lessen their difficulty. But Monsieur Cardonet shouted in his turn, "Pull there! Push! Bah! Your arms are made of flax!" The perspiration was rolling down their faces, but they made no headway. "Get away from there, all of you!" suddenly exclaimed a voice that Emile instantly recognized. "And let me try it. I prefer to do it alone." And Jean, armed with a crowbar, quickly pried out a large stone which no one had noticed. Then with wonderful dexterity he gave the beam a powerful push. "Gently, deuce take it!" cried Monsieur Cardonet. "You'll smash everything." "If I smash anything, I'll pay for it," retorted the peasant, with playful bluntness. "Now, 2 of you boys, come here. All together now. Courage, little Pierre. That's good. Another bit, my old Guillaume. Oh, the clever fellows! Softly, softly! Let me take my foot away, or you'll crush it for me, son of the devil! Now she goes! Push! Don't be afraid! I have it!" And in less than 2 minutes, Jean, whose presence and voice seemed to electrify the other workmen, relieved the machinery of the extraneous object which endangered it. "Come with me, Jean," said Monsieur Cardonet thereupon. "What for?" rejoined the peasant. "I have done enough of that sort of work for today, monsieur." "That is why I want you to come and drink a glass of my best wine. Come, I say, I have something to say to you. My son, go and tell your mother to put some Malaga on my table." "Your son!" said Jean, looking at Emile with some signs of emotion. "If he is your son, I will go with you, for he seems to me like a good fellow." "Yes, my son is a good fellow, Jean," said Monsieur Cardonet to the peasant, when the latter accepted a full glass from Emile's hand. "And you are a good fellow too, and it's high time that you should show it a little better than you have been doing for 2 months past." "I beg your pardon, monsieur," replied Jean, looking about him with a suspicious air. "But I am too old to go to school, and I didn't come here all in a sweat to listen to moral preaching as cold as hoarfrost. Here's your health, Monsieur Cardonet. And I thank you, young man, whose feelings I must have hurt last night. You bear me no grudge, do you?" "Wait a moment," said Monsieur Cardonet. "Before you go back to your foxhole, take this pourboire," and he handed him a piece of gold. Keep it," said Jean testily, pushing away the proffered gratuity with a movement of his elbow. "I am not self-seeking, as you must know, and it wasn't to please you that I helped your carpenters. It was simply to keep them from breaking their backs for nothing. And then, when a man knows his trade, it irritates him to see people go about it wrong end to. My blood's a little quick, and in spite of myself I meddled in something that didn't concern me, just as you happened to be where you had no business to be," rejoined Monsieur Cardonet sternly, and with an evident purpose to awe the audacious peasant. "Jean, this is the last opportunity for us to come to an understanding and make each other's acquaintance. Make the most of it, or you'll be sorry. When I came here last year, I observed your activity, your intelligence, and the affection with which all the workmen and all the people of this village regarded you. I received the most satisfactory accounts of your probity, and I resolved to put you in charge of my carpentering work. I offered to pay you double wages, by the day or by the job, as you chose. You made me nonsensical answers, as if you did not consider me a serious-minded man." "That was not the trouble, monsieur, begging your pardon. I told you that I didn't need your work, because I had more work in the village than I could do." "A mere pretext and a lie. Your affairs were in bad shape then, and now they're in worse shape than ever. Being prosecuted for debt, you have been obliged to leave your house, to abandon your workshop, and to hide in the mountains, like game pursued by hunters." "When you undertake to argue," rejoined Jean haughtily, "you should tell the truth. I am not prosecuted for debt, as you say, monsieur. I have always been an honest, well-behaved man, and if I owe a sou in the village or the neighborhood, let someone come forward and say so, and raise his hand against me. Search, and you will find no one. None the less, there are 3 warrants out against you, and the gendarmes have been chasing you for 2 months, and can't succeed in apprehending you." "And so it will be as long as I choose. The great difficulty is that the worthy gendarmes ride their horses along one bank of the Creuse, while I ply my legs along the other. They are very sick, poor fellows, being paid to take the air and make reports as to what they don't do. Don't pity them so deeply, Monsieur Cardonet. The government pays them, and the government is rich enough for me to dodge the payment of 1,000 francs, for it's the truth that I am sentenced to pay 1,000 francs or go to prison. It surprises you, doesn't it, young man, that a poor devil who has always obliged his neighbor, instead of injuring him, should be hunted like an escaped convict? You haven't a bad heart yet, although you are rich, because you are young. Let me tell you what my crime was. For sending 3 bottles of wine from my vineyard to a friend who was sick, I was arrested by the excisemen for selling wine without paying the taxes on it. And as I could not lie and humiliate myself for the sake of compromising, as I told the truth, which is that I did not sell a drop of wine, and consequently could not be punished, I was sentenced to pay what they call the minimum fine, 500 francs. The minimum, if you please. 500 francs, my year's wages, for a gift of 3 bottles of wine. To say nothing of the fact that my poor comrade was sentenced too, and that was what made me angriest. And as I could not pay such an amount, they seized everything, ransacked everything, sold everything I had, even my carpentering tools. After that, where was the use of paying for a license to carry on a trade that wouldn't support me? I stopped doing it. And one day, when I was working as a journeyman away from home, there was another prosecution and a quarrel with the deputy, when I almost forgot myself and struck him. What was to become of me? There was no bread in my chest, so I took my gun and went out into the firs and killed a hare. Formerly in this country, poaching had become a custom and a privilege. The nobles in the old days didn't keep such close watch. Just after the Revolution, they even poached with us when they had a fancy to do so. Witness Monsieur de Châteaubrun, who does it still, said Monsieur de Cardonet ironically. As long as he doesn't trespass on your estates, what harm does that do you? Retorted the peasant in an irritated tone. However, for shooting a hare and catching 2 rabbits in a trap, I was taken again, and sentenced to pay a fine and to imprisonment. But I escaped from the claws of the gendarmes as they were taking me to the government inn, and since then I have lived as I choose, and haven't chosen to hold out my arm for the chain to be put on." "Everyone knows very well how you live, Jean," said Monsieur Cardonet. "You wander about night and day, poaching everywhere and at all seasons, never sleeping 2 nights in succession in the same place, but generally in the open air, sometimes accepting hospitality at Châteaubrun, whose chatelaine was nursed by your mother. I do not blame him for assisting you, but he would act more wisely, from the point of view of your own interests, to preach work and a regular life to you. But come, we have had enough of these useless words, and now you must listen to me. I am sorry for your lot, and I am going to restore your liberty by becoming surety for you. You will get off with a few days' imprisonment, just for form's sake. I will pay all your fines, and then you can hold up your head once more. Isn't that clear?" "Oh, you are right, father!" cried Emile. "You are kind and just. Well, Jean, did I deceive you?" "It seems that you have met before," said Monsieur Cardonet. "Yes, father," replied Emile warmly. "Jean rendered me a great service last night, and what draws me to him even more strongly is that I saw him this morning risk his life seriously to pull a child out of the water, and he saved him. Jean, accept my father's offer, and let his generosity triumph over misplaced pride." "That is very well, Monsieur Emile," replied the carpenter. "You love your father, that is as it should be. I respected mine. But let us see, Monsieur Cardonet, on what conditions will you do all this for me?" "That you work on my buildings," replied the manufacturer. "You shall have the superintendence of the carpentering." "Work on your factory, which will be the ruin of so many people." "No, but which will make the fortune of all my workmen, and yours too." "Well," said Jean, somewhat shaken, "if I don't do your work, others will, and I shan't be able to prevent them. I will work for you, then, until I have earned 1,000 francs. But who will keep me while I am paying my debt to you day by day?" "I will, for I will add 1/3 to your day's wages." "1/3 is very little, for I must dress myself. I am stripped bare." "Well, I will double it. Your day's wages would be 30 sous at the current rate hereabout. I will pay you 3 francs, and you shall receive half of it every day, the other half going toward your indebtedness to me." "Very well. It will take a long while, at least 4 years." "You are wrong. It will be just 2 years. I think that 2 years hence I shall have nothing more to build." "What, monsieur? I am to work for you every day in the year, without a break?" "Except Sunday." "Oh, Sunday! I should think so. But shan't I have 1 or 2 days a week to pass as I choose?" "Jean, you are growing lazy, I see. There's one result of a vagabond life already." "Hush!" exclaimed the carpenter proudly. "Lazy yourself! Jean was never lazy, and he won't begin at 60. But I'll tell you. I have an idea that induces me to take your work. I have an idea of building myself a little house. As they've sold mine, I prefer to have a new one, built by myself alone, to suit my taste, my fancy. That's why I want at least 1 day a week." "That is something I will not allow," replied the manufacturer stiffly. "You will have no house, you will have no tools of your own, you will sleep under my roof, you will eat under my roof, you will use no tools but mine, you—" "That's quite enough to show me that I shall be your property and your slave. Thanks, monsieur, the bargain's off." And he walked toward the door. Emile considered his father's terms very hard, but Jean's plight would become still harder if he refused them, so he tried to bring about a compromise. "Good Jean," he said, retaining him, "reflect, I implore you. 2 years are soon past. And with the little savings you will be able to make in that time, especially," he added, looking at Monsieur Cardonet with an expression that was at once imploring and firm, "as my father will keep you in addition to the wages agreed upon." "Really?" said Jean, shaken once more. "Granted," said Monsieur Cardonet. "Well, Jean, your clothes are a small matter, and my mother and I will take pleasure in replenishing your wardrobe. At the end of 2 years, therefore, you will have 1,000 francs net. That is enough to build a bachelor's house for your own use, as you are a bachelor." "A widower, monsieur," sighed Jean, "and a son killed in the field." "Whereas, if you use up your salary every week," said the elder Cardonet, unmoved, "you will waste it, and at the end of the year you will have built nothing and saved nothing." "You take too much interest in me. What difference does that make to you?" "It makes this difference, that my work, being constantly interrupted, will progress slowly, that I shall never have you at hand, and that 2 years hence, when you come and offer to work longer for me, I shall not need you any longer. I shall have been compelled to give your place to someone else." "There will always be work to be done keeping the plant in order. Do you think I mean to cheat you out of your money?" "No, but I should prefer being cheated to being delayed." "Ah, what a hurry you are in to enjoy your prosperity! Well, give me 1 day a week, and let me have my own tools." "He seems to think a great deal of this day of freedom, father," said Emile. "Let him have it." "I will let him have Sunday." "And I accept it only as a day of rest?" said Jean indignantly. "Do you take me for a pagan? I don't work on Sunday, monsieur. That would bring me ill luck, and I should do bad work for both you and myself." "Well, my father will give you Monday." "Hush, Emile, not Monday. I don't agree to that. You don't know this man. Intelligent as he is, and prolific in inventions, sometimes successful, often puerile, he never enjoys himself except when he is working at absurd things for his own use. He is something of a carpenter, a cabinet maker, heaven knows what. He is clever with his hands, but when he abandons himself to his own whims, he becomes idle, absent-minded, and incapable of serious work." "He is an artist, father," said Emile, smiling, but with tears in his eyes. "Have a little compassion for genius." Monsieur Cardonet cast a contemptuous glance at his son, but Jean took the young man's hand. "My boy," he said, with his strange and noble familiarity, "I do not know whether you really do me justice, or are laughing at me, but what you say is true. I have too much of the spirit of invention for the sort of work he would have me do here. When I work for my friends in the village, for Monsieur Antoine, or the curé, or the mayor, or poor beggars like myself, they say, 'Do as you please, carry out your own ideas, old fellow. It may take a little longer, but it will be all right.' And then I take pleasure in working. Yes, so much pleasure that I don't count the hours, and spend part of the night at it. It tires me, it gives me the fever, it almost kills me sometimes. But I like it, you see, my boy, as other men like wine. It's my amusement. Oh, you laugh and make fun of me, Monsieur Cardonet. Your sneering is an insult, and you shouldn't have me, no, you shouldn't have me, even if the gendarme were here, and my head was in danger. Sell myself to you, body and soul, for 2 years. Do what pleases you, what you plan, and not give my opinion. For if you know me, I know you too. I know what sort of a man you are, and that there isn't a nail driven on your premises until you've measured it. And I shall be a day laborer, working to pay my taxes, as my dead and gone father worked for the Abbé of Gargalesse. No, God forbid! I will not sell my soul to such tiresome, stupid labor. If you would give me my day of recreation and compensation, to satisfy my old customers and myself. But no, not an hour. No, not an hour. said Monsieur Cardonet angrily, for the self-esteem of the artist was now involved on both sides. "Off with you! I'll have none of you! Take this Napoleon and go and get hanged elsewhere." "They don't hang people now, monsieur," said Jean, throwing the gold piece on the floor. "And even if they did, I shouldn't be the first honest man who ever passed through the hangman's hands." "Emile," said Monsieur Cardonet as soon as he was gone, "go and send up the constable. That man standing on the stoop with a little iron fork in his hand." "Great heaven! What are you going to do?" said Emile in dismay. "Bring that man back to reason, to respectable behavior, to work, to safety, to happiness. When he has passed a night in jail, he will be more tractable, and some day he will bless me for delivering him from his internal devil." "But, father, to interfere with personal liberty, you can't—" "I am mayor since this morning, and it is my duty to lock up vagabonds. Do as I say, Emile, or I will go myself." Emile still hesitated. Monsieur Cardonet, unable to brook the slightest shade of resistance, pushed him sharply away from the door and went out, to issue orders to the constable, in the capacity of chief magistrate of the village, to arrest Jean Japelou, native of Gargalesse, a carpenter by trade, and without any known domicile. This mission was extremely distasteful to the rustic functionary, and Monsieur Cardonet read his hesitation on his face. "Caillot," he said, in an imperative tone, "your dismissal within a week, or 20 francs reward." "Very good, monsieur," said Caillot, and he set off at a round pace, waving his pike. He overtook the fugitive within 2 gunshots of the village. It was not a difficult task, for the latter was walking slowly, with his head hanging forward on his breast, absorbed in painful reflections. "If it wasn't for my wrong-headedness," he was saying to himself, "I should be now on the road to rest and comfort. Instead of which I must put on the collar of poverty again, stray like a wolf among the rocks and bramble bushes, and be too often a burden to poor Antoine, who is kind, who always gives me a hearty welcome, but who is poor and gives me more bread and wine than I can pay for, with partridges and hares for his table, taken in my snares. And then, what breaks my heart is the idea of leaving forever this poor dear village where I was born, where I have passed all my life, where all my friends are, and where I can never show my face again, unless like a starved dog that runs the risk of a bullet to get a piece of bread. And yet all the people here are kind to me, and if they weren't afraid of the gendarme, they would give me shelter." As he mused thus, Jean heard the bell ringing the evening Angelus, and tears rolled unbidden down his tanned cheeks. "No," he thought, "there isn't a bell within 10 leagues that has such a sweet tone as the bell of Gargalesse church." A nightingale sang among the hawthorns in the hedge near by. "You are very lucky," he said, speaking aloud in his reverie. "You can build your nest here, steal from all the gardens I know so well, and feed on everybody's fruit, without any complaint being lodged against you." "Complaint, that's the word," said a voice behind him. "I arrest you in the name of the law." And Caillot seized him by the collar. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 1, by George Sand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 1, by George Sand. Translated by George Burnham Ives. The Arrest. You, Caillot," said the astonished carpenter, with the same accent that Caesar must have used when he saw Brutus strike. "Yes, it's myself, the constable, in the name of the law," shouted Caillot at the top of his voice, in order to be heard by anybody who happened to be within earshot. But he added in a whisper, "Off with you, Père Jean. Come, stand me off, and make your legs fly. You want me to resist, so get my affairs into a worse mess than ever? No, Caillade, that would be worse for me. But how could you make up your mind to do the work of a gendarme, to arrest the friend of your family, your godfather, unhappy man? But I don't arrest you, godfather, said Caillade in an undertone. Come, follow me, or I call for help, he yelled with all his lungs. Deuce take it, he added under his breath. Be off, Père Jean. Pretend to hit me and I'll fall. No, my poor Caillade, that would make you lose your position, or at least you would be called a coward, a faint heart. As you have had the heart to accept the commission, you must go through with it. I see plainly enough that you were threatened, that your hand was forced. It surprises me that Monsieur Garrigue would make up his mind to treat me this way. But Monsieur Garrigue isn't mayor any longer. Monsieur Cardonnet has his place. Then I understand, and it makes me long to beat you as a lesson to you for not resigning at once. You are right, Père Jean, said Caillade in a heartbroken tone. I'll go and resign now. That's the best way. Off with you. Let him go, and do you keep your place, said Emile, coming out from behind a clump of bushes. Down with you, comrade, as you want to fall, he added, adroitly tripping him up in schoolboy fashion. And if you are asked who contrived this ambush, you can tell my father that his son did it. Ah, it's a good scheme, said Caillade, rubbing his knee. And if your papa has you put in prison, it's none of my business. You threw me down a little hard all the same, and I should have preferred to fall on the grass. Well, has that old fool of a Jean gone yet? Not yet, said Jean, who had climbed a knoll and was prepared to take flight. Thanks, Monsieur Emile, I shall not forget. I would have submitted to my fate if the law alone had been concerned. But since I know that it's a piece of treachery on your father's part, I would rather throw myself head first into the river than give way to such a false, evil-minded man. As for you, you deserve to have come from better stock. You have a good heart, and as long as I live— Be off, said Emile, walking up to him, and keep from speaking ill of my father. I have many things to say to you, but this is not the time. Will you be at Châteaubrun tomorrow night? Yes, monsieur. Take care that you are not followed, and don't ask for me in too loud a tone at the gate. Well, thanks to you, I still have the stars over my head, and I am not sorry for it. He darted away like an arrow, and Emile, turning, saw Caillade lying at full length on the ground as if he had fainted. Well, what's the matter? The young man inquired in dismay. Did I really hurt you? Are you in pain? I'm doing very well, monsieur, replied the crafty villager, but you see I must wait for someone to come and lift me up, so that I may look as if I've been beaten. That is useless. I will take the whole responsibility, said Emile. Get up and go tell my father that I forcibly oppose Jean's arrest. I will follow close behind you, and the rest is my affair. On the contrary, monsieur, you must go first. You see, I must limp, for if I go on the run to tell that you broke my 2 legs, and that I submitted to it patiently, your papa won't believe me, and I shall be dismissed. Take my arm, lean on me, and we will go together, said Emile. That's the idea, monsieur. Help me a little. Not so fast. The devil! My whole body's lame. Really? Why, I am awfully sorry, my friend. Oh, no, monsieur, it's nothing at all, but that's what I must say. What does this mean? Said Monsieur Cardonnet sternly, when the constable appeared, leaning on Emile. Jean resisted. You, like an idiot, allowed yourself to be bowled over, and the delinquent escaped. Excuse me, monsieur. The delinquent did nothing, poor man. It was monsieur, your son here, who, as he passed me, pushed me without meaning to, just as I was putting my hand on my man, and, moi, down I went, more than 50 feet, head first on the rocks. The poor dear gentleman felt very bad indeed, and ran to save me from falling into the river, and if he hadn't, I'd taken a drink for sure. But I'll tell you who was well pleased. That was Père Japaloup, for he ran off while I lay there all in a heap, not able to move hand or foot to run after him. If you should be kind enough to let somebody give me a finger of wine, it would do me a deal of good, for I really believe that my stomach's unhooked." Emile, recognizing the fact that this peasant, with his simple wheedling air, was much more adroit than he in lying and arranging everything for the best, hesitated whether he should accept his version of the adventure. But he very soon read in his father's piercing eyes that he would not be satisfied with a tacit confirmation that, to convince him, he must show no less effrontery than Master Caillade. "What absurd, incredible tale is this?" said Monsieur Cardonnet with a frown. "Since when has my son been so strong, so brutal, so intent upon following the same road with you? If you are so weak on your legs that a touch of the elbow upsets you and sends you rolling over like a sack of meal, you must be drunk, I should say. Tell me the truth, Emile. Jean Japaloup whipped this fellow, perhaps pushed him into the ravine, and you, who stand there smiling like the child that you are, thought it a good joke, went to the assistance of this idiot here, and consented to assume the responsibility for a pretended accident. That's how it was, isn't it?" "No, father, that is not how it was," said Emile with an air of resolution. "I am a child, it is true. For that reason there may be a little mischief in my frivolity. Caillade may think what he pleases of my way of upsetting people by passing too close to them. If I injured him, I am ready to ask his pardon and to compensate him. Meanwhile, permit me to send him to your housekeeper, so that she may administer the cordial he desires, and when we are alone I will tell you frankly how I came to do this foolish thing." "Take him to the pantry," said Monsieur Cardonnet, "and return at once." "Ah, Monsieur Emile," said Caillade to the young man as they went downstairs, "I didn't sell you, so don't you betray me, will you?" "Never fear. Drink without losing your wits, and be sure that nobody but myself will be compromised." "And why in the devil do you propose to accuse yourself? Begging your pardon, that would be infernally stupid. You don't realize, do you, that you may be sent for prison for interfering with a public officer in the discharge of his duties and assaulting him? That's my business. Stick to what you said, for you explained matters very well. I will explain my intentions as I think best." "Look you have too kind a heart," said Caillade in amazement. "You'll never have your father's head." "Well, Emile," said Monsieur Cardonnet, whom his son found pacing his study excitedly, "will you explain this inconceivable occurrence to me?" "I alone am guilty, father," Emile replied firmly. "Let all the displeasure and all the effects of my misconduct fall upon me. I give you my word of honor that Jean Japaloup had submitted to arrest without the slightest resistance, when I gave the constable a violent push that threw him down, and that I did it on purpose." "Very good," said Monsieur Cardonnet coolly, determined to know the whole truth. "And the clown let himself be thrown. He let his prey go. And yet, although he is lying now, he must have seen that it was not awkwardness, but design on your part, mustn't he?" "The man did not understand my behavior at all," replied Emile. "He was taken by surprise, disarmed, and thrown down. Indeed, I think he was bruised a little by the fall." "And you allowed him to believe that it was an accident on your part, I trust?" "What does it matter what that man thinks of my intentions, and what goes on in the depths of his mind? Your magistracy stops at the threshold of the conscience, father, and you can judge nothing but facts." "Is it my son who speaks to me this way?" No, father, it is your victim, the delinquent whom you have to try and to punish. When you question me on my own account, I will answer as I ought. But it is a question now of the poor devil who lives by his humble office. He is submissive to you, he fears you, and if you order him to take me to prison, he is ready to do it. Emile, you arouse my pity. Let us leave this country constable and his bruises. I forgive him, and I authorize you to give him a handsome present so that he may hold his tongue. For I don't propose to introduce you to this neighborhood by an absurd scandal. But will you be kind enough to explain to me why you are apparently trying to organize a burlesque drama in the police court? What is this adventure in which you play the role of Don Quixote, taking Caillard for your Sancho Panza? Where were you going so fast when you happened to be present at the carpenter's arrest? What caprice impelled you to deliver that man from the hands of the law and from my kindly intentions toward him? Have you gone mad in the 6 months since we last met? Have you taken a vow of chivalry, or do you propose to balk my plans and defy me? Answer seriously if you can, for your father is very serious indeed in his questions. I should have many things to say in answer to you, father, if you questioned me concerning my feelings and my ideas. But this is a question of one particular fact of trifling importance, and I will tell you in a few words just what happened. I was running after the fugitive to induce him to avoid the shame and grief of being arrested. I hoped to outstrip Caillard and to persuade Jean to return of his own accord, accept your offers, and submit to the law. As I arrived too late, and as I could not with loyalty urge the constable not to do his duty, I prevented him from doing it by exposing myself alone to the penalty of the offense. I acted on the impulse of the moment, without premeditation or reflection, impelled by an irresistible outburst of compassion and sorrow. If I did wrong, reprove me. But if I bring Jean back to you of his own accord, by gentle means and persuasion, within 2 days, forgive me, and confess that foolish brains sometimes have happy inspirations. Emile, said Monsieur Cardonnet, after walking back and forth in silence for some moments, I should reproach you severely for entering into open revolt. I will not say against the municipal law, as to which I will not play the pedant. There has been in this matter an immense manifestation of pride on your part, and a very grave failure of respect for paternal authority. I am not disposed to tolerate such outbreaks often. You must know me well enough to know that, or else you have become strangely forgetful since we parted. But I will spare you a more extended remonstrance today, for you do not seem inclined to profit by it. Moreover, what I see of your conduct, and what I know of your frame of mind, prove to my satisfaction that we must have a very serious discussion concerning the very foundation of your ideas and the nature of your plans for the future. The disaster that has befallen me today leaves me no time to talk with you at greater length tonight. You have had considerable excitement in the course of the day, and you must need rest. Go and see your mother and go to bed early. As soon as order and tranquillity are restored in my establishment, I will tell you why I have recalled you from what you call your exile, and what I expect from you hereafter. And until this explanation, which I earnestly desire, Emile replied, for it will be the first time in my life that you have not treated me like a child, may I hope, father, that you will not be angry with me? When I first see you again after such a long separation, it would be very hard for me not to be indulgent, said Monsieur Cardonnet, pressing his hand. Poor Caillard will not be dismissed? Queried Emile, embracing his father. No, on condition that you never meddle with the affairs of the municipality. And you will not have poor Jean arrested? I have no answer to make to such a question. I had too much confidence in you, Emile. I see that we do not think alike on certain subjects, and until we are agreed, I shall not subject myself to discussions which do not befit my role as head of the family. Let that suffice. Good night, my son. I have work to do. Can I not help you? You have never believed me capable of sparing you any fatigue. I hope that you will become so, but you don't know how to add yet. Figures, always figures. Go to sleep. I will sit up and work, so that you may be rich some day. Ah, am I not rich enough already? Thought Emile as he left the room. If, as my father has often and justly told me, wealth imposes vast duties, why waste our lives creating for ourselves those duties which may exceed our strength? The following day was devoted to repairing in some degree the confusion caused by the inundation. Monsieur Cardonnet, despite his strength of character, was profoundly disturbed when he discovered at every step some unforeseen damage in one or another of the innumerable details of his undertaking. His workmen were demoralized. The water which kept the factory in operation, and whose power it was yet impossible to control, imparted an irregular movement to the machinery, increasing in force as it struggled to escape over the dams. The proprietor was grave and thoughtful. He was secretly annoyed on account of the lack of presence of mind in the men he employed, who seemed to him more machine-like than the machinery. He had accustomed them to passive, blind obedience, and he realized that, at critical moments, when the will of a single man becomes insufficient, slaves are the worst servants who can be found. He did not call upon Emile to assist him. On the contrary, whenever the young man came and offered his services, he put him aside on various pretexts, as if he were really distrustful of him. This method of punishing him was the most mortifying one to an impulsive, generous heart. Emile tried to find consolation with his mother, but good Madame Cardonnet was totally lacking in energy, and the ennui which the constant prostration and, as it were, stupor of her mental faculties caused all her friends, became in her son's case an unconquerable feeling of depression, when she tried to divert and entertain him. She too treated him like a child, and by her manifestations of affection arrived at the same galling result as her husband. Lacking sufficient strength of mind to sound the abyss that lay between the two men, and yet possessing sufficient intelligence to realize its existence, she turned from it with terror, and strove to play on the brink with her son, as if it were possible to deceive herself. She took him through the house and the gardens, making 1,000 foolish observations, and trying to prove to him that she was unhappy because the river had overflowed. "If you had come a day sooner," she said, "you would have seen how lovely and neat and well kept everything was. I looked forward to having your coffee served in a pretty clump of jasmine that stood on the edge of the terrace yonder. But alas, there's no trace of it now. The very ground has been carried away, and the water has given us this nasty black mud, and all these stones in exchange." "Cheer up, dear mother," said Emile. "We shall soon give it all back to you. If father's workmen haven't time, I will be your gardener. You will tell me how it was all arranged. Indeed, I saw it. It was like a lovely dream. I had an opportunity to admire your enchanted gardens, your lovely flowers, from the top of the hill opposite here, and in an instant they were ruined and destroyed before my eyes. But this damage can all be repaired. Don't grieve so. Others are more to be pitied. And when I think that you were nearly carried away yourself by that hateful stream, which I detest now, oh, my child, I deplore the day that your father conceived the idea of settling here. We were overflowed more than once during the winter, and he had to begin his work all over again. This affects him and injures him more than he is willing to admit. His temper is becoming soured, and his health will suffer in the end, and all on account of this river. But don't you think that this new building and this damp air are bad for your own health, Mother? I don't know at all, my child. I consoled myself for everything with my flowers and the hope of seeing you again. But here you are, and you have come to a bog, a sewer, when I had looked forward to seeing you walk on a carpet of flowers and turf as you smoked your cigar and read. Oh, this cursed river! When night came, Emile discovered that the day had seemed immeasurably long to him, hearing the river cursed by everybody and in all imaginable tones. His father alone continued to say that it was nothing at all, and that 6 feet more of bank would bring the brook to its senses once for all. But his pale face and his clenched teeth, when he spoke, denoted an internal passion more painful to see than all the ejaculations of the others to hear. The dinner was dull and cold. Monsieur Cardonnet was interrupted and left the table a score of times to give orders, and as Madame Cardonnet treated him with boundless respect, the dishes were carried out to be kept hot and brought back overdone. He declared that they were detestable. His wife turned pale and red in turn, went herself to the kitchen, took innumerable pains, being torn between the desire to wait for her husband and the desire not to keep her son waiting, who decided that dinner was a very bad and very tedious meal in that wealthy household. They left the table so late, and the fords were still so dangerous in the darkness, that Emile was compelled to abandon the visit to Châteaubrun, which he had planned. He had described his reception there. "Oh, I would go and call there to thank them," cried Madame Cardonnet. But her husband added, "You may as well do nothing of the kind. I don't care to have you draw me into the society of that old drunkard who lives on equal terms with the peasants, and who would get tipsy in my kitchen with my workmen." "His daughter is a charming girl," said Madame Cardonnet timidly. "His daughter?" retorted the master scornfully. "What daughter? The one he had by his maidservant?" "He has acknowledged her." "He did well, for old Jeanille would have been sadly embarrassed to acknowledge the child's father. Whether she's charming or not, I hope that Emile won't take such a journey tonight. It's a dark night, and the roads are in bad condition." "Oh, no, he won't go tonight," cried Madame Cardonnet. "My dear boy will not cause me such anxiety. Tomorrow at daybreak, if the river has returned to its usual limits, we'll be all right." "Tomorrow, then," said Emile, sorely vexed, but yielding to his mother, "for it is very certain that I owe them a call to thank them for the cordial hospitality I received." "You certainly do," said Monsieur Cardonnet. "But that, I trust, will be the extent of your relations with that family, with whom it does not suit me to associate. Don't make your visit too long. Tomorrow evening I propose to talk with you, Emile." At daybreak on the following morning, before his parents had risen, Emile ordered his horse saddled, and riding across the still disturbed and angry stream, started off at a gallop on the road to Châteaubrun. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 1, by George Sand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. March 9th, 2023, Westford, Massachusetts. The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 1, by George Sand. Translated by George Burnham Ives. Gilbert. The weather was superb and the sun was rising when Emile found himself opposite Châteaubrun. That ruin, which had seemed to him so awe-inspiring by the glare of the lightning flashes, bore now an appearance of majesty and splendor, which triumphed over the ravages of time and the despoiler. The morning sunbeams bathed it in a rosy white glow, and the vegetation with which it was covered bloomed coquettishly, a fitting garment to be the virginal shroud of so noble a monument. There are in reality few chateaux with entrances so majestically disposed and so commandingly situated as that of Châteaubrun. The square structure which contained the gateway and the ogive peristyle is of a beautiful design. The hewn stone used in the arch and in the frame of the former portcullis is of imperishable whiteness. The facade of the chateau stands at the top of the knoll, covered with turf and flowers, but built on the solid rock, which ends in a precipice, at the foot of which flows a torrential stream. The trees, rocks, and patches of greensward, scattered without order or regularity over these steep slopes, have a natural charm which the creations of art could never surpass. In the other direction the view is more extensive and more grand. The Creuse, crossed diagonally by two dams, forms among the fields and the willows two gentle and melodious waterfalls in its lovely stream, some so placid, some so frantic in its course, but everywhere clear as crystal, and everywhere bordered by enchanting landscapes and picturesque ruins. From the top of the large tower of the chateau, the eye can follow it as it winds in and out among the steep cliffs and glides like a streak of quicksilver over the dark verdure and among the rocks covered with pink heather. When Emile had crossed the bridge which passes over enormous ditches partly filled, their banks covered with tufts of grass and flowering brambles, he observed with pleasure the cleanliness of that vast natural terrace and all the approaches to the ruin, due to the recent downpour of rain. All the fragments of plaster had been washed away, and all the scattered pieces of wood, and you would have said that some gigantic fairy had carefully washed the paths and the old walls, screened the gravel, and cleared the passage of all the rubbish of demolition which the chatelaine would never have been able to have removed. The flood, which had marred, spoiled, destroyed all the beauty of the new Cardonnet house, had served to clean and renovate the despoiled monument of Châteaubrun. Its immovable old walls defied the centuries and the tempest, and the elevated site they occupied seemed destined to dominate all the transitory works of later generations. Although he was proud, as befitted a descendant of the ancient bourgeoisie, that intelligent, revengeful, willful race, which has made such a glorious record in history, and which would still be so exalted if it had held out its hand to the people instead of trampling them under foot. Emile was impressed by the majestic aspect which that feudal abode retained amid its ruins, and he was conscious of a thrill of respectful pity as he entered, he, a rich and powerful plebeian, that domain where only the pride of a great name was left to contend against the real superiority of his position. This generous compassion was all the easier to entertain, because there was nothing in the feeling and habits of the chatelaine either to invite or to repel it. The excellent Antoine, who was occupied in trimming fruit trees at the entrance to his garden, placid, unconcerned, and amiable, greeted him with a fatherly air, ran to meet him, and said with a smile, "Welcome once more, my dear Monsieur Emile, for I know who you are now, and I am very glad to know you. Upon my word, your face took my fancy at the first glance, and since you overthrew the prejudices that Jean tried to instill in me against your father, I feel that it will be pleasant to me to see you often in my ruins. Come with me first of all to the stable, and I will help you to fasten your horse. Monsieur Chasson is busy grafting rose bushes with my daughter, and we mustn't interrupt the little one in such an important occupation. You will breakfast with me this time, for we owe you a meal that we stole from you the other day." "I did not come to cause you more trouble, my generous host," said Emile, pressing with an irresistible impulse of friendliness the country gentleman's broad, callous hand. "I wished, first of all, to thank you for your kindness to me, and in the second place to meet a man who is your friend and my own, and with whom I made an appointment for last evening." I know about that," said Monsieur Antoine, putting his finger to his lips. "He told me the whole story. But he exaggerated his grievances against your father as usual. We will talk about that later, however, and I have to thank you, on my own account, for your interest in him. He went away at daybreak, and I don't know if he will be able to return today, for he is more hotly pursued than ever. But I am sure that his affairs will soon take a turn for the better, thanks to you. You must tell me what you finally obtained from your father in the direction of my poor friend's safety and satisfaction. I am authorized to listen to you and to reply to you, for I have full powers to arrange the terms of pacification. I am sure that any terms that pass through your mouth will be honorable. But the matter is not so pressing that you cannot breakfast with us, and I tell you frankly that I will not begin negotiations on an empty stomach. Let us begin by feeding your horse, for animals don't know how to ask for what they want, and we ought to look out for them before we look out for ourselves, lest we forget them. Look you, Janil, bring your apron full of oats, for this noble beast is in the habit of eating them every day, I am sure, and I want him to neigh in token of goodwill every time he passes my gate. Indeed, I want him to come in spite of his master, if he happens to forget me." Janil, notwithstanding the parsimonious economy that guided all her actions, unhesitatingly brought a small quantity of oats, which she kept in reserve for great occasions. She was of the opinion that they were a useless luxury, but she would have sold her last gown for the honor of her master's house, and on this occasion she said to herself with generous shrewdness that the present Emile had made her at their last interview, and the one he would not fail to make her today, would be more than enough to feed his horse sumptuously as often as he chose to come. "Eat, my boy, eat," she said, patting the horse with an air which she strove to render manly, and knowing, then, taking a handful of straw, she set about rubbing him down. "Hold, Janil," cried Emile, taking the straw from her hands. "I will do that myself." "Pray, do you think I wouldn't do it as well as a man?" said the omnicompetent little woman. "Never fear, monsieur, I am as good in the stable as in the pantry and the laundry, and if I didn't pay my visit to the hay rack and the harness room every day, that little rattle-brained jockey would never keep Monsieur le Comte's mare in decent condition. See how clean and fat she is, poor old Laterne. She isn't handsome, monsieur, but she's good. She's like everything else here except my child, who is handsome and good, too." "Your child," said Emile, suddenly remembering a fact which deprived Mademoiselle Châteaubrun's image of something of its poetic charm. "You have a child here? I have not seen her." "Fie, monsieur, what are you saying?" cried Janil, her pale and glistening cheeks mantling with a modest blush, while Monsieur Antoine smiled with some embarrassment. "Apparently you are not aware that I am unmarried." "Excuse me," said Emile, "I have so recently come into this neighborhood that I am likely to make many absurd mistakes. I thought that you were married or a widow." "It is true that my age might have buried several husbands," rejoined Janil, "for I have not lacked opportunities, but I have always had a dislike for marriage because I like to do as I choose. When I say our child, it's on account of my affection for a child whom I saw born, as you might say, for I had her with me when she was being weaned, and Monsieur le Comte allows me to treat his daughter as if she belonged to me, which doesn't take away any of the respect I owe her. But if you had seen Mademoiselle, you would have noticed that she no more looks like me than she does like you, and that she has only noble blood in her veins. Jour de Dieu! If I had such a child, where could I have got her? I should be so proud of her that I'd tell everybody, even if it made people speak ill of me. Ha ha! You are laughing, are you, Monsieur Antoine? Laugh as much as you choose. I am 15 years older than you, and evil tongues have nothing to say against me. Nonsense, Jeanille. Nobody dreams of such a thing, so far as I know, said Monsieur Châteaubrun, affecting an air of gaiety. That would be doing me too much honor, and I am not conceited enough to boast of it. As for my daughter, you certainly have the right to call her what you please, for you have been more than a mother to her, if such a thing is possible. As he uttered these last words in a serious, agitated tone, there suddenly came into the Chatelan's eyes and voice, as it were, a cloud, and an accent of profound melancholy. But it was incompatible with his character that any depressing sentiment should be of long duration, and he soon recovered his usual serenity. "Go and prepare breakfast, young madcap," he said playfully to his female major domo. "I still have 2 or 3 trees to trim, and Monsieur Emile will come and keep me company." The garden of Châteaubrun had formerly been on a vast and magnificent scale, like the rest of the domain, but a large part of it had been sold with the park, now transformed into a grain field, and only a few acres remained. The part nearest the chateau was lovely in the natural disorder of its vegetation. The grass and the ornamental trees left undisturbed in their vagabond growth revealed here and there a step or two, and a few fragments of wall, which had been summer houses and labyrinths in the days of Louis XV. There, doubtless, mythological statues, urns, fountains, and so-called rustic pavilions had repeated on a small scale the dainty and affected ornamentation of the royal palaces. But now it was all shapeless debris, covered with vines and ivy, lovelier perhaps in the eyes of an artist or a poet than it had been in the time of its magnificence. On a higher level, surrounded with the thorn hedge to confine the 2 goats that grazed at will in the former garden, was the orchard, filled with venerable trees, whose gnarled and knotty branches, escaping from the constraint of the pruning knife and espalier, assumed odd and fantastic shapes. There was a curious interlacing of monstrous hydras and dragons writhing underfoot and overhead, so that it was difficult to walk there without tripping over huge roots or leaving one's hat among the branches. "These are old servants of the family," said Monsieur Antoine, breaking out a path for Emile through these patriarchs of the orchard. "They bear only once in 5 or 6 years, but then such magnificent juicy fruit comes from that rich but sluggish sap. When I repurchased my estate, everybody advised me to cut down these old stumps. My daughter pleaded for them because of their great beauty, and it was a good thing that I followed her advice, for they give a fine shade, and although some of them yield mighty little in a year, we are sufficiently supplied with fruit. See this huge apple tree? It must have been here when my father was born, and I'll wager that it will live to see my grandchildren. Wouldn't it be downright murder to cut down such a patriarch? There's a quince tree that bears only about a dozen quinces a year. That's very few for its size, but they're as big as my head, and as yellow as pure gold, and such a flavor, monsieur. You'll see them in the fall. See, here's a cherry tree that has a very good crop. Yes, the old fellows are still good for something, don't you think? It's only a matter of knowing how to prune them properly. A theoretical horticulturist would tell you that you must stop all this development of branches, clip and prune, so as to force the sap to transform itself into buds. But when a man is old himself, his own experience tells him something different. When the fruit trees have lived 50 years with everything sacrificed to increase its bearing qualities, you must give it its liberty, and hand it over a few years to the care of nature. Then it enters into its second childhood. It puts out new twigs and leaves, and that rests it. And when, instead of a mere clipped skeleton, it has become a real tree again, it thanks you and rewards you by bearing all you choose. For instance, here's a big branch that seems to be of no use," he continued, opening his pruning knife, "but I shall respect it, for such an extensive amputation would weaken the tree. In these old bodies, the blood is not renewed fast enough for them to stand operations which youth can undergo safely. It's the same with vegetables. I'm just going to take away the dead wood, scratch the moss, and freshen up the extremities. Look, it's very simple." The artless gravity with which Monsieur Chateaubrun immersed himself in this innocent occupation touched Emile and presented a constant contrast to what took place in his own home with regard to similar matters. While a gardener with a large salary and 2 assistants busily at work from morning till night were not enough to keep his mother's garden sufficiently neat and gorgeous, while she worried over a rosebud that failed to bloom or an unsuccessful graft. Monsieur Antoine was happy in the proud savagery of his pupils, and in his eyes nothing was more fruitful and more generous than the will of nature. That old-fashioned orchard with its fine soft turf, cropped by the hard-working teeth of a few patient sheep, allowed to wander there without dog or keeper, with its hardy and capricious vegetation, and its gently undulating slopes, was a beautiful spot where no fear of jealous surveillance interrupted one's musing. "Now that I have finished with my trees," said Monsieur Antoine, putting on his jacket, which he had hung on a branch, "let us go and find my daughter and have breakfast. You haven't seen my daughter yet, I believe, but she knows you already, for she is admitted to all of our poor Jean's little secrets. Indeed, he is so fond of her that he often goes to her for advice instead of me. Go on, monsieur," he said to his dog. "Go and tell your young mistress that breakfast time has come. Ah, that makes you frisky, doesn't it? Your appetite tells you the time as well as any watch." Monsieur Antoine's dog answered to the name of Monsieur, which he gave him when he was pleased with him, and that of Sacripant, which was his real name, but which Mademoiselle de Chateaubrun did not like, so that his master only used it when hunting, or by way of stern rebuke when it happened, as it very rarely did, that he committed some impropriety, such as eating gluttonously, snoring when he was asleep, or barking when Jean came over the wall in the middle of the night. The faithful beast seemed to understand what his master said, for he began to laugh, an expression of merriment very strongly marked in some dogs, which gives to their faces an almost human look of intelligence and kindliness. Then he ran ahead and disappeared down the slope toward the stream. As they followed him, Monsieur Antoine called Emile's attention to the beauty of the landscape that was gradually unfolded before them. "Our crews also took it into its head to overflow the other day," he said, "but all the hay along the banks had been housed, thanks to Jean's advice, for he had warned us not to let it get over-ripe. Everybody hereabouts looks up to him as an oracle, and it's a fact that he has a great faculty of observation and a prodigious memory. By the aid of certain signs that nobody else notices, the color of the water or the clouds, and especially the influence of the moon in the first fortnight of spring, he can predict infallibly what sort of weather we are to hope for or fear throughout the year. He would be an invaluable man for your father if he would listen to him. He is good at everything, and if I were in Monsieur Cardonnet's position, nothing could deter me from trying to make a friend of him, for it's of no use to think of making him into an assiduous and well-disciplined servant. He has the nature of the savage, who dies when he is brought under subjection. Jean Japolou will never do anything good except of his own free will, but Just get hold of his heart, which is the biggest heart God ever made, and you will see how, on important occasions, that man rises above what he seems to be. Let Monsieur Cardonnet's establishment be endangered by a freshet, fire, or any unforeseen catastrophe, and then he will tell you if Jean Jappeloup's head and arms can be too dearly bought and sheltered. Emile did not listen to the end of this eulogy with the interest which it would have aroused in him under any other circumstances, for his ears and his thoughts had taken another direction. A fresh young voice was singing, or rather humming, at a little distance one of those melodies, charming in their melancholy and artless sweetness, which are peculiar to the country, and the chatelain's daughter, the bachelor's child, whose mother's name was a mystery to the whole neighborhood, appeared at the corner of a clump of eglantine, as lovely as the loveliest wildflower of that charming solitude. Fair-haired and pale, and about 18 or 19 years of age, Gilberte de Châteaubrun had in her face, as in her character, an admixture of good sense beyond her years and her childish gaiety, which few young women would have retained in such a position as hers. For it was impossible for her not to be aware of her poverty, and of the future isolation and privations which was in store for her in that age of cold calculation and selfishness. She seemed, however, to be no more affected by it than her father, whom she resembled, feature by feature, morally as well as physically. Her fearless, amiable glance was marked by the most touching serenity. She blushed deeply when she saw Emile, but it was the effect of surprise rather than embarrassment, for she came forward and bowed to him without awkwardness, without that constrained and slyly bashful air which has been too highly extolled in young women, for lack of knowledge as to what it means. It did not occur to Gilberte that her father's young guest would devour her with his eyes, and that she should assume a dignified air in order to place a curb upon the audacity of his secret desires. On the contrary, she looked at him to see if his face appealed to her, as it did to her father, and with the ready perspicacity she observed that he was very handsome without being in the least degree vain, that he followed the fashions to a moderate extent, that he was neither stiff nor arrogant, nor presuming, in short, that his expressive face was instinct with candor, courage, and delicacy. Satisfied with this scrutiny, she at once felt as much at her ease as if there were no stranger with her and her father. "It is true," she said, completing Monsieur de Chateaubrun's sentence of interruption. "My father was angry with you for running away the other day without your breakfast, but I understood perfectly that you were impatient to see your mother, especially in view of the flood, when everyone might well tremble for his friends. Luckily, Madame Cardonnet didn't get very much of a fright, we were told, and you lost none of your workmen." "Thank God no one was killed at our place or in the village," Emile replied. "But your property was damaged a good deal, wasn't it?" "That is the least interesting point, mademoiselle. The poor people suffered much more in proportion. Luckily, my father has the power and the inclination to repair many disasters." "They say also," rejoined the girl, blushing a little at the word that had escaped her voluntarily, "that Madame, your mother, is exceedingly kind and charitable. I was talking about her just now with little Sylvain, whom she overwhelmed with kindness." "My mother is perfect," said Emile, "but on that occasion it was quite natural that she should manifest such goodwill toward that poor child, but for whom I should very likely have lost my life through imprudence. I am impatient to see him and thank him." "Here he is," said Mademoiselle de Chateaubrun, pointing to Chasson, who was coming behind her with a basket and a little jar of pitch. "We have made more than 50 grafts, and there are some slips there that Sylvain picked up in the upper part of your garden. They were in what the gardener threw away after pruning his rose bushes, and they will give us some lovely flowers, if our grafting isn't too badly done. Will you look at it, won't you, father? For I am not very skillful yet." Nonsense, you can graft better than I do with your little hands, said Monsieur Antoine, putting his daughter's pretty fingers to his lips. That's woman's work, and requires more deftness than we men can manage. But you ought to put on your gloves, little one. Those wretched thorns have no respect for you. What harm can they do, father? Said the girl with a smile. I am no princess, and I am glad of it. I am freer and happier. Emile did not lose a word of this last sentiment, although it was uttered in an undertone for her father's ear only, and although he had stepped forward to meet the little Sylvain and bid him a friendly good morning. "Oh, I am doing very well," replied the page. "I was only afraid of one thing, and that was that the mare might take cold after such a bath. But by good luck she seems all the better for it, and I was glad of the chance to go into your little chateau and see the beautiful rooms and your papa's servants, who wear red waistcoats and have gold lace on their hats." "Ah, that is what turned his head more than anything," said Gilbert, laughing heartily and disclosing 2 rows of little teeth as white and close together as a necklace of pearls. "Monsieur Sylvain here is overflowing with ambition. He has looked with profound scorn upon his new jacket and his grey hat since he saw your gold-laced lackeys. If he ever sees a chasseur with his cock's feather and epaulets, he'll go mad over him." "Poor child," said Emile, "if he knew how much freer, happier, and honorable his lot is than that of the bedizened lackeys in the large cities." "He has no suspicion that a livery is degrading," said the girl, "and he is not aware that he is the luckiest servant that ever lived." "I don't complain," rejoined Sylvain. "Everybody is kind to me here, even Mademoiselle Janille, although she is a little watchful. And I wouldn't like to leave these parts, because my mother and father are at EGUZON, right near the house. But a bit of costume, you know, makes a man over." "So you would like to be dressed better than your master, would you?" said Mademoiselle Chateaubrun. "Look at my father, how simple his dress is. He would be very unhappy if he had to put on a black coat and white gloves every day." "It is quite true that it would be hard for me to take up the habit again," said Monsieur Antoine. "But do you hear Janille, my children? She is shrieking to us to come to breakfast." "My children" was a general term by which Monsieur Antoine, when he was in an amiable mood, often addressed Janille and Sylvain when they were together, or the peasants in his vicinity. Gilbert, therefore, was amazed at the involuntary rapid glance which young Cardonnet bestowed upon her. He had started, and a confused thrill of longing, of dread, and of pleasure had made his heart beat fast when he heard himself joined with the lovely Gilbert in the chatelain's paternal appellation. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 1 by George Sand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 1 by George Sand. Translated by George Burnham Ives. Monsieur Antoine. The breakfast on this occasion was a little more luxurious than was customary at Châteaubrun. Janille had had time to make some preparations. She had procured milk, honey, and eggs, and had bravely sacrificed 2 pullets, which were still cackling when Emile appeared at the gate, but which had been placed on the gridiron while they were warm and were very tender. The young man had found an appetite in the orchard, and the meal was most enjoyable. The praise that he bestowed upon it delighted Janille, who sat as usual opposite her master, and did the honors of the table with much distinction. She was especially touched by her guest's approbation of the wild blackberries preserved by herself. "Little mother," said Gilbert, "you must send a specimen of your skill with your recipe to Madame Cardonnet, and perhaps she will send us in exchange some strawberry plants." Those great garden strawberries aren't good for anything, replied Janelle. They smell of nothing but water. I prefer our little mountain strawberries, so red and fragrant. But that won't hinder my giving Monsieur Emile a big jar of my preserves for his mamma, if she will accept them. My mother wouldn't want to deprive you of them, my dear Mademoiselle Janelle, Emile replied, especially touched by Gilberte's frank generosity, and mentally comparing the sincere, kindly impulses of that poor family with the disdainful manners of his own. Oh, said Gilberte with a smile, that won't be any deprivation to us. We have plenty of the fruit, and we can begin again. Blackberries are not scarce with us, and if we don't look out, the bramble bushes that bear them will pierce our walls and grow in our rooms. And whose fault is it, said Janelle, if we are overrun by brambles? Didn't I want to cut them all down? I certainly could have done it all without help from anybody if I had been let. But I protected the poor brambles against you, dear little mother. They make such pretty garlands around our ruins that it would be a great pity to destroy them. I agree that they make a pretty effect, said Janelle, and that you can't find such fine bushes or such big berries within 10 leagues. You hear her, Monsieur Emile, said Monsieur Antoine. That's Janelle all over. There's nothing beautiful, good, useful, or salutary that is not found at Châteaubrun. It's a saving grace. Pardon, complain, monsieur, retorted Janelle. Yes, I advise you to complain of something. I complain of nothing, replied the honest nobleman. God forbid, with my daughter and you. What more could I ask for my happiness? Oh, yes, you talk like that when anyone is listening to you. But if our backs are turned and a little fly stings you, you put on a look of resignation altogether out of place in your position. My position is what God made it, rejoined Monsieur Antoine with melancholy gentleness. If my daughter accepts it without regret, it is not for you or me to reproach Providence. I, cried Gilberte, what regret can I have, pray? Tell me, dear father, for, so far as I am concerned, I should look in vain to find anything on earth that I lack or that I can ask to have improved. And I am of Mademoiselle's opinion, said Emile, deeply touched by the sincere and nobly affectionate expression on that lovely face. I am sure that she is happy because— Because what? Tell us, Monsieur Cardonnet, said Gilberte playfully. You were going to say why, and you stopped short. I should be very sorry to seem to say anything insipid, replied Emile, blushing almost as red as the girl. But I was thinking that when one had these 3 treasures, beauty, youth, and amiability, one should be happy, because one could be sure of being loved. I am happier than you think, then, said Gilberte, putting one hand in her father's and the other in Janelle's, for I am loved dearly without reference to those other things. Whether I am beautiful and amiable, I do not know, but I am sure that if I were ugly and cross, my father and mother would love me just the same. My happiness therefore comes from their goodness to me, and not from any merit of my own. We will permit you to believe, however, said Monsieur Antoine to Emile, pressing his daughter to his heart, that it comes partly from one and partly from the other. Oh, Monsieur Antoine, see what you've done, cried Janelle. More of your absent-mindedness. You've made a mark with your egg on Gilberte's sleeve. That's nothing, said Monsieur Antoine. I'll wash it out myself. No, that would make it worse. You'd pour the whole carafe on it and drown my girl. Come here, my child, and let me take out the stain. I have a horror of stains. Wouldn't it be a pity to spoil this pretty new dress? Emile looked for the first time at Gilberte's costume. He had hitherto paid no attention to aught save her graceful figure and the beauty of her face. She wore a dress of grey drilling, quite new, but coarse, with a little neckerchief white as snow about her neck. Gilbert noticed his scrutiny, and instead of being humiliated by it, seemed to take some pride in saying that she liked her dress, that it was of good material, and she could defy thorns and briars, and that, as Genille chose it herself, nothing could be more agreeable to her to wear. "The dress is charming, in truth," said Emile. "My mother has one just like it." That was not true. Emile, although naturally truthful, told this little lie involuntarily. Gilbert was not deceived by it, but she was grateful to him for the delicacy of his purpose. As for Genille, she was visibly flattered by this testimony to her good taste, for she was almost as proud of that quality as of Gilbert's beauty. "My daughter is no coquette," said she, "but I am for her. And what would you say, Monsieur Antoine, if your child was not dressed genteelly and becomingly as befits her rank in society?" "We have nothing to do with society, my dear Genille," said Monsieur Antoine, "and I don't complain. Don't indulge in any useless illusions." "You have a disappointed air when you say that, Monsieur Antoine. For my part, I tell you that rank can't be lost. But that's just like you. You always throw the blade after the helve." "I throw nothing at all," retorted the chatelaine. "On the contrary, I accept everything as it comes." "Oh, you do?" said Genille, who always longed to quarrel with someone, to keep her tongue and her lively pantomime in practice. "You are very good, on my word, to accept such a fate as yours. Wouldn't anyone say, to hear you, that you had to have a deal of sense and philosophy for that? Bah! You're no better than an ingrate." "What's the matter with you, you cross-grained creature?" said Monsieur Antoine. "I say again that everything is all right, and that I am consoled for everything." "Consoled? There you go again. Consoled for what, if you please? Haven't you always been the happiest of men?" "No, not always. My life has had its mixture of bitterness, like every man's. But why should I have been treated any better than so many others who are as good as I am?" "No, other men are not so good as you are. I insist upon that, as I also insist that you have always been treated better than any one. Yes, monsieur, I'll prove it to you whenever you choose, that you were born under a lucky star." "Ah, you would please me exceedingly if you could really prove that," said Monsieur Antoine with a smile. "Very well, I take you at your word, and I will begin. Monsieur Cardonnet shall be judge and witness." "We will let her have her say, Monsieur Emile," said Monsieur Antoine. "We have reached the dessert, and there's nothing that will keep Genille from chattering at this stage of the meal. She will say innumerable foolish things, I warn you, but she is bright and enthusiastic. You won't be bored by listening to her." "In the first place," said Genille, bridling up in her determination to justify this eulogium, "Monsieur was born Comte de Châteaubrun, which is neither a bad name nor a trifling honor." "Honor has no great significance today," said Monsieur Châteaubrun. "And as for the name my ancestors handed down to me, as I have been able to do nothing to add to its splendor, I do not much deserve to bear it." "Nonsense, monsieur, nonsense," interposed Genille. "I know what you're coming at, and I'll come at it myself. Let me talk. Monsieur comes into the world here in the loveliest country in the world, and he is nursed by the prettiest and freshest village girl in the neighborhood, an old friend of mine, although I was several years younger, honest Jean Jappeloup's mother. He has always been as devoted to monsieur as the foot is to the leg. He is in trouble now, but his troubles will soon come to an end, I've no doubt." "Thanks to you," said Gilbert, looking at Emile, and with that innocent, kindly glance she paid him for his compliment to her beauty and her dress. "If you start on your usual parentheses," said Monsieur Antoine to Genil, "we shall never finish." "Yes, we will, monsieur," she replied. "I resume. As Monsieur le Curé at EGUZON says at the beginning of his sermons, Monsieur was blessed with an excellent constitution, and moreover, he was the handsomest child that was ever seen. In proof of that is the fact he became one of the handsomest cavaliers in the province, as the ladies of all ranks lost no time in discovering." "Go on, Genil," interposed the chatelaine, with a touch of sadness in his gaiety. "There's not much to be said on that subject." "Never fear," was her reply. "I'll say nothing that it isn't all right to say. Monsieur was brought up in the country, in his old chateau, which was great and fine in those days, and which is very comfortable to live in today. Playing with the youngsters of his age and with little Jean Japeloup, his foster brother, kept him in excellent health. Come, monsieur, now complain of your health, and tell us if you know a man of 50 more active and better preserved than you?" "That's all very well, but you don't say that. As I was born in a period of civil commotion and revolution, my early education was neglected." "Pardieu, monsieur, would you have liked to be born 20 years earlier and be 70 today? That's a strange idea. You were born just in time, since you have a long while to live, thank God. As for education, you lacked nothing. You were sent to school at Bourges, and you weren't very well there." "On the contrary, very ill. I had not been accustomed to working with my mind. I fell asleep during the lessons. My memory had never had any practice. I had more difficulty in learning the elements of things than the other lads in completing a full course of study." "Very well, then you deserved more credit because you had more trouble. At all events, you knew enough to be a gentleman. You were intended for a curé or a schoolmaster. Did you need so much Greek and Latin? When you came here in vacation, you were an accomplished young man. No one was more skillful than you in bodily exercises. You could bat your ball over the high tower, and when you called your dogs, your voice was so loud that you could be heard in EGUZON." "All that doesn't show hard study," said Monsieur Antoine, laughing at his panegyric. "When you were old enough to leave school, it was the time of the war with the Austrians and Prussians and Russians. You fought well, for you received several wounds." "Trifling ones," said Monsieur Antoine. "Thank God," rejoined Genil. "Would you have liked to be crippled and go on crutches? You gathered the laurel, and you returned covered with glory and not too many bruises." "No, no, Genil, very little glory, I assure you. I did my best, but say what you will, I was born several years too late. My parents fought too long against my desire to serve my country under the usurper, as they called him. I had hardly made a start in the army when I had to return home, trailing my wing and dragging my foot, in utter consternation and despair at the disaster of Waterloo. I agree, monsieur, that the fall of the emperor was not a good thing for you, and that you were generous enough to regret it, although that man never behaved very well toward you. With the name you bore, he ought to have made you a general at once, instead of paying no attention whatever to you." "I presume," laughed Monsieur Châteaubrun, "that his mind was directed from that duty by other and more pressing affairs. However, you agree, Genil, that my military career was nipped in the bud, and that, thanks to my fine education, I was not very well fitted to start on any other." "You might very well have served under the Bourbons, but you wouldn't do it." "I had the ideas of my generation. Perhaps I should still have them, if it were all to be done again. Well, monsieur, who could blame you for it? It was very honorable according to what people said in the province then, and no one but your relations condemned you. My relations were proud and inflexible in their legitimist opinions. You cannot deny that they abandoned me to the disaster that threatened me, and they worried very little over the loss of my fortune. You were even prouder than they, for you would never go on your knees to them. No, whether from recklessness or dignity, I never asked them for assistance. And you lost your fortune in a great lawsuit against your father's estate. Everybody knows that, but you only lost the case because you chose to. And it was the noblest and most honorable thing my father ever did in his life, interposed Gilbert with much warmth. My children, said Monsieur Antoine, you mustn't say that I lost the case. I didn't allow it to come to trial. To be sure, said Genil, for if you had, you would have won it. There was only one opinion on that point. But my father, recognizing that possession in fact is not possession of right, said Gilbert, addressing Emile with animation, refused to take advantage of his position. You must know this story, Monsieur Cardonnet, for my father would never dream of telling it to you, and you have so recently arrived in the province that you cannot have heard it yet. My grandfather had contracted debts of honor during my father's minority. He died before circumstances enabled him or made it an urgent duty to pay them. The claims of the creditors were of no value in law, but my father, when he investigated his affairs, found a minute of one of these creditors among my grandfather's papers. He might have destroyed it, and no one would have known of its existence. On the contrary, he produced it and sold all of the family property to pay a sacred debt. My father has brought me up upon principles which do not permit me to think that he did any more than his duty. But many wealthy people thought differently. Some called him a fool and a madman. I am very glad that when you hear certain upstarts say that Monsieur Antoine de Châteaubrun was ruined by his own folly, which in their eyes is the greatest possible dishonor, you will know what to think about my father's dissipation and wrong-headedness. Ah, mademoiselle, cried Emile, overpowered by his emotions, how fortunate you are to be his daughter, and how I envy you this noble poverty. Don't make me out a hero, my dear child, said Monsieur Antoine, pressing Emile's hand. There is always some truth at the bottom of the judgments pronounced by men, even when they are harsh and unjust for the most part. It is very certain that I was always a little extravagant, that I understood nothing about domestic economy or business, and that I deserve less credit than another for sacrificing my fortune because I regretted it less. This modest apology inspired in Emile such a warm regard for Monsieur Antoine that he stooped over the hand which held his and put his lips to it with a feeling of veneration with which Gilbert was not wholly unconnected. Gilbert was more moved than she was prepared to be by this sudden impulse on their young guest's part. She felt a tear trembling on her eyelid and lowered her eyes to hide it. She tried to assume a serious bearing, and suddenly, carried away by an irresistible impulse of the heart, she almost held out her own hand to the young man. But she did not yield to this outburst of feeling, and artlessly turned it aside by rising to take Emile's plate and give him another, with the grace and simplicity of a patriarch's daughter holding a pitcher to the wayfarer's lips. Emile was surprised at first by this act of humble sympathy, so out of harmony with the conventionalities of the society in which he had lived. Then he understood it, and his breast was so agitated that he could find no words to thank the fair hostess of Châteaubrun, his charming servant. After all this, continued Monsieur Antoine, who saw nothing but the simplest courtesy in his daughter's action, Genil must surely agree that there has been a little misfortune in my life, for that lawsuit had been going on for some time when I discovered the acknowledgment of his debt that my father had left behind him in the drawer of an old abandoned desk. Until then I had not believed in the good faith of his creditors. It seemed improbable that they could have been unfortunate enough to lose their proofs, so I slept on both ears. My Gilberte was born, and I had no suspicion that she was doomed to share with me a hand-to-mouth existence. The dear child's birth made the blow a little more severe than it would have otherwise have been to my natural improvidence. Seeing that I was absolutely without resources, I resolved to work for my living, and I had some hard moments at first. "Yes, monsieur, that is true," said Jeanille, "but you succeeded in buckling down to work, and you soon recovered your good humor and your open-hearted gaiety, didn't you?" "Thanks to you, good Jeanille, for you did not desert me. We went to Gargales to live with Jean Jappelout, and the honest fellow found me something to do." "What?" said Emile. "You have been a mechanic, Monsieur le Comte?" "To be sure, my young friend. I was a carpenter's apprentice, journeyman carpenter, and in a few years a carpenter's assistant. And not more than 2 years ago you could have seen me with a blouse on my back and a hatchet over my shoulder, going out for my day's work with Jappelout." "That is the reason, then," said Emile, sorely embarrassed, "that—" He paused, not daring to finish. "That is the reason, yes, I understand," rejoined Monsieur Antoine. "That is the reason that you have heard someone say, 'Old Antoine degenerated terribly during his poverty. He lived with workingmen. He was seen laughing and drinking with them in wine shops.' Well, that requires a little explanation, and I will not make myself out any stronger or purer than I am. According to the ideas of the nobles and the rich bourgeois of the province, I should have done better doubtless to remain melancholy and solemn, proudly crushed by my disgrace, working in silence, sighing in secret, blushing to receive wages. I, who had had wage-earners under my orders, and taking no part on Sundays in the merrymaking of the mechanics who permitted me to work beside them during the week. Well, I do not know if it would have been better so, but I confess that it would have been entirely foreign to my character. I am so constituted that it is impossible for me to be affected and horrified for long by anything under heaven. I had been brought up with Jappelout and other peasant children of my own age. I had treated them as my equals in our childish games. Since then I had never played the master or the nobleman with them. They received me with open arms in my distress, and offered me their houses, their bread, their advice, their tools, and their custom. How could I have helped being fond of them? How could their society seem to me to be unworthy of me? How could I help sharing my week's wages with them on Sunday? Bah! On the contrary, I suddenly found joy and pleasure in doing it, as a compensation for my hard work. Their songs, their meetings under the trellised arbor where the holly branch of the wine shop waved in the wind, their frank familiarity with me, and the indissoluble friendship with dear Jean, my foster brother, my master in carpentry, my comforter, made a new life for me, which I could not but find very pleasant, especially when I had succeeded in acquiring enough skill at my trade not to be a burden to them. "It is true enough that you worked hard," said Jeanille, "and that you were soon a very great help to poor Jean. Ah, I remember his fits of anger with you at the beginning, for he was never patient, the dear man, and you were so awkward. Really, Monsieur Emile, you'd have laughed to hear Jean swear after Monsieur le Comte, as he would after any little apprentice. And then, after it was over, they would make it up and shake hands, so that I used to feel like crying. But as we have actually set about telling you our whole history, instead of just quarreling among ourselves, as I intended to do at first, I propose to tell you the rest of it, for if we let Monsieur Antoine do it, he'll never let me put in a word." "Go on, Janelle, go on," cried Monsieur Antoine. "I ask your pardon for having kept you from talking so long." End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 1, by George Sand. Translation by George Burnham Ives. Chapter 10. A Good Action. "According to Monsieur Antoine," said Janelle, "we were entirely without means. But if that was the case, it didn't last long. After a few years, when the Châteaubrun estate had been sold in small lots, the debts paid, and all that rubbish cleared away, we found that Monsieur still had a little capital left, which, if well invested, would bring him in about 1,200 francs a year. Oh, that wasn't to be despised. But with Monsieur's kindness of heart and generosity, it would probably have disappeared a little fast. Then it was that my dear Janelle, who is talking to you now, saw that she must take the reins into her hands. It was she who looked after the investment of the funds, and she didn't manage so very badly. Then what did she say to Monsieur? Do you remember, Monsieur, what I said to you at that time?" "I remember very well, Janelle, for you talked very wisely. Repeat it yourself." "I said to you, 'Well, Monsieur Antoine, there's enough for you to live on with your arms folded. But that would be a burden to you. You've taken a liking to work. You are still young and well, so you can work for some years to come. You have a daughter, a real treasure, who bids fair to be as bright as she is pretty. You must think about giving her an education. We will take her to Paris, put her at boarding school, and you will be a carpenter a few years longer.' Monsieur Antoine asked nothing better. Oh, I must do him the justice to say that he didn't complain of his work, but by associating with these peasants, his ideas had become a little too countrified to suit me. He said that as he was destined to become a workingman in the country, it would be wiser to bring up his daughter in accordance with his position in life, to make an honest village lass of her, to teach her to read, sew, spin, and keep house. But deuce take me if I looked at it in that light. Could I allow Mademoiselle de Châteaubrun to fall below her rank, and not be brought up like the nobly born maid she is? Monsieur yielded, and our Gilberte was educated at Paris, and nothing was spared to give her wit and talents. She made the most of it like a little angel, and when she was about 17 years old, I says one day to Monsieur, 'I say, Monsieur Antoine, don't you want to come and take a little walk with me over Châteaubrun way? Monsieur, let me bring him here.' But when we were in the middle of the ruins, he got very depressed. 'Why did you bring me here, Janelle?' he says with a deep sigh. 'I knew they had destroyed my poor family nest. I had seen that from a distance. But I have never had the heart to come in and see all this ruin close. I hadn't any feeling of pride about the chateau, but I was fond of it because I passed my youthful years here, because I was happy here, and my parents died here. If anyone had bought it to live in, if I could see it in good repair and well kept, I should be half consoled, for we love things as we ought to love persons, a little more on their account than our own. But what pleasure can it give you to show me what speculators have done to the house of my ancestors?' 'Monsieur,' I answered, 'it was necessary for us to come and see what the damage is, so that we can tell how much we have to spend, and how we must go to work to repair it. Just imagine that your estate was ruined by a hurricane in one night. With such a character as I know yours to be, instead of crying over it, you would go right to work to rebuild it.' But there's no rhyme nor reason in your comparison, says Monsieur Antoine. I haven't the means to repair the chateau, and even if I had, I should be no better off, for even this carcass no longer belongs to me. Wait a bit, says I. How much did they ask you when you offered to buy back just the house and the little piece of land next to it, the orchard, the garden, the hill, and the little meadow on the bank of the river? I didn't ask it seriously, Genil, but simply to see how low the value of a fine estate had fallen. They told me 10,000 francs for what was left, and I retired, knowing well enough that 10,000 francs and I would never pass through the same door. Well, monsieur, says I, it's no longer a matter of 10,000 francs, but only 4,000 at this moment. They thought that you couldn't resist the temptation, and that you would spend what capital you had left in re-establishing yourself in the ruins of your domain. That's why they fixed the price at 10,000 francs on a place that isn't worth the half of it, and that no one but you would ever want. But since you gave up buying it back, they have grown more modest. I have been bargaining secretly without your knowledge, and under an assumed name. Say the word, and tomorrow you shall be lord of Châteaubrun. But what good would it do me, my dear Genil? What could I do with this pile of stone, and these 3 or 4 fragments of wall, with no doors or windows? With that I pointed out to monsieur that the square pavilion was still in very good condition, that the arches were well preserved, the rooms perfectly dry inside, and that we should only have to cover it with tiles, repair the woodwork, and furnish it simply, a matter of 500 francs at most. At that monsieur cried out, "Don't put such ideas into my head, Genil. I should think you were trying to disgust me with my present condition, and feed me on illusions. I haven't 10 or 5 or 4,000 francs, and it would require 10 more years of privation to save them. We had much better remain as we are." "And how do you know, monsieur," says I, "that you haven't 6,000 francs, yes, 6,500? Do you know how much you have? I'll wager that you know nothing about it." At this point Monsieur Antoine interrupted Genil. "It is true," he said, "that I knew nothing about it, that I know nothing about it yet, and that I never shall know how, with an income of 1,200 francs, after paying for my daughter's schooling at Paris for 6 years, and living at Gargalesse, as a workingman to be sure, but very comfortably none the less, in a little house which Genil managed herself. And I may add that, although she held the purse strings, she allowed me to spend 2 or 3 francs on Sundays with my friends. No, I shall never understand how I could have saved 6,000 francs. As it is altogether impossible, I am forced to explain this miracle to Monsieur Emile Cardonnet, unless he has already guessed its solution." "Yes, Monsieur le Comte, I have guessed it," said Emile. "Mademoiselle Genil had saved money in your service when you were rich, or else she had some money of her own, and it was she who—" "No, monsieur," interposed Genil hastily, "nothing of the sort. You forget that monsieur earned his living at his carpentering, and you can well believe that mademoiselle's boarding school wasn't one of the dearest in Paris, although it was a good school, I flatter myself." "Nonsense," said Gilbert, kissing her. "You lie very coolly, Mère Genil, but you will never make my father and me believe that Châteaubrun was not bought with your money, that it does not really belong to you, and that we are not living in your house, although you bought it in our name." "Not at all, not at all, mademoiselle," replied the noble-hearted Genil, that strange little woman who liked to boast on every occasion, and to make herself heard on every subject, but who, to maintain the dignity of her master's rank, of which she was more careful than they were themselves, energetically denied the noblest action of her whole life. "Not at all, I tell you. I had nothing to do with it. Is it my fault if your papa doesn't know how to count 5, and if you are as careless as he? Bah! A lot you know about your receipts and your expenses, both of you. Leave you to yourselves, and we'll see what will become of you. I tell you that you are in your own house, and that if there is anything for me to boast of, it is that I managed your affairs with so much good sense and economy that Monsieur found himself one fine morning richer than he thought. Now, continued Genil, I will go on and finish our story for Monsieur Emile. We bought back the chateau. Jean Japelou and Monsieur Antoine themselves did all the carpentering and cabinet making in this pavilion, and while they were finishing the work, which lasted hardly 6 months, I went to Paris to fetch our child, and happy and proud I was to bring her back to the chateau of her ancestors, which she hardly remembered that she had lived in when she was a baby, poor child. Since then we have been very happy here, and when I hear Monsieur Antoine complain of anything, I can't help blaming him, for what man was ever more blessed than he, after all? But I don't complain of anything, rejoined Monsieur Antoine, and your reproach is unjust. Oh, you sometimes look as if you'd like to say that you don't cut as good a figure here as you used to do, and in that you are wrong. Come, were you really any richer when you had 30,000 francs a year? People robbed you and cheated you, and you knew nothing about it. Today you have the necessaries of life, and you need have no fear of thieves. Everybody knows that you have no rolls of gold pieces hidden in your straw bed. You had 10 servants, each a greater glutton and sot and sluggard than the rest. Parisian servants, that tells the whole story. Today you have Monsieur Sylvain Charasson, also a glutton and a sluggard, I agree. As she said this, Genil raised her voice so that Sylvain could hear in the kitchen, then added in a lower tone, "But his stupidity makes you laugh, and when he breaks something, you are not sorry to find that you're not the most awkward member of the household. You had 10 horses, always badly kept, and unfit to be used, because they weren't properly taken care of. Today you have your old lanterne, the best animal in the world, always well groomed, full of courage and sober. You should see her eat dry leaves and rushes, just like a goat. And speaking of goats, where will you find finer ones? Just like 2 deer, excellent milkers, and always amusing you with their pretty antics, climbing over the ruins for your evening entertainment. And what about your cellar? You had one that was well supplied, but your rascally flunkies baptized themselves with wine as they pleased, and you drank only what was left. Now you drink your light native wine, which you have always liked, and which is healthy and refreshing. When I take a hand in making it, it's as clear as water from the rock, and doesn't heat your stomach. And aren't you satisfied with your clothes? You used to have a wardrobe that was eaten up by the moths, and your waistcoats went out of fashion before you had worn them, for you never cared for dress. Today you have just what you need to keep cool in summer and warm in winter. The village tailor fits you beautifully, and doesn't make your clothes too tight at the joints. Come, monsieur, confess that everything is for the best, that you never had less care, and that you are the luckiest of men. For I have said nothing yet of the privilege of having a lovely daughter who is happy with you, and an incomparable Genil who is intent wholly upon other people's happiness," cried Monsieur Antoine with deep emotion mingled with gaiety. "Well, you are right, Genil, and I was persuaded of it beforehand. Vive Dieu! You insult me by doubting it, for I feel that I am in very truth the spoiled child of Providence. And except for a secret trouble, of which you are well aware, and which you did well not to mention, there is absolutely nothing which I would change. I drink to your health, Genil. You have talked like a book. Your health too, Monsieur Emile. You are young and rich. You are well educated, and a thinking man. Therefore you have no reason to envy other people. But I wish you as pleasant an old age as mine, and as tender affections in your heart. But we have talked enough of ourselves," he added, putting his glass on the table, "and we mustn't forget our other friends. Let us talk about the best of them all after Genil. Let us talk about old Jean Japelou and his affairs." "Yes, let us talk about him," cried a loud voice, which made everybody start. And Monsieur Antoine, turning his head, saw Jean Japelou in the doorway. "What! Jean in broad daylight!" he cried, in utter amazement. "Yes, I have come in broad daylight, and through the main gateway too," replied the carpenter, wiping his forehead. "Oh, but I have run! Give me a glass of wine, Mère Genil, for I am choked with the heat." "Poor Jean!" cried Gilbert, running to the door to close it. "Were you pursued? We'll see about hiding you. Perhaps they will come and look for you here." "No, no," said Jean. "No, my good girl, leave the doors open. Nobody is following me. I bring you good news, and that is why I hurried so. I am free, I am happy, I am saved." "Mon Dieu!" cried Gilbert, taking the old peasant's dusty head in her lovely hands. "So my prayer has been granted! I prayed so earnestly for you last night." "Dear soul from heaven, you brought me good luck," replied Jean, who was quite unable to return the caresses and answer the questions of Antoine and Genil. "But tell us who has given you back your liberty and peace of mind," continued Gilbert, when the carpenter had swallowed a large glassful of wine. "Oh, someone whom you would never guess, who became my surety at once, and will pay my fines. Come, I give you 100 guesses." "Perhaps it's the curé of EGUZON?" said Genil. "He's such a good man, although his sermons are a little confused. But he isn't rich enough." "Who do you think it is, Gilbert?" said Jean. "I would guess the good curé's sister, Madame Rose, who has such a big heart, except that she is no richer than her brother." "No, no, that wouldn't be possible. Your turn, Monsieur Antoine." "I can't imagine," replied the Châtelaine. "Tell us quickly, you're torturing us." "But I will wager that I have guessed," said Emile. "I guess my father, for I have talked with him, and I know that he intended—" "Excuse me, young man," said the carpenter, interrupting him. "I don't know what your father intended, but I know well enough what I never intend, and that is to owe him anything, to accept any favor from the man who began by having me put in prison, to force me to accept his pretended benefactions and his hard terms. Thanks, I esteem you, but as to your father, let's say no more about him. Let's never talk about him again. Come, come, haven't any of you guessed? Well, what would you say if I should tell you it was Monsieur de Bois-Guilbault?" That name, which Emile had heard before, for somebody had mentioned it in his presence at Gargales, as that of one of the richest landed proprietors in the neighborhood, produced the effect of an electric shock on the inhabitants of Châteaubrun. Gilbert jumped. Antoine and Genil stared at each other, unable to utter a word. "That surprises you a little, does it?" continued the carpenter. "It seems impossible," replied Genil. "Are you joking? Monsieur de Bois-Guilbault, the enemy of all of us?" "Why say so?" said Monsieur Antoine. "That man is nobody's enemy intentionally. He has always done good, never harm." "For my part," said Gilbert, "I was sure that he was capable of a good action. What did I tell you, dear little mother? He's an unhappy man. Anybody can see that on his face. But you don't know him," rejoined Genil, "and you can't say anything about him. Come, Jean, tell us by what miracle you succeeded in approaching that cold, stern, haughty man." "Chance, or rather the good Lord, did it all," replied the carpenter. "I was going through the little wood that skirts his park, and is separated from it at that point only by a hedge and a narrow ditch. I glanced over the hedge to see how beautiful and neat and well kept everything was. I was thinking, a little sadly, that I had once been perfectly at home in that park and that chateau, that I had worked there for 20 years, and that I had been fond of Monsieur le Marquis, although he was never very amiable. Still, he had his kind days in those times, and yet for another 20 years I hadn't put my foot on his land, and I shouldn't dare to ask him for shelter after what had taken place between him and me. As I was thinking of all this, I heard 2 horses trotting, and the next moment I saw 2 gendarmes riding straight toward me. They hadn't seen me then, but if I crossed their road they couldn't fail to see me, and they knew my face so well. I had no time for reflection. I plunged into the hedge, ran through it like a fox, and found myself in Bois Guilbeau Park, where I quietly lay down against the fence, while my friends the gendarmes rode by without so much as turning their heads in my direction. When they had gone some little distance, I stood up, and was preparing to go out as I had come, when suddenly I felt a hand on my shoulder, and turned to find myself face to face with Monsieur de Bois Guilbeau, who said to me with his sad face and his sepulchral voice, "What are you doing here?" "Faith, as you see, Monsieur le Marquis, I am hiding." "Why are you hiding?" "Because there are gendarmes within 2 yards." "Have you committed a crime, then?" "Yes, I snared 2 rabbits and killed a hare." Thereupon, as I saw that he would not ask me many more questions, I hastily told him my misfortunes in as few words as possible, for you know that he's a man who always has something in his mind different from what you're talking about. You never know whether he hears you. He always looks as if he wasn't bothering himself to listen to you. It's many a year since I saw him close, for he lives shut up in his park like a mole in its hole, and I no longer have access to his house. He seemed to me to have grown very old and very feeble, although he is still as straight as a poplar. But he is so thin you can see through him, and his beard is as white as an old goat's. It made me feel badly, and yet I was even more vexed than sorry when I saw him all the time I was talking to him walk along digging up all the weeds in the path with the little hoe he always has in his hand. I followed him step by step, talking all the time, telling him about my troubles, not to beg for his help, I never thought of such a thing, but to see if he still had a little friendship for me. At last he turned toward me and said, without looking at me, "Why didn't you ask some rich man at your village to be your surety?" "The devil!" said I. "There aren't many rich men in Gargalesse." "Isn't there a Monsieur Cardonnet who has come there recently?" "Yes, but he's mayor, and it was he who tried to have me arrested." He didn't say anything more for 2 or 3 minutes. I thought he had forgotten that I was there, and I was just going away when he said, "Why didn't you come to me?" "Why," said I, you know very well why I didn't." "No?" "What, no? Why, don't you remember that, after employing me a long while, and never once finding fault with me, I don't think I deserved to be found fault with, by the way, you called me into your study one fine morning, and said, 'Here's your pay for these last days, off with you.' And when I asked you when I should come again, your answer was, 'Never.' And when I was dissatisfied with that kind of treatment, and asked you wherein I had failed to do my duty to you, you pointed to the door, without condescending to open your lips. That was 20 years ago, and it may be that you have forgotten it, but it has always remained in my heart, and I consider that you were very hard and unjust to a poor mechanic who worked as he could and was no more awkward than the average. I thought at first that you had a mad fit and would get over it, but I waited in vain. You have never sent for me since. I was too proud to come and ask you for work. Besides, I had no lack of it. I have always had all that I wanted. And at this moment, if I wasn't driven to hide in the woods, I should have plenty of customers. But what hurt me, you see, was being turned out like a dog. Worse than that, like an idler or a thief. And you're not even giving me a chance to justify myself. I thought that I must have some enemy in your house, and that they had told you lies about me. But I could never guess who it could be, for I have never known any other enemies than constables and excisemen. I held my tongue. I never complained of you. but I pitied you for being quick to believe evil, and as I was somewhat attached to you, I was sorry to find that you had faults." Monsieur de Bois-Guilbert seemed all the time not to be listening to me, but when I had finished, he asked me in an indifferent tone, "How much is your fine?" "The whole business amounts to 1,000 francs, besides the costs." "Very well. Go and tell the mayor of your village, Monsieur Cardonnet, isn't it? To send some trustworthy person to me, with whom I can settle your affairs. Tell him that my health is bad, and I don't go out, and that I request him to do me this favor." "Do you offer to be my surety?" "No, I will pay your fine. You can go." "And when shall I come and work for you to pay off my debt?" "I have no work. Don't come at all." "Do you propose to give me alms?" "No, but to do you a very small favor, which costs me little. That's enough. Leave me." "And suppose I don't choose to accept it?" "You will make a mistake." "And you don't want me to thank you?" "It's useless." Thereupon he fairly turned his back on me, and went away for good and all. But I followed him, and knowing that long-winded compliments were not to his taste, I said like this: "Monsieur de Bois-Guilbert, shake hands, if you please." "What! You dare to say that to him?" cried Genil. "Well, why shouldn't I dare? What more straightforward thing can you say to a man?" "And what answer did he make? What did he do?" queried Gilbert. "He took my hand abruptly, without hesitation, and he pressed it quite hard, although his hand was as cold and stiff as a piece of ice." "And what did he say?" inquired Monsieur Antoine, who had listened to this tale with repressed excitement. "He said, 'Be off,'" replied the carpenter. "Apparently that phrase denotes friendship with him, and he almost ran away to avoid me, as far as his poor thin long legs would enable him to run. And I, for my part, ran here to tell you all this." "And I," said Emile, "will run to my father, to tell him of Monsieur de Bois-Guilbert's intentions, so that he may send someone to him at once, as he requests." "That hardly sets my mind at rest," replied the carpenter. "Your father has a grudge against me. He cannot help recognizing the fact that I am clear of my fine. But he won't want to let me off without the imprisonment, for he can punish me for being a vagabond, and shut me up, if it's only for a few days, and that would be too much for me." "Oh," cried Gilbert, "I know that Jean could never submit to being taken to prison by the gendarmes. He would do some other mad thing. Don't let him be exposed to it, Monsieur Emile. Speak to Monsieur your father, entreat him, tell him that—" "Oh, mademoiselle," replied Emile warmly, "do not share Jean's bad opinion of my father. It is unjust. I am sure that my father would have done for him tonight or tomorrow what Monsieur de Bois-Guilbert has done. And as for prosecuting him as a vagabond, I will answer for it with my head that—" "If you will answer for it with your head," interposed Jean, "why not go at once to Monsieur de Bois-Guilbert? His house is close at hand. When you have arranged matters with him, I shall feel more at ease, for I have confidence in you, and I confess that a single night in prison would drive me mad. The good Lord's child told you so, he said," looking at Gilbert, "and she knows me." "I will go at once," rejoined Emile, rising, and bestowing upon Gilbert a glance alight with zeal and devotion. "Will you show me the way?" "Come," said the carpenter. "Yes, yes, go!" cried Gilbert, her father, and Genil with one breath. Emile saw that Gilbert was pleased with him, and he ran to get his horse. But as he was descending the path on foot with the carpenter, Monsieur Châteaubrun ran after him, and said with some embarrassment, "My dear boy, you have a generous heart and great delicacy of feeling, and I can safely confide in you. I must warn you of one thing, of small importance perhaps, but which it is essential for you to know. It is this, that for some reason or other, in short, that I am on bad terms with Monsieur de Bois-Guilbert, so that there is no use of your mentioning me to him. Avoid mentioning my name before him, or telling him that you come from my house. If you do, it may irritate him and cool his kindly disposition toward our poor Jean." Emile promised to say nothing, and followed his guide in the direction of Bois Guilbert, absorbed by his thoughts, and thinking more of the fair Gilberte than of his companion and his mission. Chapter 11 of The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 1, by George Sand. Translation by George Burnham Ives. Chapter 11. A Ghost. However, as they approached the manor of Bois Guilbert, Emile began to wonder what sort of man, whether of superior parts or simply eccentric, he was to deal with, and he was compelled to attend to the information which the carpenter, with his rustic good sense, tried to give him concerning that enigmatical personage. From all that Emile could gather from this somewhat contradictory information, strewn as it was with conjectures, he concluded that the Marquis de Bois Guilbert was immensely rich, not at all avaricious, although far from extravagant, generous so far as his shyness and indifference permitted him to practice benevolence, that is to say, assisting all the poor people who applied to him, but never taking the trouble to investigate their sufferings or their needs, and giving everyone such a cold and depressing welcome that only the most imperative necessity could induce anyone to go near him. And yet he was not a hard and unfeeling man. He never refused to listen to a complaint or question the propriety of almsgiving. But he was so absent-minded and seemed so indifferent to everything that one's heart contracted and congealed in his presence. He rarely scolded and never punished. Japelou was almost the only man he had ever treated harshly, and the way in which he had now made it up to him led the carpenter to think that if he had been less proud himself and had shown himself to the Marquis sooner, the latter would not have remembered the whim that had led him to banish him. "However," continued Jean, "there's another person whom Monsieur de Bois Guilbert dislikes even more than he does me, although he has never tried to injure him. But they will never be on good terms again, and as Monsieur Antoine mentioned the subject to you, I may venture to tell you, monsieur, that in that matter Monsieur de Bois Guilbert made many people think that there was a screw loose in his brain. Just fancy that after he had been for 20 years the friend and adviser, almost a father to his neighbor, Monsieur Antoine de Châteaubrun, he suddenly turned his back on him and shut his door in his face, without anybody, not even Monsieur Antoine himself, knowing what it was all about. At least the pretext was so absurd that you can't explain it except by thinking that he was cracked. It was for some offense that Monsieur Antoine committed while hunting over the Marquis's land. And observe that, ever since he came into the world, Monsieur Antoine had always hunted over Monsieur de Bois Guilbert's estates as if they were his own, as they were comrades and good friends. That Monsieur de Bois Guilbert had never in his life touched a gun or shot a piece of game, had never made any objection to his neighbors shooting his game, and lastly, that he had never notified Monsieur Antoine that he didn't want him to hunt over his land. The result has been that since that time, that is to say, about 20 years, the two neighbors have never met, never exchanged a word, and Monsieur de Bois Guilbert can't bear to hear the name of Châteaubrun. For his part, Monsieur Antoine, although it touches him more than he is willing to admit, has persisted in making no advances, and seems to avoid Monsieur de Bois Guilbert as carefully as he is avoided by him. As my dismissal from Bois Guilbert took place about the same time, I believe that the Marquis's anger overflowed on me, or else that, Knowing that I was much attached to Monsieur Antoine, he was afraid that I would be bold enough to broach the subject to him, and reprove him for his whim. In that respect he made no mistake, for my tongue isn't sluggish, and it is certain that I should have made Monsieur le Marquis hear what I had to say. He preferred to take the initiative. I can't explain his harshness to me in any other way." "Has this man a family?" Emile inquired. "Not any, monsieur. He married a very pretty young lady, a poor relation, much too young for him. It resembled a love marriage on his part, but his conduct didn't show it, for he was neither more cheerful, nor more approachable, nor more amiable after it. He made no change in his way of living, like a bear, saving the respect I owe him. Monsieur Antoine continued to be almost the only intimate friend of the house, and Madame was so bored there that one day she went to Paris to live, and her husband never thought of joining her there or of bringing her back. She died when she was still very young, without bearing him any children, and since then, whether because a secret grief has turned his brain, or because the pleasure of being alone consoles him for everything, he has lived absolutely secluded in his chateau, with no companion, not even a poor dog. His family is almost extinct. He is not known to have any heirs or any friends, so no one can imagine who will be enriched by his death." "Evidently he's a monomaniac," said Emile. "What's that?" queried the carpenter. "I mean that his mind is absorbed by a fixed idea." "Yes, I believe that you are right, but what is that idea? That is what no one can say. He is known to have only one attachment, that is for the park you see yonder, which he laid out and planted himself, and which he almost never leaves. Indeed, I think he sleeps there on his feet, walking about, for he has been seen walking in the paths like a ghost at 2 o'clock in the morning, and he frightened some people who had crept in there to purloin a little fruit or firewood. As they had reached a point opposite the park, and from the high path they were following could look over into it and see a part of it, Emile was charmed by the beauty of that pleasure ground, the magnificence of the trees, the happy arrangement of the shrubbery, the freshness of the turf, and the graceful shape of the different levels, which descended gradually to the bank of a small stream, one of the bubbling affluents of the Gargalesse. He thought that no idiot could have created that species of earthly paradise, and turned the charms of nature to account so successfully. It seemed to him, on the contrary, that a poetic mind must have guided that arrangement. But the aspect of the chateau soon gave the lie to these conjectures. One can imagine nothing uglier, colder, more unpleasant to the eye than the manor house of Bois Guilbert. Additions to the original structure had deprived it of something of its antique character, and the excellent state of repair in which it was kept made its surroundings all the more repellent. Jean stopped at the end of the path where it entered the park, and his young friend, having given him some of his best cigars to encourage him to be patient, rode toward the house along a path of discouraging neatness. Not a blade of grass, not a twig of ivy covered the nakedness of those high walls, painted an iron gray, and the only architectural bit that caught his eye was an escutcheon over the iron gate, bearing the arms of Bois Guilbert, which had been scraped and retouched more recently than the rest, perhaps at the time of the return of the Bourbons. At all events, there was a marked difference between this crest and its ponderous framework. Emile drew the inference that the Marquis set much store by his titles and ancient privileges. He rang a long while at an enormous gate before it opened. At last a spring was pressed somewhere in the distance that made it turn on its hinges, although nobody appeared, and the young man having passed through after tying his horse, the gate closed behind him with little noise, as if an invisible hand had caught him in a trap. A feeling of depression, almost of terror, took possession of him when he found himself imprisoned, as it were, in a large, bare, gravelled courtyard, surrounded by buildings of uniform size, and as silent as the graveyard of a convent. A number of yews, trimmed to a point and planted in front of the main doorways, added to the resemblance. For the rest, not a flower, not a breath of fragrance from a plant, not a sprig of vine about the windows, not a spider's web on the panes, not a broken pane, not a human sound, not even the crowing of a cock or the bark of a dog, not a pigeon, not a patch of moss on the roofs. I verily believe that not even an insect ventured to fly or buzz in the courtyard of Bois Guilbert. Emile was looking about for someone to speak to, seeing not even a footprint on the freshly raked gravel, when he heard a shrill, cracked voice call to him, in a far from pleasing tone, "What does monsieur want?" After turning about several times to see where the voice came from, Emile finally discovered at an air-hole of a basement kitchen an old, well-powdered white head, with light, expressionless eyes, and drawing nearer he tried to make himself heard. But the old butler's hearing was as weak as his sight, and he answered the visitor's questions at random. "The park can't be seen except on Sunday," he said. "Take the trouble to come again Sunday." Emile handed him his card, and the old man, slowly taking his spectacles from his pocket, without leaving his subterranean air-hole, slowly examined it, after which he disappeared to reappear at a door just above his hole. "Very good, monsieur," he said. "Monsieur le Marquis ordered me to admit the person who came from Monsieur Cardonnet. Monsieur Cardonnet of Gargolès, isn't it?" Emile bowed in assent. "Very good, monsieur," continued the old servant, bowing courteously, evidently very glad of an opportunity to be polite and hospitable without violating his orders. "Monsieur le Marquis did not think that you would come so soon. He did not expect you before tomorrow at the earliest. He is in his park. I will run and tell him. But first I shall have the honor to escort you to the salon." When he talked of running, the old man uttered a strange boast. He had the gait and the agility of a centenarian. He led Emile to the low, narrow doorway of a stairway turret, and slowly selecting a key from his bunch, preceded him upstairs to another door, studded with great nails and locked like the first. Another key, and after passing through a long corridor, a third key to open the apartments. Emile was taken through several rooms, where the contrast to the bright sunlight was so great that he seemed to be in utter darkness. At last he entered a vast salon, and the valet waved him to a chair, saying, "Does monsieur wish me to open the blinds?" Emile made him understand by signs that it was useless, and the old man left him alone. When his eyes became accustomed to the dim grayish light that crept into that room, he was struck by the sumptuous character of the furniture. Everything dated from the time of Louis XIII, and one would have said that a connoisseur had guided the selection of even the least important articles. Nothing was lacking, from the frames of the mirrors to the tiniest nail in the hangings. There was not the slightest departure from the prevailing style. And it was all authentic, partly worn, still in good condition, although somewhat tarnished, at once rich and simple. Emile admired M. de Bois-Guilbert's good taste and knowledge. He learned later that the disinclination to move and the horror of change, which seemed hereditary in that family, were alone responsible for the marvelous preservation and transmission from father to son of these treasures, which it is the present fashion to collect at great expense in bric-a-brac shops, which are today the most sumptuous and interesting places imaginable. But the pleasure which the young man experienced in examining these curiosities was succeeded by a feeling of extraordinary frigidity and depression. In addition to the icy atmosphere of a house closed at all seasons to the generous rays of the sun, in addition to the silence without, there was something funereal in the regularity of that interior arrangement, which no one ever disturbed, and in that artistic and noble luxury which no one was invited to enjoy. It was evident from those tight-locked doors of which the servant kept the keys, from the cleanliness unmarred by the slightest speck of dust, from the heavy closed curtains, that the master never entered the salon, and that the only constant visitors were a broom and a duster. Emile thought with horror of the life that the dead and gone Marquise de Bois-Guilbert, young and lovely as she was, must have led in that house, dumb and dead for centuries, and he forgave her with all his heart for having gone elsewhere for a breath of fresh air before she died. Who knows, he thought, that she did not contract in this tomb one of those slow, deep-seated maladies which cannot be cured when the remedy is sought too late. He was confirmed in that idea when the door slowly opened and the chatelaine in person appeared before him. Save for the coat, it was the statue of the commander, come down from his pedestal, the same measured gait, the same pallor, the same absence of expression, the same solemn and petrified face. Monsieur de Bois-Guilbert was barely 70 years of age, but his was one of those organizations which have never had any age. He had not originally a bad figure, nor an ugly face. His features were quite regular. His figure was still erect, and his step firm, so long as he did not hurry. But excessive thinness had done away with all pretense of shape, and his clothes seemed to be hung upon a man of wood. His face neither repelled by disdain nor inspired aversion, but as it expressed absolutely nothing, as one would have sought in vain at the first glance to detect upon it any trace of a thought or emotion referable to any known type of humanity, it inspired fear. And Emile involuntarily thought of the German legend, in which a very well-dressed individual appears at the door of the chateau, and apologizes for being unable to enter in the state in which he is, for fear of disturbing the company. "Why, you seem to me to be very decently dressed," says the hospitable chatelaine. "Come in, I beg you." "No, no," the other replies, "it is impossible, and you would blame me if I did. Be good enough to listen to me in the doorway. I bring you news from the other world." "What do you mean by that?" "Come in, it rains, and the storm will soon burst." "Look at me carefully," says the mysterious visitor, "and you will see that I cannot sit at your table without violating all the laws of hospitality. Can it be that you don't see that I am dead?" The chatelaine looks at him closely, and sees that he is in very truth dead. He closes the door between him and the dead man, and returns to the banquet hall, where he swoons. Emile did not swoon when Monsieur de Bois-Guilbert greeted him. But if, instead of saying, "Excuse me for keeping you waiting, I was in my park," he had said, "I was just being buried," the young man would not have been greatly surprised. The Marquise's superannuated costume heightened the ghost-like aspect of his face. He had been fashionably dressed once in his life, on his wedding day. Since then it had never occurred to him to make any change in his dress, and he had invariably given his tailor for a model the coat he had just worn out, on the pretext that he was accustomed to it, and that he was afraid he should be uncomfortable in one of a different cut. He was dressed therefore in the costume of a dandy of the Empire, which formed a most extraordinary contrast to his withered, melancholy face. A very short green coat, nankeen breeches, a very stiff shirt-frill, heart-shaped boots, and, to remain true to his habits, a little flaxen wig, of the color that his hair used to be, gathered up in a bunch over the middle of his forehead. A very high starched collar, which raised his long snow-white whiskers to the level of his eyes, gave to his long face the shape of a triangle. He was scrupulously clean, and yet a few bits of dry moss on his clothes showed that he had not made his toilette expressly to receive his guest, but that he was accustomed to walk alone in his park in that invariable dress. He sat down without speaking, bowed without speaking, and looked at Emile without speaking. At first the young man was embarrassed by this silence, and wondered if he should not attribute it to disdain. But when he saw that the Marquis was awkwardly twisting a twig of honeysuckle in his hands, as if to keep himself in countenance, he realized that the old man was as timid as a child. Whether by nature, or because of his long-continued and persistent abandonment of all social relations. He determined, therefore, to begin the conversation, and wishing to make himself agreeable to his host, in order to encourage him in his kindly impulse toward the carpenter, he did not hesitate to bemarquee him at every word, indulging in secret, it may be, in a feeling of contempt for his pride of birth. But this ironical deference seemed as indifferent to the Marquis as the object of Emile's visit. He answered in monosyllables to thank him for his promptness, and to reiterate his undertaking to pay the delinquent's fines. "This is a noble and praiseworthy act of yours, Monsieur le Marquis," said Emile, "and your protégé, in whom I am very deeply interested, is as grateful as he is worthy. You probably do not know that at the time of the recent inundation he jumped into the river to save a child, and succeeded in doing it by incurring great risk." "He saved a child? His own?" asked Monsieur de Boisguibault, who had not seemed to hear Emile's words, his manner was so indifferent and preoccupied. "No, somebody else's. He didn't know whose. I asked the same question, and was told that the child's parents were almost strangers to him." "And he saved him?" the Marquis repeated, after a moment's silence, during which another imaginary world seemed to have passed before his brain. "He is very lucky." The Marquis's voice and accent were even more repellent than his bearing and features. He spoke slowly, the words seemed to come from his mouth with an extreme effort, a dull monotone without the slightest inflection. "Evidently he never goes out, and sees no one, because he knows that he is dead," said Emile to himself, still thinking of his German legend. "Now, Monsieur le Marquis, will you kindly tell me why you wished my father to send you an envoy? I am here to receive your instructions." "Because," replied Monsieur de Boisguibault, a little disturbed at having to make a direct answer, and trying to collect his ideas, "because, I'll tell you, this man you speak of would not like to go to jail, and we must prevent it. Tell your father to prevent it." "That doesn't concern my father at all, Monsieur le Marquis. He certainly will not invoke the rigor of the law against poor Jean, but he cannot prevent the law's taking its course." "I beg your pardon," replied the Marquis. "He can speak, or send someone to speak, to the local authorities. He has influence, or should have." "But why shouldn't you do this yourself, Monsieur le Marquis? You have been in the province longer than my father, and if you believe in influence, you must rate your privileges in that regard higher than ours." "The privileges of birth are no longer fashionable," replied Monsieur de Boisguibault, with no indication of vexation or regret. "Your father, being a manufacturer, is sure to be more highly considered than I am. And then, nobody knows me now. I am too old. I don't even know whom to apply to. I have forgotten all about it. If Monsieur Cardonnet will take the trouble to speak, that man will not be prosecuted for vagabondage." After this long speech, Monsieur de Boisguibault heaved a great sigh, as if he were thoroughly exhausted. But Emile had already noticed his strange habit of sighing, which was not precisely the choking of a victim of asthma, nor an expression of mental pain. It was more like a nervous tic, which did not change the impassibility of his face, but which was so frequent that it acted upon the nerves of his auditor, and eventually produced a most painful impression upon Emile. "I think, Monsieur le Marquis," he said, wishing to sound him a little, "that you would have a poor opinion of a social system wherein any privilege, either of birth or fortune, was the only protection of the poor or the weak against too vigorous laws. I prefer to think that moral force and influence are on the side of the man, who can most successfully invoke the laws of clemency and humanity." "In that case, monsieur, do you act in my place," the Marquis replied. There was something of humility and something of flattery in that laconic reply, and yet there was perhaps a touch of irony in it as well. "Who knows," said Emile to himself, "that this old misanthrope isn't a pitiless satirist? Very well, I will defend myself." "I am ready to do all that is in my power to do for your protege," he replied, "and if I fail, it will be for lack of ability, not for lack of energy and goodwill." Perhaps the Marquis did not understand this rebuke. He seemed impressed only by one word, which Emile then used for the second time, and he repeated it in a sort of dazed reverie. "Protege," said he, sighing after his wont. "I should have said your debtor," rejoined Emile, who already regretted his precipitation, and feared that he might have injured the carpenter. "By whatever name you would have me call him, Monsieur le Marquis, the man is overflowing with gratitude for your kindness to him, and if he had dared, he would have come with me to thank you again." A slight flush tinged Monsieur de Boisguibault's cheeks for an instant, and he replied in a less hesitating tone, "I hope he will leave me in peace hereafter." Emile was wounded by this rebuff, and he could not resist the impulse to manifest his feeling. "If I were in his place," he said with some warmth, "I should be greatly distressed to be burdened by an obligation which my devotion, my gratitude, and my services could never remove. You would be even more generous than you are, Monsieur le Marquis, if you would allow honest Jean Japelou to offer you his thanks and his services." "Monsieur," said Monsieur de Boisguibault, picking up a pin and sticking it into his sleeve, whether to avoid manifesting a sort of confusion which overcame him, or from an inveterate habit of orderliness, "I warn you that I am irascible, very irascible." His voice was so calm, and his utterance so slow, as he gave Emile this advice, that he nearly laughed in his face. "Upon my word," he thought, "we are a little cracked, as Jean says. If I have been so unfortunate as to offend you, Monsieur le Marquis," he said, rising, "I will take my leave, in order not to aggravate my offense, for I might perhaps make the mistake of asking you to be perfect, and it would be your own fault." "How so?" said the Marquis, twisting his sprig of honeysuckle with an agitation which seemed not to extend beyond the ends of his fingers. "We are apt to be exacting with those whom we esteem, I would venture to say with those whom we admire, if I did not fear to offend your modesty." "Are you really going?" said the Marquis, after a moment of problematical silence, and in a still more problematical tone. "Yes, Monsieur le Marquis, I offer you my compliments." "Why will you not dine with me?" "That is impossible," Emile replied, bewildered and appalled by such a suggestion. "You would be terribly bored," said the Marquis, with a sigh which found, I know not how, the road to Emile's heart. "Monsieur," he replied, with spontaneous cordiality, "I will come again and dine with you when you choose." "Tomorrow, then," said Monsieur de Boisguibault, in a melancholy tone, which seemed desirous to contradict the heartiness of his invitation. "Tomorrow, so be it," rejoined the young man. "Oh, no, not tomorrow," said the Marquis. "Tomorrow will be Monday. A bad day for me. But Tuesday. Will that suit you?" Emile accepted with very good grace, but in his heart he was dismayed at the idea of a tête-à-tête of some hours with that dead man, and he regretted an outburst of compassion which he had been unable to resist. Monsieur de Bois-Guilbert, meanwhile, seemed to lay aside his fear. He insisted upon escorting his visitor to the gate where he had tied his horse. "You have a pretty little animal there," he said, examining Corbeau with the eye of a connoisseur. "He's a Bren, well bred, strong, and quiet. Are you a good horseman?" "I have more experience and courage than skill," replied Emile. "I have never had time to learn equestrianism by rule, but I intend to do so as soon as I have a favorable opportunity." "It is a noble and useful exercise," said the Marquis. "If you care to come and see me now and then, I will place what little I know at your service." Emile accepted the offer courteously, but he could not forbear a significant glance at the slender individual who put himself forward as a professor. "Is this fellow well trained?" Monsieur de Bois-Guilbert inquired, as he patted Corbeau's neck. "He is docile and willing, but otherwise he's as ignorant as his master." "I don't care very much for animals," said the Marquis. "However, I sometimes give a little attention to horses, and I will show you some very good pupils of mine. Will you allow me to try the qualities of yours?" Emile made haste to turn his courser for the Marquis to mount, but he was so afraid of an accident when he saw how slowly and painfully the old man hoisted himself into the saddle, that he could not refrain from warning him, even at the risk of insulting him, that Corbeau was a little restive and meddlesome. The Marquis received the warning without taking offense, but persisted none the less in his plan with comical gravity. Emile trembled for his venerable host, and Corbeau quivered with anger and dread under that strange hand. He even tried to rebel, and from the Marquis's gentle manner of dealing with his rebellion, you would have said that he was rather ill at ease himself. "There, there, my boy," he said, patting his neck, "let's not get excited." But that was only a consequence of his theories, which forbade the maltreatment of a horse as the crime of les sciences. He gradually quieted his steed without punishing him, and riding him about his great bare gravelled courtyard, as if it were a riding school, he tried him at all his gaits, and with extraordinary ease made him go through all the various evolutions and changes of foot which he would have required from a well-schooled horse. Corbeau seemed to submit without effort, but when the Marquis turned him over to Emile, his distended nostrils and his quarters dripping with sweat, revealed the mysterious power to which that firm hand and those long legs had subjected him. "I had no idea that he knew so much," said Emile, by way of flattering the Marquis. "He's a very intelligent beast," was the modest reply. When Emile was in the saddle, Corbeau reared and plunged furiously, as if to revenge himself upon a less experienced rider for the wearisome lesson he had received. "That's a strange dead man," said Emile to himself, as he rode rapidly along the path that led him back to Jean Japelou, thinking of that asthmatic Marquis, who was covered with confusion before a child, and subdued a spirited horse. Can it be that corpse-like face and that dead voice belong to a character of iron? He found the carpenter exceedingly impatient and anxious, but when he had given him an account of the conference, he said, "That is first rate. I am obliged to you, and I place my interests in your hands. But a man must do what he can to help himself, and that is what I propose to do. While you go and write to the authorities, I will go and see them. Your writing will take time, and I cannot sleep until I have embraced my friends at Gargales in broad daylight, after vespers, on the steps of our church. I am off to the village. And suppose you are arrested on the way? I shan't be arrested on a road which I know, and the gendarmes don't. I will arrive at night, and slip into the king's attorney's kitchen. His cook is my niece. I have a good tongue, and I will explain my position. I will tell my reasons for what I do, and before sunset tomorrow I will enter my village with my head in the air." Without awaiting Emile's reply, the carpenter darted off like a flash, and disappeared in the bushes. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 1, by George Sand. Translation by George Burnham Ives. Chapter 12. Industrial Diplomacy. When Emile informed his father that the carpenter had found a protector, and told him how he had employed his day, Monsieur Cardonnet became thoughtful, and for some moments maintained a silence as problematical as Monsieur de Bois-Guilbault's pauses and sighs. But the apparent coldness of the two men indicated no resemblance between their respective characters. In the Marquis it was due to instinct, habit, and incapacity, whereas in the manufacturer it was a quality acquired by a powerful exertion of the will. In the Marquis it was due to the slow and embarrassed working of the mind. In the other, on the contrary, it served as a veil and a curb to the activity of a too impetuous mind. In a word, it was assumed in Monsieur Cardonnet. It was a borrowed dignity, a rôle assumed in order to make an impression on other men, and while he seemed thus to hold himself in check, he was calculating feverishly the best method of venting the wrath that was about to explode, and its effects. And so, while Monsieur de Bois-Guilbault's vexed irresolution resulted only in a few mysterious monosyllables, Monsieur Cardonnet's deceptive calm covered a storm, the explosion of which he postponed to suit himself, but which found vent sooner or later in significant and unambiguous words. It may be said that the life of one was nourished by its energetic manifestations, whereas the other's wore itself out in repressed emotions. Monsieur Cardonnet was very well aware that his son was not to be easily convinced, and that it was impossible to intimidate him by violence or threats. He had come in collision too frequently with that energetic will. He had had too much experience of his power of resistance, although it had hitherto been only in regard to trivial matters pertaining to young men, not to realize that it was essential, first of all, to inspire a well-founded respect. He made few false moves, therefore, in his presence, but on the contrary, kept an extremely close watch upon himself. "Well, father, do you regret poor Jean's good luck?" said Emile. "And do you blame me for meeting his protector's kind intentions halfway? I felt absolutely certain of your approval, and this suspicious carpenter must be taught to know you, to respect you, yes, and to like you." "All this," said Monsieur Cardonnet, "is mere talk. You must write in his behalf at once. My secretary is busy, but I presume that you will be willing to take his place sometimes in confidential matters." "Oh, with all my heart!" cried Emile. "Write then, and I will dictate." And Monsieur Cardonnet dictated several letters, overflowing with zeal and solicitude for the delinquent, and couched in terms of rare propriety and dignity. He went so far as to offer himself as security for Jean Japelou, in case, although he said it was impossible, that Monsieur de Bois-Guilbault, who had anticipated his own intentions, should recede from his undertaking. When these letters were signed and sealed, he bade Emile dispatch them at once by a messenger, and added, "Now I have done as you wished. I have interrupted my business so that your protégé should not be subjected to the slightest delay. I return to my work. We shall dine in an hour, and then you must stay with your mother, whom you have neglected a little today. But tonight, when the men have stopped work, I trust that you will hold yourself at my disposal, and that I may be able to talk with you on serious subjects. I am at your service, father, this evening and my whole life, as you know very well," said Emile, embracing him. Monsieur Cardonet congratulated himself for not yielding to an angry impulse. He had recovered all his influence over Emile. In the evening, when the factory was closed and the workmen dismissed, he betook himself to a part of his garden which the flood had failed to reach, and walked there a long while alone, reflecting as to what he should say to this child who was so hard to manage, not intending to summon him until he should feel that he was in perfect control of himself. The feverish fatigue which follows a day of giving orders and overlooking others, the spectacle of devastation which he still had before his eyes, and perhaps the state of the atmosphere as well, were ill adapted to soothe the nervous irritation which had become habitual with Monsieur Cardonet. The temperature had indulged in such a sudden and violent change that the result was abnormal and enervating. The warm air was laden with vapors, as in November, although it was midsummer. But it was not the cool, transparent mist of autumn, but rather a suffocating smoke which exhaled from the ground. The path where the manufacturers strode was bordered on one side by rose bushes and other brilliant flowers. On the other there were only debris, boards piled in disorder, huge stones brought thither by the water, and from that point at which the flood had stopped to the bank of the stream, several acres of garden, covered with black mud streaked with red gravel, resembled an American forest flooded and half uprooted by the overflow of the Ohio or Mississippi. The young trees that had been overthrown lay with their branches interlaced in pools of stagnant water, which could find no outlet under those fortuitous dikes. Beautiful plants, crushed and besmirched, tried in vain to rise, but remained lying in the mud, while in the case of some others, the abundant moisture had already caused superb flowers to bloom triumphantly upon half-broken stalks. Their delicious fragrance struggled against the brackish odor of the slime, and when a faint breeze raised the mist, that fragrance and that strange odor reached the nostrils alternately. A multitude of frogs, which seemed to have fallen with the rain, were croaking with disgusting energy among the reeds, and the roar of the factory, which it was not yet possible to stop, so that the machinery was constantly running and wearing itself out uselessly, made Monsieur Cardonet feverishly impatient. Meanwhile the nightingale sang in the thickets that had been left unharmed, and saluted the full moon with the nonchalance of a lover or an artist. It was a medley of happiness and consternation, of ugliness and beauty, as if omnipotent Nature laughed at losses ruinous to man but trifling to herself, who needed but a day of sunlight and a cool damp night to repair them. Despite Cardonnet's efforts to concentrate his thoughts upon the interests of his family, he was disturbed and distracted at every turn by his anxiety concerning his pecuniary interests. Infernal river, he thought, glaring involuntarily at the torrent that flowed proudly and mockingly at his feet. When will you abandon an impossible fight? I shall find a way to chain you up and curb you at last. More stone, more iron, and you will flow within the bounds that my hand marks out for you. Oh, I shall succeed in overcoming your reckless power, in anticipating your whims, in stimulating your languor and crushing your temper. The genius of man is bound to triumph over the blind rebellion of nature on this spot. 20 more men, and you will feel the curb. Money and more money. It takes a small mountain of money to stop mountains of water. It is all a question of time and opportunity. My product must come to hand on the appointed day to meet my expenses. A month of carelessness or discouragement would ruin everything. Credit is a pit that one must dig without hesitation, because at the bottom lies the treasure of profit. I must dig on. I must keep digging. The man is a fool and a coward who stops on the way and allows his plans and his outlay to be swallowed up in space. No, no, treacherous stream, feminine terror, lying predictions of the envious, you shall not frighten me. You shall not induce me to abandon my work, when I have made so many sacrifices on account of it, when the sweat of so many men has already flowed in vain, when my brain has already expended so much effort, and my intelligence has given birth to so many miracles. Either this stream shall draw my dead body into its slime, or it shall submissively carry the results of my toil. And in the painful tension of his faculties, Monsieur Cardonnet stamped his foot on the bank with a sort of frenzied enthusiasm. Meanwhile the thought came to his mind that from his own blood had come forth an obstacle more alarming for the future than storms on the river. His son could ruin, or at least sadly embarrass everything in a day. However intense the man's earnestness and the jealousy of his character, he could never be satisfied to work for himself alone, and there is no capitalist who does not live in the future by virtue of his family ties. Cardonnet felt a fierce affection for his son in the depths of his heart. Oh, if he could only recast that rebellious mind, and identify Emile with his own life, how proud he would be! What a feeling of security he would enjoy! But this boy, who had superior faculties for anything except what his father desired, seemed to have conceived a conscientious contempt for wealth, and it was necessary to find some joint in his armor, some vulnerable point at which that terrible passion could be forced into his system. Cardonnet was well aware what chords must be touched, but could he counteract or change the nature of his own mental habit and his own talent sufficiently to produce no discord? The instrument was at once powerful and delicate. The slightest lack of harmony in the theory he was about to expound would be detected by a watchful and perspicacious judge. In a word, it was necessary that Cardonnet, a man of violent temper, and at the same time of much adroitness, in whom, however, the habit of domination was more powerful than the habit of strategy, should fight a terrific battle with himself, stifle every violent impulse, and speak the language of a conviction that was not altogether genuine. At last, feeling calmer, and deeming himself sufficiently prepared, he sent for Emile, and returned to await his coming on the spot where he had lately been absorbed in a long and painful meditation. "Well, father," said the young man, taking his hand affectionately and with evident emotion, for he felt that the moment was at hand when he should know which was destined to carry the day in his heart, filial affection or terror and reproof. "Well, father, here I am, ready to receive the communication you promised me. I am 21 years old, and I feel that I am becoming a man. You have delayed a long while to set me free from the law of silence and blind confidence. My heart has submitted as long as it can, but my common sense is beginning to speak very loudly, and I await your paternal voice to reconcile them. You will do it, I have no doubt, and throw open the doors of life to me, for thus far I have done nothing but dream, and wait, and look. I have been assailed by strange doubts, and I have suffered much already without daring to mention it to you. Now you will cure me, you will give me the key to this labyrinth in which I have gone astray. You will mark out for me a path to the future, which I shall delight to follow, happy and proud if I can walk beside you." "My son," replied Monsieur Cardonnet, somewhat disturbed by this effusive exordium, "you have acquired yonder a habit of using emphatic language which I cannot imitate. This manner of talking is ill advised, in that the mind gets heated and excited, and soon goes astray in an outburst of exaggerated emotion. I know that you love me and believe in me. You know that I cherish you above all things, and that your future is my only aim, my only thought. Let us talk reasonably then, and coolly, if it is possible. Let us first of all review your brief and happy life. You were born in comfort, and as I worked hard and constantly, wealth took its place under your feet, so quickly and so naturally that you hardly noticed it. Each year increased the possibilities of your future career, and you were hardly more than a child when I began to think of your old age and of the future of your children. You showed a praiseworthy disposition to work, but only at useless arts, drawing, music, poetry, ornamental accomplishments. It was my duty to combat, and I did combat the development of these artistic instincts, when I saw that they threatened to stifle more essential and more solid faculties. By creating your fortune, I created duties for you. The fine arts are the blessing and the treasure of the poor man. But wealth demands powers of a sterner temper to support the weight of the obligations it imposes. I questioned myself. I saw what my own education lacked, and it seemed to me that we ought to complement each other, since we were, by the law of blood, partners in the same enterprise. I was well versed in the industrial theories to which I had devoted myself, but as I had not had experience in putting them in practice early enough in life, as I had not studied the practical part of my vocation, and could solve problems in geometry and mechanics only by instinct and a sort of divination, I was likely to make mistakes, to start upon false scents, to allow myself to be led astray by my own dreams or those of other people. In a word, to lose, in addition to large sums of money, days, weeks, years, that is to say, time, which is the most valuable of all forms of capital. I determined, therefore, that you should be instructed in the mechanical sciences immediately after leaving school, and you forced yourself to work hard and faithfully, despite your youth. But your mind soon chose to take a flight which carried you away from my goal. The study of the exact sciences led you, against my will and your own, to a passion for the natural sciences, and starting off at random, you thought of nothing but astronomy, and of dreaming of worlds to which we can never go. After a contest in which I was not the stronger, I made you abandon those sciences, although I was not able to bring you back to a healthy and profitable application to the others, and abandoning the idea of making you a mechanical engineer, I looked about to see in what way you could be useful to me. When I say useful to me, I assume that you do not mistake the sense in which I use the words. As my fortune was yours, it was my duty to train you to the work, which will probably wear my life out to your advantage before long. That is in the natural order of things. I am happy to do my duty, and I shall persist in doing it, in spite of you, if necessary. But should not good sense and paternal affection impel me to make you capable of preserving and defending that fortune at all events, if not of developing it? My ignorance of the law had placed me 100 times at the mercy of foolish or treacherous advice. I had been victimized by those parasites of pettifoggery, who, having neither any genuine knowledge nor any healthy understanding of business, demand blind submission from their clients, and endanger their most valuable interests by folly, obstinacy, presumption, false tactics, useless subtleties, and the rest. Thereupon, I said to myself that with a keen, quick intellect like yours, you could learn the law in a few years, and obtain a sufficiently accurate idea of the details of procedure to need no other guide, no other adviser, and above all, no other confidant than yourself. I had no desire to make of you an orator, an advocate, an assize court comedian, but I asked you to obtain your certificates and pass your examinations. You promised to do it. Well, father, have I ever rebelled? Have I broken my promise? Said Emile, surprised to hear Monsieur Cardonnet speak with superb and, as it were, insulting contempt of that profession, of which he had done his best to extol the honor and brilliancy, when it was a question of persuading his son to study it. Emile, rejoined the manufacturer, I do not propose to reproach you, but you have a passive, apathetic way of submitting that is 100 times worse than resistance. If I could have foreseen that you would waste your time, I would very quickly have thought of something else. For, as I have told you, time is the capital of capital, and here are 2 years of your life which have had no result in the way of developing your faculties, and therefore none in the way of assuring your future. I flatter myself that the contrary is true, said Emile, with a smile of mingled sweetness and pride. And I can assure you, father, that I have worked hard, read a great deal, thought a great deal. I dare not say learned a great deal, since I have been at Poitiers. Oh, I know very well what you have read and learned, Emile. I should have found it out from your letters, even if I had not learned it from my correspondent. And I tell you that all this fine philosophico, metaphysico, politico, economical learning is of all things the vainest, the falsest, the most chimerical, and the most ridiculous, not to say the most dangerous, for a young man. It has gone so far that your last letters would have made me roar with laughter as a judge, if I had not felt a mortal disappointment as a father. And it was precisely because I saw that you had mounted a new hobby horse and were about to take your flight through space once more, that I resolved to summon you here, perhaps for a time only, perhaps for good, if I do not succeed in restoring you to your senses. Your sarcasm and your contempt are very cruel, father, and grieve my heart more than they wound my self-esteem. That I am not in full accord with you is possible. I am prepared to hear you deny all my beliefs. But that you should repulse me with ironical jeers, when, for the first time in my life, I feel a longing and have the courage to pour all my thoughts and all my emotions into your bosom, that is a very bitter thing to me, and does me more harm than you think. There is more pride than you think in this puerile gentleness. Am I not your father, your best friend? Should I not force you to hear the truth when you are deceiving yourself, and lead you back when you go astray? Come, a truce to vanity between us. I think more of your intelligence than you do yourself, for I do not propose to allow it to degenerate by feeding on unhealthy food. Listen to me, Emile. I know very well that it is the fashion among the young men of today to pose as legislators, to philosophize on every subject, to reform institutions that will last much longer than they will, and to invent religions and social systems, a new morality. The imagination delights in these chimeras, and they are very innocent when they don't last too long. But we must leave it all on the benches at school, and learn to know and understand society before destroying it. We soon discover that it is far superior to us, and that the wisest course is to submit to it with shrewd tolerance. You are too big a boy now to waste your desires and reflections on a subject that has no bottom. I wish you to become interested in real, positive life. to study the meaning and application of the laws by which we are governed, instead of exhausting yourself in criticizing them. On the other hand, if such study tends to create a spirit of reaction and of disgust with the truth, you must abandon it and set about finding something useful to do, for which you feel that you are fitted. Come, we are here to have an understanding and arrive at some conclusion. No vain declamations, no poetic dithyrambs against heaven and mankind. Poor creatures of a day that we are, we have no time to waste in trying to ascertain our destiny before and after our brief appearance on earth. We shall never solve that enigma. It is our bounden duty to work incessantly here on earth, and to go hence without a murmur. We must account for our labors to the generation that precedes us and shapes us, and to that which follows us and which we shape. That is why family bonds are sacred, and the rights of inheritance inalienable, despite your fine communistic theories, which I have never been able to understand, because they are not ripe, and the human race must still wait for centuries before accepting them. Tell me, what do you propose to do? I have absolutely no idea, replied Emile, overwhelmed by this avalanche of narrow-minded, cold commonplaces, uttered with brutal and arrogant fluency. You solve with so much assurance questions which it will probably require my whole life to solve, that I am unable to follow you in this ardent race towards an unknown goal. I am too weak, and my intelligence is apparently too limited, to find in my own energy the motive or the reward of so many efforts. My tastes in no wise incline me to make them. I love mental labor, and I should love bodily labor, if it should become the servant of the other in procuring the gratification of the heart. But to work in order to hoard in order to retain and increase one's hoard, until death puts an end to this unreasoning thirst, that has neither sense nor any attraction to me. I possess no faculty which you can employ for that object. I am not born a gambler, and the enthralling chances of the rise and fall of my fortune will never cause me the slightest emotion. If my aspirations and my enthusiasm are chimeras unworthy of a serious mind, if there is no eternal truth, no divine reason for the existence of things, no ideal which we can carry in our heart to sustain ourselves and guide our footsteps through the evils and injustices of the present, then I no longer exist. I no longer believe in anything. I consent to die for you, Father. But as to living and struggling like you and with you, I have neither the heart, nor the arm, nor the head for that sort of work. Monsieur Cardonnet quivered with rage, but he restrained himself. Not without design had he thus awkwardly aroused his son's indignation and spirit of resistance. He had determined to lead him on to speak out his whole thought, and to test his enthusiasm, so to speak. When he realized from the young man's bitter tone and desperate expression that it really was as serious as he had feared, he determined to go around the obstacle, and to maneuver in such a way as to recover his influence. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 1, by George Sand. Translation by George Burnham Ives. Chapter 13. The Struggle. Emile, rejoined the manufacturer with well-feigned calmness, I see that we have been talking for some moments without understanding each other, and that if we continue on this tack, you will pick a quarrel with me and treat me as if you were a young saint and I an old heathen. With whom are you in such a passion? I was quite right at the outset to try to put you on your guard against enthusiasm. All this warmth of brain is simply youthful effervescence, and when you are as old as I am, and have had a little experience, and are accustomed to doing your duty, you won't think it necessary to flap your wings in order to be honest, or to shout your convictions so loud. Beware of emphasis, which is nothing more than the language of self-satisfied vanity. Tell me, boy, do you happen to believe that honor, morality, good faith in keeping engagements, humane sentiments, pity for the unfortunate, devotion to country, respect for the rights of others, domestic virtues, and the love of one's neighbor are very rare and substantially impossible virtues in these days, and in the world we live in? Yes, father, I do firmly believe it. Well, I believe nothing of the kind. I am less misanthropic at 50 than you are at 21. I have a better opinion of my fellow men, apparently because I don't possess your lights and your infallible glance. In heaven's name, do not make fun of me, father. You break my heart. Very well, let us talk seriously. I will assume with you that those virtues are the religion and the rule of life of a small number of people. Will you at least do me the honor to assume that they are not wholly foreign to your father's character? Most of your acts, father, have convinced me that to do good was your sole ambition. Why then do your words seem to attempt to show me that you have a less noble aim? That is precisely what I want to come at. You agree that my conduct is irreproachable, and yet you are scandalized to hear me appeal to calm common sense and to the counsel of sound logic. Tell me, what would you think of your father if, every hour in the day, you should hear him declaiming against those who do not follow his example? If, setting himself up as a model, and all puffed out with self-love and self-admiration, he should weary you at every turn with his own praises and with anathemas hurled at the rest of mankind, you would hold your peace and throw a veil over that annoying absurdity. But, do what you would, the thought would come that your worthy father had one deplorable weakness, and that his vanity detracted from his merit. Doubtless, father, I prefer your reserve and your judicious modesty. But when we are alone together, and on the rare and solemn occasions when you deign to open your heart to me, should I not be overjoyed to hear you extol noble ideas, and kindle a holy enthusiasm in my heart, instead of hearing you sneer at my aspirations, and trample them contemptuously in the dirt? I do not despise noble ideas, nor do I laugh at your worthy aspirations. What I do spurn, and what I desire to stifle in you, are the declamation and braggadocio of the new humanitarian schools. I cannot endure their holding up principles as old as the world in the guise of truths unheard of until this day. I would like you to love duty with immovable tranquillity, and perform it with the stoical silence of genuine conviction. Believe me, an acquaintance with good and evil doesn't date from yesterday, and I did not wait to learn justice until you had sucked in the celestial manna while smoking your cigar on the sidewalks of Poitiers. All this may be true, generally speaking, said Emile, heated by Monsieur Cardonnet's persistent irony. There are old citizens who, like you, father, practice virtue without ostentation, and there may be impertinent students who preach it without loving it, and, as it were, without knowing what it is. But your last shaft of satire I cannot take to my own account, or that of my young friends. I do not claim to be anything more than a child, and do not pride myself on any experience I may have had. On the contrary, I come with respect and confidence, actuated only by good instincts and good intentions, to ask you for the truth, for advice, example, assistance, and instruction. I have on my side only my youthful ideas, and I lay them at your feet. Disgusted as I am by the shocking contradictions which the laws of society recognize and sanction, I implore you to tell me how you have been able to accept them without protest, and to remain an honest man. I confess that I am weak and ignorant, for I cannot conceive the possibility of such a thing. So tell me, I pray you, instead of heaping freezing sarcasm on me, am I blameworthy in asking for light? Am I insolent and mad because I desire to know the laws of my conscience and the aim of my life? Yes, your character is noble, and your conduct judicious and wise. Your heart is kind, and your hand liberal. You assist the poor man, and you pay him handsomely for his labor. But whither are you going by this straight, sure road? It seems to me that you sometimes lack indulgence, and your severity has often frightened me. I have always said to myself that your sight was clearer, and your mind more provident than those of tender, timid natures, that the momentary suffering you inflict was with a view to doing lasting good, and to strengthening the foundations of talent. And so, notwithstanding my distaste for the studies you imposed upon me, notwithstanding the sacrifice of my taste to your hidden purposes, and the constant denial and stifling of my desires at their birth, I made it the law of my life to follow you and obey you in everything. But the time has come when you must open my eyes if you wish me to succeed in this superhuman effort. For the study of the law doesn't satisfy my conscience. I cannot imagine myself ever engaging in legal contests, still less compelling myself, like you, to urge men on to toil for my benefit, unless I see clearly whither I am going, and what sacrifice beneficial to mankind I shall have consummated at the cost of my happiness. Your happiness, then, would consist in doing nothing, and living with your arms folded, staring at the stars? It seems that work of any sort vexes and tires you, even the study of the law, which all young men learn in sport. You are well aware that the contrary is true, Father. You saw me become passionately interested in the most abstract studies, and you stopped me as if I were rushing to my destruction. You know well, however, what my wishes were, when you urged me to seek some material application of the sciences I preferred. You were not willing that I should be an artist or a poet. Perhaps you were right, but I might have been a naturalist, or at least an agriculturist, and you forbade that. And yet that was a real practical application. Love of nature impelled me toward life in the country. The infinite pleasure that I took in investigating nature's laws and mysteries led me naturally to the discovery of its concealed forces, and to the attempt to guide them and make them more fruitful by intelligent toil. Yes, that was my vocation, you may be sure. Agriculture is in its infancy. The peasant wears himself out in monotonous routine tasks. Vast tracts of land are untilled. Science would increase tenfold the richness of the soil and lighten the labor of man. My ideas concerning society were in accord with my dreams of such a future. I asked you to send me to some model farm to study. I should have been happy to become a peasant, to work with mind and body, to be constantly in contact with men and things as nature knows them. I would have applied myself with zeal. I would have plowed farther than some others perhaps in the field of discoveries. And some day I would have founded, upon some desert, naked tract of land, transformed by my labors, a colony of free men living together like brothers, and loving me as a brother. That was my only ambition. In that direction alone was I thirsty for fortune and glory. Was it an insane freak? And why did you require me to go and work like a slave to learn a code of laws that will never be mine?" "There you are, there you are," said Monsieur Cardonet, shrugging his shoulders. "There we have the utopia of Brother Emile, Moravian brother, Quaker, Neo-Christian, Neo-Platonist, and God knows what. It is magnificent, but it is absurd. Pray tell me why, father, for again you pronounce sentence without giving any reasons." "Because, mingling your socialistic utopias with your vain speculations as a scientist, you would have poured treasures upon the barren rock. You would not have raised wheat from the sterile soil, nor would you have raised men capable of living as brothers from the communistic idea. You would have spent foolishly with one hand what I had saved with the other. And at 40 years of age, with your imagination run dry, at the end of your genius and your confidence, disgusted with the imbecility or the perversity of your disciples, mad, perhaps, for that is what excitable and romantic minds come to when they seek to put their dreams in practice, you would have come back to me, crushed by your helplessness, angry with mankind, and too old to return to the right road. Whereas, if you listen to me and follow me, we will travel together over a straight shore road, and within 10 years we shall have made a fortune of which I don't dare name the amount, for you would not believe me." "Let us admit that this is not a dream also, father, for it makes little difference for my present purpose. What shall we do with this fortune?" "Whatever you choose. All the good that you may then dream of doing, for I am not at all disturbed about your common sense and prudence, if you will wait for experience of life, and allow your brain to mature in peace." "What do you say? We will do good? You must tell me about that, father, and I will be all ears. What is the blessing with which we will endow mankind?" "You ask the question. In heaven's name, what divine mystery do you expect to find in human affairs? We shall have bestowed upon a whole province the benefits of industrial activity. Are we not already on the way? Is not work the source and sustenance of work? Do we not employ more men here in a day than agriculture and the petty uncivilized trades that I propose to put down used to employ in a month? Do they not receive higher wages? Are they not in a fair way to acquire the spirit of order, prudence, sobriety, all the virtues that they lack? Where are these virtues, the poor man's only blessing, concealed? In absorbing work, in salutary fatigue, and in proportionate wages. The good mechanic has the family spirit, respect for property, submission to the laws, economy, and the habit and the advantages of saving. Idleness, with all the wretched arguments it engenders, is what ruins him. Keep him busy, overwhelm him with work. He is strong, and will become stronger. He will cease to dream of overturning society. He will become orderly in his conduct. His house will be well kept. He will introduce comfort and tranquillity there. And if he lives to be old and infirm, however willing you may be to assist him, it will not be necessary. He will have thought of the future himself. He will no longer need alms and a protector like your friend Japalou the vagabond. He will be really a free man. There is no other way to save the people, Emile. I am sorry to tell you that it will take longer to carry out this plan than to conceive a fine utopian scheme. But if it be a long and hard undertaking, it is worthy of a philosopher like you, and I do not consider it beyond the strength of a hard worker of my sort." "What? Is that the whole ideal of industry?" said Emile, crushed by this conclusion. "Have the people no other future than incessant toil, for the benefit of a class that is never to work at all?" "That is not my idea," Monsieur Cardonet replied. "I hate and despise idlers. That is why I don't like poets and metaphysicians. I think that everybody should work according to his powers. And my ideal, as that word seems to please you, is not far removed from that of the Saint-Simonians, to everyone according to his capacity, recompense proportioned to desert. But in these days the manufacturing industry has not yet become so firmly established that we can think about a moral system of subdivision. We must look at what is, and not speculate as to what is possible. The whole movement of the age tends toward manufacturing. Let it reign and triumph then. Let all men work, some with the arm, some with the brain. It is for him who has more brain than arm to direct the others. It is his right and his duty to make a fortune. His wealth becomes sacred. Since it is destined to increase in order that there may be more work and higher wages. Society should lend a hand, therefore, in every way, to establish the power of the sagacious man. His sagacity is a public blessing, and he himself should struggle constantly to increase his activity. It is his duty, his religion, his philosophy. In short, he must be rich in order to keep growing richer, as you said, Emile, not realizing that you were uttering the most valuable of axioms. So, father, you would give to a man only as long as he works? Pray, do you make no account of the man who cannot work? I find in wealth the means of assisting the infirm and the insane. But the sluggard? I try to correct him, and if I fail, I turn him over to the law, since he is certain before long to become a nuisance and to incur its penalties. In a perfectly constituted society that might be just, because the sluggard would be a monstrous exception. But in exercising authority, according to such strict rules as yours, when you demand from the working man all his strength, all his time, all his thoughts, all his life, ah, how many would be dismissed as sluggards and abandoned to their fate! With the advantages accruing from the increase of manufacturing, we should very soon succeed in increasing the well-being of the poorer classes, to such an extent that we could easily found schools where their children would be taught the love of work at almost no expense. I think that you are mistaken, father. But even if it were true that the rich would give their attention to the education of the poor, the love of incessant work, without other compensation than the certainty of a pittance for one's old age, is so contrary to nature that you can never kindle it in children. A few exceptional natures, consumed by energy or ambition, will sacrifice their youth. But whoever is simple-hearted, loving, inclined to reverie, to innocent and legitimate pleasures, and under the influence of that craving for affection and tranquillity, which is the lawful privilege of the human race, will fly from this jail of incessant toil in which you seek to confine him, and will prefer the chances of poverty to the security of slavery. Ah, father, your rugged constitution, your untiring energy, your stoical sobriety, and your inveterate habit of working make you an exceptional man, and you imagine a society formed after your image. You do not see that there is no suitable place there for any but exceptional men. Permit me to tell you that that is a utopian conception, far more appalling than mine. Well, Emile, I wish that you believed in it, said Monsieur Cardonet warmly. It is a source of strength, and an invaluable stimulant in this society of dreamers, idlers, and apathetic creatures, in which I am devoured with impatience. Be like me, and if we should find in France at this moment 100 men like us, I promise you that there would be no more exceptions 100 years hence. Activity is contagious, magnetic, miracle working. It was through activity that Napoleon held sway over Europe. He would have owned all Europe if he had been a manufacturer instead of a fighting man. Oh, since you are an enthusiast, be enthusiastic for my ideas. Shake off your languor and share my fever. If we do not attract the whole race, we shall make great breaches, through which our descendants will see it moving about in a sacred frenzy." "No, father, never!" cried Emile, dismayed by Monsieur Cardonnet's terrible energy, "for that is not the road for mankind to follow. There is in it no trace of love, or pity, or gentleness. Man was not born to know naught but suffering, and to extend his conquests over matter only. The conquests of the intellect in the domain of ideas, the pleasures and refinements of the heart, which, according to your plan, should be carefully regulated accessories in the working man's life, will always be the noblest and sweetest aspiration of every normally constituted man. Do you not see that you cut off one whole side of the benevolent intentions of God? That you do not give the slave of toil time to breathe and to know himself? That education directed solely to money making will make mere brutish machines and not complete men. You say that you conceive an ideal to be realized in the course of centuries, that a time may come when every one will be rewarded according to his capacity. Well, I say that your formula is false, because it is incomplete. And unless we add to it, to every one according to his needs, it is unjust. It is simply asserting the right of him who is strongest in intellect or will. It is aristocracy and privilege under other forms. Oh, father, instead of fighting with the strong against the weak, let us fight with the weak against the strong. Let us try. But in that case, let us not think of making our fortunes. Let us renounce the idea of hoarding for our own benefit. Give your consent, for I, for whom you are working today, give my consent. Let us try to identify our ideals in this way, and let us renounce personal profit while devoting ourselves to work. Since we cannot by ourselves alone create a society in which all the members have an equal interest, let us be the workmen of the future, devoted to the weak and incapable of the present. If Napoleon's genius had been trained to this doctrine, perhaps it would have converted the world. But let us find 100 men like us. Let this fever to acquire wealth become a divine zeal. Let the longing to practice charity consume us. Let us give all our workmen a share in all our profits. Let our great fortune be not your property and my heritage, but the property of all those who have assisted us, according to their abilities and their strength, in amassing it. Let the workman who brings his stone be put in a way to know as much of the material joys of life as you who bring your genius. Let him, too, be able to live in a fine house, to breathe pure air, to eat healthy food, to rest after fatigue, and to educate his children. Let us find our reward, not in the useless luxury with which you and I can surround ourselves, but in the joy of having made others happy. I can understand that ambition and be carried away by it. And then, father, dear father, your work will be blessed. This indolence and apathy which irritate you, and which are simply the result of a struggle, in which a few triumph to the detriment of the vast majority, who lose their courage and succumb, will themselves disappear in the natural course of things. Then you will find so much zeal and love about you that you will no longer be obliged to wear yourself out alone in order to stimulate all the others. How could it be otherwise today, and of what do you complain? Under the law of selfishness, each one gives of his strength and his energy in proportion to the share of the profits he receives. A marvelous result, truly, that you, who receive all the profit, should be the only zealous, assiduous worker, while the paid worker, who receives in your employ a trifle more alms than he would receive elsewhere, brings you only a little more of his zeal. You pay higher wages, that is a fine thing, certainly, and you are more to be commended than the majority of your rivals, who would prefer to lower them. But you have it in your power to increase the zeal of your employees tenfold, 100-fold, to kindle as by a miracle the flame of devotion, the intelligence of the heart in those benumbed and paralyzed creatures, and you do not choose to do it. Why not, Father? It is not that you care for the enjoyments of luxury, for you enjoy nothing unless it be the intoxication of your plans and your triumphs. Very well, do away with your individual profit. You have only to do it, and I will abandon my claim to it with the greatest joy. Let us be simply the trustees and managers of the common profits. This fortune that you dream of which you dare not tell me the amount, will so surpass your anticipations and your hopes, that you will soon have the means to give your workmen moral, intellectual, and physical pleasures, which will make new men of them, complete men, true men, and such men I have never seen anywhere. All equilibrium is destroyed. I see only knaves and brutes, tyrants and slaves, powerful and greedy eagles, and stupid and cowardly sparrows destined to be their prey. We live according to the blind law of the savage nature. The code of savage instinct, which governs the brute, is still the soul of our pretended civilization, and we dare to say that the manufacturing industry will save the world without departing from that path. No, no, Father. All these declamations of political economy are false and misleading. If you compel me to be rich and powerful, as you have said so many times, and if by reason of the vulgar influence of money, the adorers of money send me to represent their interests in the councils of the nation, I shall say what I have in my mind. I shall speak, and I suppose that I shall speak only once, for they will put me to silence or force me to leave the hall. But people will remember what I say, and they who chose me will have reason to repent their choice. This discussion was prolonged far into the night, and it will be readily understood that Emile did not convert his father. Monsieur Cardonet was not evil-minded, nor impious, nor voluntarily blameworthy toward God or man. Indeed, certain practical virtues were very strongly accentuated in him, and he had great talent in one special field. But his iron will was the result of the entire absence of idealism in his character. He loved his son, but could not understand him. He was kind and attentive to his wife, but he had never failed to stifle in her any thought capable of interfering with his daily routine. He would have liked to be able to reduce Emile to subjection in the same way, but realizing that was impossible, he was intensely annoyed, and tears of vexation moistened his burning eyes more than once during that stormy interview. He sincerely believed that he was logically right, that his ideas were the only really admissible and practicable ones. He asked himself by what fatality he happened to have a dreamer and a utopian for a son, and more than once he raised his powerful arms to heaven, asking with indescribable pain what crime he had committed, that such a calamity should be visited upon him. Emile, worn out by fatigue and disappointment, was moved to pity at last for that wounded heart and that incurable blindness. "Let us talk no more about these matters, Father," he said, wiping away his own tears, which had their source farther down in his heart. "We cannot become identified with each other. I can only continue to show my submission and my filial love, thinking no more of myself and of a happiness which I sacrifice to you. What are your orders? Shall I return to Poitiers and go on with my studies until I pass my examinations? Shall I stay here and act as your secretary and steward? I will close my eyes and work like a machine so long as it is possible for me to do it. I will look upon myself as your employee. I will enter your service." "And you will cease to look upon me as your father?" said Monsieur Cardonet. "No, Emile, stay with me, but be perfectly free. I give you 3 months, during which, living as you will in the bosom of your family, far from the declamations of the beardless philosophers who have ruined you, you will recover your senses unassisted. You are blessed with a robust temperament, and it may be that absorbing mental labor has overheated your brain. I look upon you as a sick child whom I have taken into the country to cure. Walk, ride, hunt, in a word, amuse yourself in order to reestablish your equilibrium, which seems to me more disturbed than that of society. I hope that you will abate your intolerance when you see that your home is not a hotbed of wickedness and corruption. Before long, perhaps, you will tell me voluntarily that profitless musing bores you, and that you feel that you must help me." Emile bowed without speaking, and left his father, after embracing him with a feeling of profound sorrow. Monsieur Cardonet, having been able to do nothing better than temporize, tossed about a long while in his bed, and finally fell asleep, saying to himself, contrary to his custom, that one must sometimes rely more upon Providence than upon oneself. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 1, by George Sand. Translation by George Burnham Ives. Chapter 14. First Love. The energetic Cardonnet, entirely engrossed by his daily occupations, or sufficiently self-controlled not to allow the slightest trace of his inward suffering to appear on the surface, resumed his air of glacial dignity on the following day. Emile, overwhelmed with dismay and sadness, strove to smile in presence of his mother, who was disturbed by his distraught air and altered expression. But she was so overawed that she lacked even the penetration peculiar to her sex. All her faculties had grown rusty, and at 40 she was already an octogenarian, mentally speaking. And yet she loved her husband as the result of a need of loving which had never been satisfied. She had no definite grievances to allege against him, for he had never openly maltreated her or made a slave of her. But every impulse of the heart or the imagination had always been stifled in her by irony and a sort of contemptuous pity, and she had accustomed herself to entertain no thought or desire outside of the circle drawn about her by an inflexible hand. To oversee all the details of the housekeeping had become something more than a wise and self-imposed occupation. It had been made a law of her existence, so serious and so sacred that she might have been compared to a Roman matron in respect to the trivial solemnity of domestic toil, if in no other respect. Thus she presented in her person the strange anachronism of a woman of our own time, capable of reasoning and feeling, but who had insanely forced herself to retrograde some thousands of years in order to make herself like one of those women of ancient times, whose glory it was to proclaim the inferiority of their sex. The strange and sad feature of her position was that she did not realize it, and that she acted as she did, so she would say in a whisper, for the sake of peace, and she did not obtain it. The more she immolated herself, the more she bored her lord and master. Nothing weakens and destroys the intelligence so quickly as blind submission. Madame Cardonnet was an example of this truth. Her brain had shriveled in slavery, and her husband, not realizing that it was the result of his domination, had reached the point of despising her in secret. Several years earlier, Cardonnet had been terribly jealous, and his wife, although faded and worn, still trembled at the idea that he might impute a vicious thought to her. She had acquired the habit of not listening or looking, so that she could say confidently, when any man was mentioned to her, "I didn't look at him. I don't know what he said. I paid no attention to him." The utmost that she dared do was look at her son and question him, for as to her husband, if she was made anxious by the unusual pallor of his cheeks, or the increased severity of his glance, he would speedily compel her to lower her eyes, saying, "In heaven's name, what is there extraordinary about me, that you should stare at me as if you didn't know me?" Sometimes at night he would notice that she had been weeping, and he would become affectionate once more after his fashion. "Tell me, what's the matter? Is something troubling the poor little woman? Would you like a new shawl? Would you like me to take you to drive? No? Then it must be because the camellias are frozen? We will have some sent down from Paris that are more hardy and so beautiful that you won't regret the old ones." And in truth, he lost no opportunity to gratify his helpmeet's innocent tastes at any price. He even required her to dress more richly than she cared to do. It was his idea that wives are children who must be rewarded for being good, with toys and gimcracks. "It is certain," Madame Cardonnet would say to herself at such times, "that my husband loves me dearly, and he is very attentive to me. What have I to complain of, and what is the reason that I always feel depressed?" She saw that Emile was gloomy and downcast, and she could not extort the secret of his trouble from him. She questioned him at tedious length concerning his health, and advised him to go to bed early. She had a feeling that it was something more serious than the result of insomnia, but she said to herself that it was much better to allow a sorrow to fall asleep in silence than to keep it alive by trying to allay it. That evening Emile, as he was walking near the entrance to the village, met Jean Japelou, who had returned several hours earlier, and was joyously celebrating his arrival with several friends in the doorway of a rustic dwelling. "Well," said the young man, holding out his hand, "are your affairs settled?" "With the authorities, yes, monsieur, but not with poverty. I made my submission. I argued as well as I could with the king's attorney, and he listened to me patiently. He said a few stupid things by way of sermon. But he's not a bad fellow, and he was just about to dismiss me, saying that he would do his best to prevent any prosecution, when your letters arrived. He read them without making a sign, but he paid some attention to them, for he said to me, 'Well, set your mind at rest, settle down somewhere, don't poach any more, find some work, and everything will be all right.' So here I am. My friends have received me warmly, as you see, for I have already been asked to lodge in this house while I look about. But I must give my mind to my most pressing necessity, which is to earn something to buy clothes with, and before night I am going to make the tour of the village, to look for work among the good people." "Listen, Jean," said Emile, walking beside him. "I have no large amount of money at my disposal. My father makes me an allowance, but I don't know whether he will continue it, now that I am to live at home. However, I have a few hundred francs, for which I have no use here, and I beg you to accept them, to buy clothes and provide for your first needs. You will make me feel aggrieved if you refuse. In a few days your ill-founded anger against my father will have passed away, and you will come and ask him for work. or better still, authorize me to ask him for you. He will pay you higher wages than you will get anywhere else, and he will relax the severity of his original terms, I am sure. So—" "No, Monsieur Emile," the carpenter replied. "I will take neither your money nor your father's work. I don't know how Monsieur Cardonnet treats you, nor how much money he gives you, but I know that a young man like you is always embarrassed when he hasn't a piece of gold or silver in his pocket to gratify his whims when occasion offers. You have done enough for me. I am well pleased with you, and if I find an opportunity, you will see that you didn't offer your hand to an ingrate. But as for serving your father in any way, never. I was very near committing that folly, and God would not permit it. I forgive him for the way in which he caused my arrest by Caillot, but it was a contemptible act. However, as he may not have known that boy is my godson, and as he has since written kindly of me to the king's attorney to obtain my pardon, I must think no more of my grievance. In any event, I would trample it underfoot now because of you. But as for helping to build your factories, no, you don't need my arms. You will find plenty of others, and you know my reasons. What you are doing is a bad thing, and will ruin many people, if it doesn't ruin everybody some day. Already your dams and your reservoirs are drowning all the small mills on the stream above you. Already your piles of stone and dirt have ruined the meadows all around, for the flood carried them all onto your neighbor's land. Thus, you see, the rich man injures the poor man even against his will. I don't choose to have it said that Jean Japelou lent his hand to the ruin of his neighborhood. Don't say any more about it. I mean to take up my trade again in a small way, and I shall have no lack of work. Now that your great enterprises employ all my fellows, no one in the village can find anybody to work for them. I shall inherit their customers, but must give them back when your work fails. For mark my words, your father greases his wheels by paying a high price for the sweat of the working man's brow today. But he won't be able to continue long on that footing, or his expenses will exceed his profits. The day will come, and perhaps it's not far away, when he will run his factories at a loss, and then woe to those who have sacrificed their position on the strength of fine promises. They will be forced to do whatever your father chooses, and the time will have come to make them disgorge. You don't believe it? So much the better for you. That proves that you won't be at all responsible for the trouble that is brewing. But you won't be able to prevent it. So good night, my fine fellow. Don't speak in my behalf to your father, for I should give you the lie. The good Lord has helped me out of my trouble. I propose to please him in everything now, and to do only such things as my conscience will never blame me for. Being poor myself, I shall be more useful to the poor than your father with all his wealth. I will build houses for my equals, and they will make more by paying me small wages than by earning big wages with you. You will see that I am right, Monsieur Emile, and everybody will tell you so some time. But it will be too late to repent of having put their necks in the halter. Emile could not overcome the carpenter's obstinacy, and he returned home even more depressed than when he went out. That incorruptible workingman's predictions caused him a vague alarm. As he approached the factory, he met his father's secretary, Monsieur Galouchet, a stout young man, very talented in the way of ciphering, but of very limited capacity in other respects. It was the hour of repose, and Galouchet was taking advantage of it to fish for gudgeons. This was his favorite pastime, and when he had a goodly number in his basket, he would count them, and adding the count to the total of his previous catches, would say proudly as he wound up his line, This is the 782nd gudgeon I have caught with this hook in 2 months. I am very sorry I didn't count what I caught last year." Emile leaned against a tree to watch him fish. The fellow's phlegmatic watchfulness and puerile patience disgusted him. He could not understand how he could be perfectly happy just because he had a salary that placed him out of reach of want. He tried to make him talk, saying to himself that he might perhaps find beneath that thick envelope some ray of light, some sympathetic chord, which would make that young man's society a source of comfort to him in his distress. But Monsieur Cardonnet selected his subordinates with an unerring eye and hand. Constant Galouchet was a fool. He understood nothing, knew nothing outside of arithmetic and bookkeeping. When he had been at work at his figures for 12 hours, he had just enough reasoning power left to catch gudgeons. However, Emile by mere chance led him to say certain things that cast an ominous light into his mind. That human machine was capable of reckoning profits and losses, and of figuring the balance at the foot of a sheet of paper. While exhibiting the most complete ignorance of Monsieur Cardonnet's plans and resources, Constant observed that the wages of the men were exorbitant, and that if they were not reduced by half in 2 months, the funds invested in the enterprise would be insufficient. "But that doesn't disturb Monsieur your father," he added. "You pay your workman as you feed a horse, according to the amount of work you require of him. When you double his work, you double his pay, as you double the quantity of oats. Then, when you're no longer in such a hurry, you cut down the pay or the rations proportionately." "My father won't do that," said Emile. "He might with horses, but not with men." "Don't say that, monsieur," rejoined Galouchet. "Monsieur your father knows what he's about. He won't do anything foolish, never fear." And he carried off his gudgeons, delighted to have had an opportunity to set the son's mind at rest concerning the father's apparent imprudence. Oh, if that should be true, thought Emile, as he walked excitedly along the bank of the stream. If it should prove that this temporary generosity conceals inhuman cunning. Suppose that Jean's suspicions were well founded, that my father, while following the blind doctrines of society, has no greater store of virtue or intelligence than other speculators have, to diminish the disastrous results of his ambition. But no, it is impossible. My father is kind-hearted. He loves his fellow men. But Emile had death in his heart. The thought of all this waste of energy and of life for the benefit of his future made him recoil in horror and disgust. He wondered how it was that all these men who were working to build his fortune did not hate him, and he was ready to hate himself in order to balance the scales of justice. On the following day he was still profoundly distressed. But he hailed with something like delight the day which he was to devote in part to Monsieur de Bois-Guilbault, because he had made up his mind to go and pass the day at Châteaubrun without saying a word to anybody. As he mounted his horse, Monsieur Cardonnet made divers satirical remarks. "You are starting early to go to Bois-Guilbault? It would seem that the amiable Marquis's society has charms for you. I should never have suspected it, and I can't imagine what secret method you have of keeping awake after each of his remarks." "If this is your way of informing me that you do not like what I am doing," said Emile, impatiently preparing to dismount, "I am ready to give it up, although I accepted an invitation for today." "I not like it?" rejoined the manufacturer. "Why, it is a matter of perfect indifference to me, whether you are bored there or somewhere else. As your father's house is the place where you find least pleasure, I am anxious that you should derive some recompense from the society of the noble personages with whom you associate." Under any other circumstances, Emile would have postponed his departure, in order to prove, or at least to make him believe, that the rebuke was not merited. But he was beginning to understand that it was his father's tactics to rally him when he wished to make him talk, and as he felt invincibly drawn toward Châteaubrun, he determined not to allow himself to be trapped. Although nothing in the world stung him more keenly than the ridicule of those whom he loved, he made an effort to seem to take it in good part. "I anticipate so much pleasure at Monsieur de Bois-Guilbault's," he said, "that I propose to go there by the longest road, and my detour will probably extend to 5 or 6 leagues. Unless you need me, father, in which case I will gladly sacrifice to you the delights of a ride in the hot sun over perpendicular roads." But Monsieur Cardonnet was not deceived by his stratagem, and replied with a clear and penetrating glance, "Go where the devil of youth drives you. I am not disturbed about you, for a very good reason." "Very good," said Emile to himself as he galloped away. "If you're not disturbed about me, I won't disturb myself about your threats." And feeling the fire of anger blazing in his breast, in spite of his efforts, he indulged in a long, hard run to calm himself. "O God," he said after some time, "forgive me for these angry outbreaks, which I cannot repress. Thou knowest that my heart is full of love, and that it asks nothing better than to respect and venerate my father, who makes it his business to stifle all its impulses, and to freeze all its affections." Whether from hesitation or from prudence, he made a long detour before he turned his horse's head in the direction of Châteaubrun. And when, from the crest of a hill, he saw that he was a long distance from the ruins, which stood out against the sky on the horizon, he so bitterly regretted the time he had wasted, that he drove the spurs into his horse's sides, in order to arrive there more quickly. He did, in fact, arrive there from the valley of the Creuse in less than half an hour, almost as rapidly as a bird on the wing, having endangered his life 100 times, leaping ditches and galloping on the brink of precipices. A violent longing, which he did not choose to analyze, gave him wings. "I don't love her," he said to himself. "I hardly know her. I cannot love her. In any event, I should love her to no purpose. It is not she who attracts me any more than her worthy father, his romantic chateau, his environment of repose, happiness, and freedom from care. I long to see people who are happy, so that I may forget that I am not, and never shall be." He met Sylvain Charasson, who was engaged in stretching cloth in the Creuse. The child ran to meet him with an eager, delighted air. "You won't find Monsieur Antoine," he said. "He's gone to market to sell 6 sheep. But Mademoiselle Janille's at home, and Mademoiselle Gilberte too." "Do you think I shall not disturb them?" "Oh, not at all, not at all, Monsieur Emile. They'll be very glad to see you, for they often talk about you with Monsieur Antoine at dinner. They say that they think a great deal of you." "Take my horse, then," said Emile. "I can go faster on foot." "Yes, yes," replied the child. "Look, just behind what used to be the terrace. You climb the breach, take a little jump, and you'll be in the courtyard. That's Jean's road." Emile leaped down on the grass, which deadened the sound of his footsteps, and approached the square pavilion without frightening the 2 goats, who seemed to know him already. Monsieur Sacrepin, who was no prouder than his master, and did not disdain to perform at need the duties of sheepdog, although he belonged to the nobler breed of hunters, had escorted the sheep to market. As he was about to enter, Emile found that his heart was beating so fast, a fact that he attributed to his rapid climb up the side of the cliff, that he paused a moment to recover himself and make his entrée with due dignity. He heard the sound of a spinning wheel inside, and no music had ever struck more pleasantly on his ear. Then the dull hissing of the little instrument of toil ceased, and he heard Gilberte's voice saying, "Well, it's quite true, Genil, that I don't enjoy myself the days that father is away. If you weren't here with me, I should be bored outright." "Work, my child, work," replied Genil. "That's the way to avoid being bored." "But I do work, and still I am not amused. I know well enough that there's no need of being amused, but I always am, and am always ready to laugh and jump when father's with us. Confess, little mother, that if we had to live long away from him, we should lose all our happiness and good spirits. Oh, it would be impossible to live without father. I should much rather die at once." "Well, well, those are pretty ideas," said Genil. "What in heaven's name will you think about next, little head? Your father is still young and well, thank God. So what has put all this nonsense into your head these last 2 or 3 days?" "What do you say, these last 2 or 3 days?" "Why, yes, fully 2 or 3 days. Several times you have chosen to worry about what would become of us if we should lose your dear father, which God forbid." "Lose him!" cried Gilbert. "Oh, don't speak of such a thing! It makes me shudder, and I never thought of it. Oh, no, I could never think of it." "Well, upon my word, if you're not crying! Fie, mademoiselle! Do you want to make your dear Mère Genil cry too? Oh, Monsieur Antoine would be very pleased to see you with your eyes all red when he comes home. He would be quite capable of crying too, the dear man. Come, you haven't walked enough today, my child. Fasten up your wool, and we'll go and feed the hens. It will amuse you to see the pretty partridges your little Blanche has just hatched." Emile heard the motherly kiss from Genil which closed this speech, and as the 2 women would surely find him at the door, he stepped back and coughed slightly to warn them of his presence. "Someone's in the courtyard!" cried Gilbert. "I am so happy, I am sure it's father." And she ran eagerly to meet Emile, so fast that when she found herself face to face with him on the threshold, she almost fell into his arms. But great as her confusion was when she discovered her mistake, it was less than Emile's, for in her innocence she threw it off with a hearty laugh, while the young man lost his self-possession altogether at the bare idea that he had been very near receiving an embrace, which was not intended for him. Gilbert was so lovely, with her eyes still moist with tears, and her rippling childish laugh, that he was dazzled as it were, and ceased to wonder whether it was honest Antoine, the lovely ruins, or the fair Gilbert that he had been in such haste to see once more. "Well, well," said Genil, "you almost frightened us. But you are welcome, Monsieur Emile. As our master says, Monsieur Antoine will return before long. Meanwhile, you must have something cool to drink. I will go to the cellar and draw some wine." Emile remonstrated, and said, holding her back by the sleeve, "If you go to the cellar, I will go with you, not to drink your wine, but to see the cellar itself, which you said is so interesting, so dark and deep." "You mustn't go now," said Genil. "It's too cold there, and you are too warm. Yes, you are warm. You're as red as a strawberry. You go and rest a bit, and then, while we are waiting for Monsieur Antoine, we'll show you the cellars, the underground vaults, and the whole chateau, which you haven't examined very thoroughly yet, although it's well worth while. Ah, there are people who come a long way to see it. It's a little bit tiresome to us, and my girl goes to her room and reads while they are here. But Monsieur Antoine says that we can't refuse to admit them, especially travelers who have come a long way, and that when you're the owner of a curious and interesting piece of property, you haven't any right to prevent other people from enjoying it." Jeanille attributed to her master the argument she had put into his mind and his mouth. The fact is that she collected a considerable amount from exhibiting the ruins, which she employed, like everything belonging to her, in secretly adding to the comfort of the family. Emile, eagerly accepting whatever they chose to offer him, consented to take a glass of water, and as Jeanille ran to fill her pitcher at the fountain, he was left alone with Mademoiselle de Châteaubrun. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 1 by George Sand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Melissa Marie. The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 1 by George Sand. Translated by George Burnham Ives. The Staircase. While a practiced rake may congratulate himself upon the unhoped-for accident which procures him a tête-à-tête with the object of his pursuit, a pure-hearted young man who is sincerely in love is more likely to be confused, almost terrified, when such good fortune comes to him for the first time. So it was with Émile Cardonnet. The respect that Mademoiselle de Châteaubrun inspired was so profound that he feared to raise his eyes to hers at that moment, lest he should show himself in any degree unworthy of the confidence reposed in him. Gilberte, even more naive than he, did not feel the same embarrassment. The thought that Émile could abuse, even by a careless word, her isolation and her inexperience found no place in a mind so noble and innocent as hers, and her sacred ignorance preserved her from any suspicion of that sort. So she was the first to break the silence, and her voice, as by enchantment, brought tranquillity to the young visitor's agitated breast. There are voices so sympathetic and so penetrating that to hear them pronounce 2 or 3 trivial words is enough to fill one with affection for the persons whose characters they describe, even before one sees them. Gilberte's voice was of this number. On hearing her speak or laugh or sing, you felt that there had never been in her mind an evil or unkind thought. The thing that moves and charms us in the song of birds is not so much the melody, opposed to all our musical conventions, or the extraordinary power of their flexible organs, as a certain accent of primitive innocence, of which nothing in the language of men can convey an idea. It seemed, on listening to Gilberte, that the same comparison could be aptly applied to her, and that the most indifferent things acquired, on passing between her lips, a meaning much deeper than that which they expressed by themselves. "We saw our friend Jean this morning," she said. "He came at daybreak and carried away all my father's tools in order to do his first day's work, for he has found work already, and we have strong hopes that there will be no lack of it. He told us all that you did and tried to do for him last evening, and I assure you, monsieur, that for all the pride and perhaps roughness of his refusal, he is as grateful as he ought to be." "What I have been able to do for him amounts to so little that I am ashamed to speak of it," said Émile. "I am especially grieved that he allows his obstinacy to deprive him of a certainty of employment, for it seems to me that his position is still very precarious. To begin a life of toil at 60, and to have neither a house, nor clothes, nor even the necessary tools, is a terrifying prospect, is it not, mademoiselle?" "Still, I am not terrified," replied Gilberte. "Brought up as I have been in uncertainty, and living from day to day, as it were, perhaps I have myself fallen into the habit of looking upon poverty with that same happy indifference. Either I am naturally of that disposition, or Jean's heedlessness reassures me. It is certain that none of us felt the least uneasiness in the congratulations we exchanged this morning. It takes so little to satisfy Jean. He is as sober and as healthy as a wild man. He has never been better than during these 2 months that he has lived in the woods, walking all day and sleeping most of the time in the open air. He declares that his sight has grown keener, that his youth has returned again, and that if the summer would last all the time, he would never need to come back to the village to live. But in the bottom of his heart, he has an invincible affection for his native place, and furthermore, he would not be satisfied to be idle long. We urged him this morning to settle down here with us, and to live as we do, without thought for the morrow.
"There is enough here, and plenty of material for you to build yourself a house," said my father. "I have all the stone you need, and enough old trees for your frame, and I'll help you to put it up, as you helped me with mine."
But Jean wouldn't listen to that.
"Very good," said he, "but what in heaven's name should I do to kill time when you have set me up as a country gentleman? I can't live on my income, and I don't propose to be a burden to you during the 30 years that I still have to live, it may be. Even if you were rich enough to support me, I should die of ennui. It's all right for you, Monsieur Antoine. You were brought up to do nothing, although you're no sluggard, and you have proved it. It costs you nothing to resume the habit of living like a monsieur, but there's no more hunting and coursing for me. Pray, am I to sit with folded arms? I should go mad at the end of the first week."
"So," said Emile, thinking of his father's theory of incessant toil and no repose in old age, "so Jean will never feel the longing to be free, although he makes so many sacrifices to his alleged freedom." "Why are freedom and idleness the same thing?" said Gilberte in a tone of surprise. "I think not. Jean is passionately fond of work, and all his freedom consists in choosing the work that pleases him. When he works to gratify his inclination and his natural inventiveness, he works with all the more ardor." "Yes, mademoiselle, you are right," said Emile with sudden melancholy. "And that is the whole secret. Man is born to work always, but to work according to his aptitudes and in proportion to the enjoyment he derives from it. Ah, if only I were a skillful carpenter, with what joy I would go and work with Jean Japaloup for the benefit of such a wise and unselfish man."
"Well, well, monsieur," said Jeanille as she returned to the room ostentatiously balancing her earthenware pitcher on her head to display her strength. "You talk just like Monsieur Antoine. If you'll believe it, he wanted to go to Gare Hilles this morning with Jean and work with him as a journeyman, as he used to do. Poor dear man, his kind heart carried him to that length. 'You helped me to earn my living long enough,' he said. 'Now I propose to help you earn yours. You refuse to share my table and my house, accept at least the price of my work, as I don't need it.' And Monsieur Antoine would have done as he said. At his age and with his rank, he would go and hammer away like a deaf man on those great blocks of wood."
"Why did you prevent him, Mère Jeanille? Why did Jean obstinately refuse? My father's health would have been no worse for it, and it would be consistent with all the noble impulses of his life. Ah, why cannot I too wield an axe and serve my apprenticeship to the man who supported my father so long, while I, knowing nothing about our means of existence, learn to sing and draw to please you? Really, women are good for nothing in this world."
"What's that? What's that? Women good for nothing," cried Jeanille. "Very good. Let us both start out. Climb up on the roof, square timber, and drive nails. Upon my word, I could do better at it than you, old and small as I am. But meanwhile, your papa, who's about as clever with his hands as a frog with his tail, will spin our flax, and Jean will iron our caps."
"You are right, mother," replied Gilberte. "My wheel is loaded, and I have done nothing today. If we make haste, we shall have cloth enough to make clothes for Jean before next winter. I am going to work and make up for lost time, but it's true nonetheless that you are an aristocrat not to want my father to be a working man again when he pleases."
"Let me tell you the truth, then," said Jeanille with a solemn, confidential air. "Monsieur Antoine never succeeded in being a good workman. He had more courage than skill, and my only reason for letting him work was to prevent him from getting depressed and discouraged. Ask Jean if he didn't have to work twice as hard to mend Monsieur's mistakes as he would have done if he'd been working alone. But Monsieur always seemed to be doing a lot of work, so the customers were satisfied and he was well paid. But it's true all the same that I was never easy in my mind in those days, and that I don't sigh for them. I always shuddered for fear Monsieur Antoine would hit his arm or his leg instead of a timber, or would fall off his ladder when, in his absent-minded way, he would sit down on the rung as if he were by his own fireside.
"You frighten me, Jeanille," said Gilberte. "Oh, if that is the case, you did well to disgust him by your joking with the idea of working again, and in that, as in everything else, you are our providence." Mademoiselle de Châteaubrun spoke even more truly than she knew. Jeanille had been the good angel of Antoine de Châteaubrun's existence. Without her prudence, her motherly domination, and her shrewd judgment, that excellent man would not have passed through the slough of poverty without deteriorating a little morally. At all events, he would not have retained his external dignity as well as the generous purity of his instincts. He would often have sinned by too great resignation and self-abandonment. Being naturally inclined to effusiveness and prodigality, he would have become intemperate. He would have acquired as many faults of the common people as of their good qualities, and perhaps he would have ended by meriting in some degree the disdain which fools and vainglorious parvenus felt justified in entertaining for him, even as it was. But thanks to Jeanille, who, without thwarting him openly, had always maintained the equilibrium and instilled moderation, he had emerged from the test with honor and had not ceased to deserve the esteem and respect of judicious people. The sound of Gilberte's spinning wheel interrupted the conversation, or at least made it less coherent. She was unwilling to interrupt her work again until her task was completed, and yet she seemed to display more ardor than the apparent motive of her activity called for. She urged Emile not to subject himself to the tedium of listening to that monotonous clattering, but to go with Jeanille and explore the ruins. But as Jeanille also wanted to finish her spinning, Gilberte unconsciously worked even faster than before in order to finish as soon as she and to be one of the party. "I am ashamed of my inaction," said Emile, who dared not gaze too fondly at the young spinstress's lovely arms or watch her motions too closely for fear of attracting Jeanille's sharp little eyes. "Haven't you some work to give me?" "What can you do?" queried Gilberte with a smile. "Whatever Sylvain Cherasson can do, I flatter myself," he replied. "I might send you to water my lettuce," said Jeanille, laughing outright, "but that would deprive us of your company. Suppose you wind up the clock, which seems to have stopped." "Oh, it stopped 3 days ago," said Gilberte, "and I haven't been able to make it go. I think there's something broken." "Ah, that's the job for me," cried Emile. "I have studied mechanics a little, unwillingly to be sure, and I don't believe that this cuckoo affair is very complicated." "And suppose you break my clock altogether," said Jeanille. "Oh, let him break it if it amuses him," said Gilberte with a good-natured air in which he could detect her father's easy-going heedlessness. "I ask the privilege of breaking it, if that is its destiny," said Emile, "provided that I may be permitted to replace it." "All right," said Jeanille. "If it turns out so, I want one just like it, no finer and no larger. This one suits us. It strikes clear and yet doesn't deafen us." Emile set to work. He took the little German clock apart, and having examined it, found nothing more to do than remove a little dust from the interior. Leaning over the table near Gilberte, he carefully cleaned and readjusted the rough machinery, exchanging with the two women an occasional remark of a playful turn which led to a pleasant sort of familiarity between them. It is commonly said that people become expansive and confidential while eating together, but intimacy comes more readily and naturally to those who work together. All three of them felt it, and when they had finished their various tasks, they were almost members of the same family. "You're right at home at that business," said Janil when she saw that her clock was going. "You would almost do for a clockmaker. Now, let's go for a walk. I will go first and light my lantern to take you into the cellars." "Monsieur," said Gilberte when Janil had left the room, "you said just now that you expected to dine with Monsieur de Boisgobau. May I not ask you what sort of impression that gentleman made upon you?" "I should have difficulty in defining it," replied Emile. "It is a mixture of repulsion and sympathy, so strange that I feel that I must see him again, examine him closely, and then reflect further, before attempting to interpret so odd a character. Don't you know him, mademoiselle? And can you not assist me to understand him?" "I do not know him at all. I have seen him only once or twice in my life, although we live very near him, and because of what I had heard about him, I was very anxious to see him. But he was riding on the same road with my father and myself, and the instant that he caught sight of us, he spurred his horse, bowed to us without looking at us, apparently without knowing who we were, and was out of sight in a moment. You would have said he was trying to hide in the dust that his horse's feet kicked up." "Has Monsieur de Châteaubrun no relations with him, although he is so near a neighbor?" "Oh, that's a very strange thing," said Gilberte, lowering her voice confidentially. "But I may speak to you about it, Monsieur Emile, because it seems to me that you may be able to solve the mystery. My father was very intimate with Monsieur de Boisgobau in his younger days. I know that much, although he never speaks of him. And Janil avoids answering me when I question her. But Jean, who knows no more than I do about the cause of their rupture, has often told me that he can remember a time when they were inseparable. That is what has always made me think that Monsieur de Boisgobau is neither so proud nor so cold as he seems, for my father with his good humor and vivacity could never have been on warm terms with a haughty disposition and a cold heart. I must tell you, too, that I have overheard some conversation about him between my father and Janil when they thought that I was not listening. My father said that the only irreparable misfortune of his life was the loss of Monsieur de Boisgobau's friendship, that he should never be consoled for it, and that he would not hesitate to sacrifice an eye or an arm or a leg to recover it. Janil called his lamentations nonsense and advised him not to make the slightest step toward reconciliation, because she knew the man well and he would never forget the affair that had made the trouble between them. "Very well," said my father. "I would prefer to have an explanation, to submit to his reproaches. I would rather have fought a duel with him when we were of almost equal strength than have to endure this implacable silence and frigid persistence which cuts me to the heart. No, Janil, no, I shall never be reconciled to it, and if I die without shaking hands with him, I shall regret that I ever lived." Janil tried to divert his mind, and she succeeded, for my father is impressionable and too affectionate to be willing to depress others with his melancholy. But you, Monsieur Emile, who love your parents so dearly, will understand that this secret grief of my father's has weighed heavily on my heart ever since I discovered it, so that I can think of nothing that I would not undertake to relieve him from it. For a whole year I have been thinking about it constantly, and 20 times I have dreamed that I went to Boisgobau, threw myself at that unforgiving man's feet, and said to him, "My father is the best of men, and your most faithful friend. His virtues have made him happy in spite of his ill fortune. He has but one sorrow, but it is a deep one, and you can dispel it with a word." But he repulsed me and turned me out of his house in a rage. I woke in deadly terror, and one night when I called his name, Janil got up and took me in her arms and said, "Why do you think about that wretched man? He has no power over you, and he wouldn't dare attack your father." From that, I saw that Janil hated him. But whenever she happens to say a word against him, my father warmly defends him. What is there between them? Almost nothing, perhaps. A puerile sensitiveness, a dispute about hunting, so Jean Japaloup declares. If that were certain, wouldn't it be possible to reconcile them? My father dreams of Monsieur de Boisgobau too, and sometimes when he dozes in his chair after supper, he mutters his name in a tone of profound distress. Monsieur Emile, I appeal to your generosity and prudence to induce Monsieur de Boisgobau to speak if possible. I have always intended to grasp the first opportunity that presented itself to reconcile two men who have been so closely attached to each other. And if Jean had been fully taken back into the Marquis's favor, I should have hoped great things from his boldness and his natural shrewdness. But he, too, is the victim of a strange caprice on Monsieur de Boisgobau's part, and I can think of nobody but you who can help me. You cannot doubt that will be my most constant endeavor henceforth, said Emile with fervor. And as he heard Jeanille returning, her little clogs clattering on the flagstones, he stood on a chair as if to adjust the clock, but really to hide the blissful confusion born of Gilberte's confidence. Gilberte also was moved. She had made a great effort to summon courage to open her heart to a young man whom she hardly knew, and she was not so childish or so countrified that she did not realize that she had gone beyond conventional propriety. The loyal creature was distressed at the thought that she had a secret from Jeanille, but she took comfort in the purity of her intentions, and it was impossible to believe Emile capable of taking advantage of her. For the first time in her life, the instinctive craft of her sex guided her action when the housekeeper returned. She felt that her face was on fire, and she stooped to pick up a needle which she had purposely dropped. Thus, Jeanille's penetration was routed by two children who were far from adroit in all other respects, and they set forth gaily to explore the subterranean regions. The passage directly beneath the square pavilion led to a steep staircase which descended to a terrifying depth in the solid rock. Jeanille went first, at a deliberate gait, with the composure due to her frequent exercise of the functions of cicerone with visitors. Emile followed her, to feel the way for Gilberte, who was neither awkward nor timid, but for whose safety Jeanille was constantly alarmed. "Take care, my dear," she said at every step. "Hold her if she falls, Monsieur Emile. Mademoiselle is absent-minded like her dear father. It runs in the family. They're a pair of children who would have killed themselves 100 times over if I had not always had my eye on them." Emile was happy to be able to share Jeanille's task. He pushed the rubbish aside, and as the staircase became more and more dilapidated and difficult, he deemed himself justified in offering his hand, which was declined at first, but afterward accepted as necessary. Who can describe the violence and ecstasy of a first love in an ardent heart? Emile trembled so when he took Gilberte's hand in his that he could no longer talk and joke with Jeanille, nor reply to Gilberte, who continued to jest at first, but gradually became more and more agitated until she could think of nothing to say. They descended in this way only 10 or 12 steps, but meanwhile time ceased to move for Emile, and when he passed the whole of the following night trying to review the emotions of that moment, it seemed to him that it had lasted a century. His past life appeared thenceforth like a dream, and his personality was transformed. When he recalled his childhood, the years at school, the tedium or the pleasure of study, he was no longer the passive, fettered creature he had hitherto felt himself to be. It was Gilberte's lover who lived through these years, thenceforth radiant, enlightened with a new light. He saw himself as a mere child, then as an active, impetuous schoolboy, and, finally, as a dreamy, earnest student. And those various personages who had seemed to him to differ like the phases of his life became in his eyes a single being, a privileged being, who moved triumphantly forward toward the bright daylight where Gilberte's hand was to be placed in his. The underground staircase led to the base of the rocky hill which was crowned by the chateau. It was a means of exit in case of a siege, and Janil was not sparing of encomiums upon that difficult and scientific piece of work. Although she lived on terms of absolute equality with her masters, and would not have waived the privilege at any price, so thoroughly convinced was she of her rights, the little woman nonetheless had some strangely persistent feudal ideas, and by dint of identifying herself with the ruins of Châteaubrun, she had reached the point of admiring everything in their past history, of which she had, to tell the truth, a very confused idea. Perhaps, too, she thought it her duty to humble the pride of the wealthy bourgeoisie by vaunting loudly before Emile the ancient might of Gilberte's ancestors. "See, monsieur," she said, escorting him from dungeon to dungeon. "This is where they brought people to their senses. You can still see the iron rings to which they fastened prisoners after their fetters were put on. This is a dungeon where they say 3 men were devoured by a huge serpent. The great noblemen of long ago had such creatures at their disposal. We will show to you the oubliettes in a moment. It was no joke to get into them. Ah, if you had come down here before the Revolution, perhaps you would have done well to make the sign of the cross instead of laughing." "Luckily, we can laugh here now," said Gilberte, "and think of something else besides those horrible legends. I thank the good Lord that I was born in an age when it is very hard to believe in them, and I prefer our old nest as it is today, demolished and harmless forever. You know, Janil, what my father always says to the people of EGUZON when they come and ask him for some of our stone for building purposes. 'Help yourselves, my friends, help yourselves. It will be the first time it ever served any good purpose.'" "Never mind," rejoined Janil. "It's worth something to have been first in one's province and the master of everybody else." "It makes me realize all the more forcibly," replied the girl, "the pleasure of being everybody else's equal and of no longer causing fear to anybody." "Oh, that is a glory and a joy which I envy," cried Emile. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 1 by George Sand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Melissa Marie. The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 1 by George Sand. Translated by George Burnham Ives. The Talisman. If Gilberte had been told a week earlier that a day was coming when the tranquility of her heart would be disturbed by strange commotions, when the circle of her affections would not only be extended to admit a stranger to a place beside her father, Janil, and the carpenter, but would suddenly be broken in order that a new name might be placed among those cherished names, she would not have believed that such a miracle could be, and would have been terrified by the suggestion. And yet she had a vague feeling that henceforth the image of this young man with the black hair, sparkling eye, and slender figure would dog her footsteps and follow her even in her sleep. She spurned the thought of such a fatality, but she could not escape from it. Her chaste and gentle heart did not go forth to meet the intoxicating emotion that came to seek it, but she was destined to feel it when Emile's hand quivered and trembled on touching hers. Incredible and mysterious power of attraction which nothing can turn aside, and which determines the fate of youth before it has had time to become acquainted with itself and to prepare for attack or defense. Somewhat excited by the first stings of this secret flame, Gilberte received them playfully. Her serenity was not disturbed on the surface, and while Emile was already compelled to put force upon himself in order to conceal his emotion, she continued to smile and to talk freely, pending the time when regret at his departure and impatience for his return should make her understand that his presence was rapidly becoming imperatively necessary to her. Janil did not leave them again, but their conversation gradually drifted to subjects which Janil, despite her keen penetration, was far from understanding. Gilberte had received as thorough an education as any girl educated at a Parisian boarding school, and it is undoubtedly true that the education of women has made notable progress in the majority of those establishments in the past 20 years. The learning, the good sense, and the manners of the women who have charge of them have undergone a similar amelioration, and talented men have deemed it not beneath their dignity to give courses of lectures in history, literature, and elementary science for the benefit of that intelligent and perspicacious moiety of the human race. Gilberte had acquired some notion of what are called accomplishments, but while complying with her father's wishes in this respect, she had given more attention to the development of her intellectual faculties. She had seasonably reflected that the fine arts would be but a feeble resource in a life of poverty and retirement, that household cares would take too much of her time, and that, as she was destined to work with her hands, it was her duty to train her mind so that she might not suffer from absence of thought and from a disorderly imagination. A submistress, a woman of much merit, of whom she had made a friend and the confidant of her precarious future, had advised this employment of her faculties, and the girl, impressed by the wisdom of her advice, had followed it implicitly. This very pleasure in learning and retaining useful information had, however, caused the child some unhappiness, since she had been deprived of books in the ruins of Châteaubrun. Monsieur Antoine would have made any sacrifice to procure books for her if he could have detected her desire for them, but Gilberte, seeing how restricted their means were, and desiring more than all else that her father's comfort should not be impaired, was very careful not to mention the subject. Janelle had said to herself once for all that her girl had learning enough, and, judging her by herself, for the old lady was coquettish still in the matter of dress, with all her parsimony, she employed her little savings in buying for her from time to time a calico dress or a bit of lace. Gilberte feigned to receive these little gifts with extreme pleasure, in order not to lessen the pleasure which her old nurse derived from bringing them to her, but she sighed to herself at the thought that, with the modest price of that finery, she might have given her a volume of history or poetry. She devoted her hours of leisure to reading again and again the few books she had brought from her school, and she almost knew them by heart. Once or twice, without divulging her purpose, she had persuaded Janelle, who held the strings of the common purse, to give her the money intended for a new gown. But on these occasions it happened that John needed new shoes, or that some poor people nearby had no clothes for their children, and Gilberte supplied what she called the most urgent needs, postponing the purchase of her books to better days. The curé of EGUZON had lent her an abridgment of some of the Fathers of the Church and the Lives of the Saints, upon which she had feasted for a long time, for, when you have no choice, you compel your mind to enjoy serious things, despite the youthful impulse to indulge in less austere amusements. This necessity is sometimes a salutary thing for healthy minds, and when Gilberte artlessly lamented her ignorance to Emile, he was astonished to find her, on the contrary, so well informed as to certain fundamental matters which he himself had accepted on the faith of others, without studying them. Love and enthusiasm aiding, he speedily discovered that Gilberte was an accomplished young woman, and proclaimed her, in his own mind, the most intelligent and most perfect of human creatures. And it was relatively true. The greatest and best of mortals is the one who is most sympathetic with us, who understands us best, who is best able to develop and to nourish the best qualities of our mind. In a word, the one who would make our life most blissful and complete if our lives could be absolutely blended. Ah, I have done well to keep my heart empty and my mind pure hitherto, said Emile to himself, and I thank thee, O God, for having assisted me, for surely this is the woman who is destined for me, and without whom I should simply have vegetated and suffered. While talking on general subjects, Gilberte allowed her regret at being deprived of books to appear, and Emile speedily divined that regret was deeper than she cared to reveal to Janil. He reflected sorrowfully that there was not a single volume in his father's house except commercial and industrial treatises, and that, expecting to return to Poitiers, he had left there what few books he owned. But Gilberte suggested that there was a very extensive library at Bois-Guilbert. Jean had done some work long ago in a large room full of books, and it was much to be regretted that the families were at odds, for she might have taken advantage of the proximity of such a treasure. At this juncture, Janil, who always knitted as she walked, raised her head. "It's probably a lot of tiresome old books," she said, "and for my part, I should be very sorry to put my nose into them. I should be afraid they would make me a lunatic like the man who lives on them."
"Why, does Monsieur de Bois-Guilbert read very much?" asked Gilberte. "He must be very learned."
"Well, what good has it done him to read so much and be so learned? He has never done anybody any good with it, and it hasn't made him loving or lovable."
Janil, unwilling to expose herself to further questions concerning a man whom she hated, without knowing or caring to say why she hated him, walked toward her goats as if to prevent them from nibbling a vine which grew around the door of the square pavilion. Emile took advantage of this moment to say to Gilberte that, if there were so many books at Bois-Guilbert, she should soon have them at her disposal, even if he had to borrow them stealthily. Gilberte could only thank him with a smile, not daring to add a glance thereto. She was beginning to feel embarrassed with him when Janil was not there.
"On my word," said Janil, retracing her steps, "Monsieur Antoine is in no hurry to return. I know him. He's chattering somewhere at this minute. He has met some old friends and is treating them at the wine shop, forgetting the time and spending his money. And then, if some whining creature wants to borrow 10 or 15 francs to buy a miserable goat or a brace or two of scrawny geese, he'll let them have it. He'd give away all he has about him if he wasn't afraid of being scolded when he comes home. He took 6 sheep, you see, and if he only brings back the price of 5 in his purse, as it happens too often, let him look out for Mamie Janil. He won't go to market again without me. Hark! There's the clock striking 4, thanks to Monsieur Emile, who fixed it so well. And I'll bet that your father has no more than just started for home, at the best."
4 o'clock! exclaimed Emile. "Why, that's Monsieur de Bois-Guilbert's dinner hour. I haven't a moment to lose." "Go at once, then," said Gilberte, "for we mustn't make him any more ill-disposed toward us than he is already."
"What difference does it make to us whether he bears us ill will or not?" said Janil. "Do you really mean to go without seeing Monsieur Antoine?"
"I must. I am very sorry to say."
"Where is that little villain of a Charasan?" cried Janil. "Asleep in a corner, I'll warrant, and not thinking about bringing up your horse. When Monsieur is absent, Sylvain disappears. Here, you wicked rascal, where are you hiding?"
"I wish that you could provide me with a charm," said Emile to Gilberte while Janil was seeking Sylvain and calling him in tones more vociferous than really angry. "I am going forth like a knight-errant to enter the wizard's den and try to extort from him his secrets and the words that will put an end to your distress." "Here," said Gilberte, laughingly taking a flower from her belt, "here is the loveliest rose from my garden. Perhaps its fragrance may possess the salutary power of putting its enemy's prudence to sleep and softening his ferocity. Leave it on his table, try to induce him to admire it and smell it. He is a horticulturist, but I doubt if he has in his great garden so fine a specimen as this product of my last year's graft. If I were a chatelaine of the good old days which Janil regrets, perhaps I could invoke a spell that would impart a magic power to this flower. But being a poor girl, I can only pray to God to instill mercy into that cruel heart, even as he caused the dew to fall and open this rosebud." "Must I leave my talisman, pray?" said Emile, hiding the rose in his breast. "May I not keep it to use another time?"
The tone in which he asked this question and the emotion discernible upon his face caused Gilberte a moment's artless surprise. She looked at him with an uncertain expression, unable as yet to understand the value he attached to the flower taken from her girdle. She tried to smile, as at a jest, but felt that the blood rose to her cheeks, and as Janil reappeared she made no reply. Emile, drunk with love, descended with reckless speed the dangerous path down the hill. When he was at the foot, he ventured to turn and saw Gilberte following him with her eyes from her rose-covered terrace, her hands apparently busied trimming her favorite plants. She surely was not dressed more daintily than usual that day. Her dress was very clean, like everything that passed through Janil's scrupulous hands, but it had been washed and ironed so many times that the color had changed from lilac to that indefinable tint which the hortensia assumes just as it withers. Her superb golden hair, rebelling against the fetters imposed upon it, escaped from its confinement and formed a sort of halo of gold about her head. A snow-white, tightly fitting chemisette surrounded her lovely neck and suggested the graceful outlines of her shoulders. In Emile's eyes, she was resplendent in the sunbeams falling full upon her, for she made no effort to shield herself from them. Sunburn was powerless to impair that rich carnation, and her pale, faded costume made her seem all the fresher. Moreover, the imagination of a lover of 20 years is too rich to be embarrassed by a mere matter of dress. That faded gown assumed in Emile's eyes a hue more gorgeous than that of all the richest stuffs of the Orient, and he wondered why the painters of the Renaissance had never been able to clothe their smiling Madonnas and their triumphant saints so magnificently. He stood as if nailed to the spot for several minutes, and, except for the impatience of his horse tossing his head and pawing the ground, he would have forgotten entirely that Monsieur de Boisgobau had another hour to wait for him. He had had to make several detours to reach the foot of the hill, and the distance in a straight line was not so great that the two young people could not see each other quite plainly. Gilberte observed the hesitation of the horseman, who could not make up his mind to lose sight of her, so she went behind the rose bushes to conceal herself from him, but she continued to watch him for a long time through the branches. Janil had walked in the opposite direction to meet her master. Not until Gilberte heard her father's voice did she break the spell that held her. It was the first time that she had ever allowed Janil to anticipate her in going to meet him and relieve him of his game bag and his stick. As he approached Boisgobau, Emile made and remade 100 times his plan of attack upon the fortress where that incomprehensible individual lay entrenched. Impelled by his romantic disposition, he had a sort of presentiment that Gilberte's destiny, and consequently his own, was written in mysterious characters in some obscure corner of that old manor whose high gray walls rose before him. Tall, gloomy, melancholy, and silent as its aged lord, that isolated abode seemed to defy the bold attacks of curiosity. But Emile was spurred on by a passionate determination. As Gilberte's confidant and agent, he said to himself, pressing the rose already withered against his lips, that he would have the necessary courage and address to triumph over every obstacle. He found Monsieur de Boisgobau alone on his stoop, idle and impassive as always. He made haste to apologize for delaying the old gentleman's dinner, on the plea that he had lost his way, and, being as yet unfamiliar with the neighborhood, had passed nearly 2 hours finding it. Monsieur de Boisgobau asked no questions as to the route he had taken. One would have said that he dreaded the name of Châteaubrun, but with refinement of courtesy he assured his guest that he had no idea of the time and had not thought of being impatient. He had been somewhat disturbed nonetheless, as Emile soon discovered from some faltering remarks that he made, and the young man fancied that he could see that, amid the profound tedium of his solitary life, the Marquis's sensitive nature would have suffered keenly if he had broken his word. The dinner was excellent and served by the old retainer with scrupulous punctuality. He was the only servant to be seen in the chateau. The others, buried in the kitchen, which was underground, did not appear at all. It seemed that this was the result of a sort of standing order, and that their dean was the only one who did not offend the master's eye. The old man was very infirm, but he was so accustomed to his duties that the Marquis had to say almost nothing to him, and when it happened that he did not anticipate his master's desires, a sign was sufficient to convey them to him. His deafness seemed admirably suited to Monsieur de Boisgobau's taciturnity, and perhaps the latter was not sorry to have about him a man whose impaired vision made it impossible for him to read his features. He was rather a machine than a servant, for being deprived by his infirmities of the power of mental communication with his fellow man, he no longer had any desire or occasion therefor. One could readily conceive that those two old men were well fitted to live together without a thought of being bored by each other's company. There was so little apparent life in either of them. The dinner was served with due regularity, but not rapidly. They were 2 hours at table. Emile observed that his host ate almost nothing and seemed to have no other purpose in eating than to induce him to taste all the dishes, which were appetizing and toothsome. The wines were exquisite, and old Martin poured them from bottles covered with the dust of ages, which he held horizontally, taking care not to jar them in the slightest degree. The Marquis barely wet his lips, but motioned to his old servant to fill Emile's glass, who, being habitually very abstemious, kept close watch upon himself to see that he did not allow his reason to succumb to the repeated experiments with the numerous specimens from that seigneurial cellar. "Is this your ordinary fare, Monsieur le Marquis?" he asked, marveling that such a sumptuous repast should be provided for 2 persons. I really don't know," the Marquis replied. "I have nothing to do with it. Martin is my housekeeper. I never have any appetite, and I never notice what I eat. Do the things seem good to you?" "Exquisite. And if I had the honor of being admitted to your table often, I should beg Martin to entertain me less splendidly, for I should be afraid of becoming a gourmand." "Why not? It's one variety of enjoyment. Happy are they who have many others." "But there are those which are more elevating and less expensive," rejoined Emile. "So many people lack the necessaries of life that I should be ashamed to find that the luxuries were necessary to me." "You are right," said Monsieur de Boisgobau with his accustomed sigh. "Well, I will tell Martin to serve you a simpler dinner another time. He supposed that at your age you would have a large appetite, but it seems to me that you eat like a man who has finished growing. How old are you?" 21. "I should have thought that you were older." "From my face?" "No, from your ideas." "I would like my father to hear your opinion, Monsieur le Marquis, and to become imbued with it," rejoined Emile with a smile, "for he always treats me like a child." "What sort of a man is your father?" said Monsieur de Boisgobau with an ingenious absent-mindedness which removed the sting from what might have seemed at first blush a most impertinent question. "My father," replied Emile, "is a friend whose esteem I desire and whose blame I dread. I can think of no better way to describe an energetic, stern, and just character." "I have heard it said that he was a very able man, very wealthy, and very jealous of his influence. Those are not disadvantages if he makes good use of them." "What, in your opinion, Monsieur le Marquis, is the best use that he can make of them?" "Ah, it would take a long while to tell," sighed the Marquis. "You ought to know as well as I." And roused momentarily by the confidence Emile designedly manifested in him in order to induce a similar confidence on his part, he relapsed into his torpor as if he feared to make an effort to throw it off. I absolutely must break this secular ice, thought Emile. Perhaps it's not so difficult as people think. Perhaps I shall be the first who ever tried it. And, while maintaining, as he was bound to do, a discreet silence concerning the apprehensions which his father's ambition aroused in him, and concerning the painful conflict between their respective opinions, he spoke freely and enthusiastically of his own beliefs, of his sympathies, and even of his dreams for the future of the human race. He was certain that the Marquis would take him for a madman, and he amused himself by inviting contradictions which would enable him at last to penetrate that mysterious mind. If I could only bring about an explosion of contempt or indignation, he said to himself, then I could discover the strength or weakness of the citadel. And he unconsciously adopted with the Marquis the same tactics that his father had recently employed with him. He affected to attack and demolish everything that he assumed to be in any degree sacred in the old legitimist's eyes. The nobility, the money, power, large estates, the power of individuals, the slavery of the masses, the Jesuitism of the Church, the alleged divine right of kings, the inequality of privileges and pleasures which is the basis of society as at present constituted, the domination of man over woman, who is treated as merchandise in the marriage contract and as real estate in the contract of public morality, in a word, all those heathenish laws which the gospel has failed to banish from our institutions and which the political scheming of the church has consecrated. Monsieur de Boisgobau seemed to listen more attentively than usual. His great blue eyes were wide open, as if, in default of wine, his amazement at such a sweeping declaration of the rights of man had utterly stupefied him. Emile glanced at his glass, which was filled with Tokay, 100 years old, and resolved to have recourse to it for inspiration if the natural warmth of his youthful enthusiasm was insufficient to avert the avalanche of snow that was about to fall upon him. But he did not need that stimulant, for, whether because the snow had become too hard to be detached from the glacier, or because Monsieur de Boisgobau, while seeming to listen, had heard nothing, the rash profession of faith of that child of the century was not interrupted, and came to an end in the most profound silence. "Well, Monsieur le Marquis," said Emile, amazed by this listless toleration of his views, "do you subscribe to my opinions, or do they seem to you unworthy of being combated?" Monsieur de Boisgobau did not reply. A wan smile played about his lips, which moved as if to speak, but emitted only the problematical sigh. But he placed his hand on Emile's, and it seemed to the younger man that he felt a cool moisture, which imparted to that hand of stone some symptom of life. At last he rose and said, "We will take our coffee in the park, for I am entirely of your opinion," he added after a pause, as if he were finishing aloud a sentence he had begun under his breath. "Really?" cried Emile, resolutely passing his arm through his host's. "Why not, pray?" rejoined the latter coolly. "Then all these things are indifferent to you?" "God grant it," replied Monsieur de Boisgobau with a more pronounced sigh than usual. End of chapter 16.